Days of living with my female boss as roommates. When it rains, it pours. Two people who were never meant to meet cross paths once again by a twist of fate. Are they colleagues, superiors and subordinates, or lovers? One is a charming and reformed young man, while the other is a stunningly elegant yet fiery lady. Now living together as roommates, what kind of sparks will fly between them? Chapter 1 Dreamviller. Ding ding ding. A quick ring of the phone woke me up from my sleep. I picked up the phone without even looking at it, and directly pressed the answer button. Liang Chen, are you going to rent this house or not? If you want to rent it, pay me the rent for the next 6 months today. If you don't want to rent it, move out today. This is the deadline I give you. Otherwise, I will change the locks tomorrow and throw all your things out. Before I could reply, he hung up the phone. This arrogant man is my landlord. He has been urging me to move out a few days ago, but every time I refused him by saying I was on a business trip. The rent of this house is 3,000 yuan per month. In a metropolis like Shanghai, 3,000 yuan can rent a 3-bedroom apartment, and it is still simply decorated. Such a house is actually not easy to find. It's not that I don't want to move, but I feel that I have lived in that house for 2 years and have some feelings for it. I am a little reluctant to move out now. At this time, the woman in my arms was also awakened by the ringing of the phone. She said coquettishly in my arms, "Xiao Chen, who is it? You don't let me be quiet so early in the morning. It's so annoying." I patted this sexy woman who still had charm and said, "My landlord has been urging me to pay the rent. I'm short of money recently, so I've been dragging him. He called me today and asked me to move out today." When she heard that I was moving, she immediately sat up excitedly. "Xiao Chen, really? I told you to move in a long time ago. Look at my big villa. I'm so lonely living alone. It would be great if you come and live with me. And your job as a driver must have been lost. You're exhausted all day long. I feel sorry for you." After saying that, she patted my head. I smiled and said, "Sister Chen, thank you for your kindness. I think my house is good, and I've lived there for so long. I really don't want to move. There are my youthful memories there." At this time, Sister Chen climbed to the head of the bed, opened a drawer, and took out several thick stacks of money from it. "Okay, don't play high-minded with me. Here is 50,000 yuan, you can use it to pay the rent first. When I miss you one day, I can find you and there will be a place to stay, so I don't have to go to the hotel every time to get a room. I am afraid of running into acquaintances." After saying that, she threw it in front of me. I looked at the stacks of bright red RMB. It would be a lie if I didn't feel moved, but I knew that if I took this money today, I would really become a gigolo. Buddy has been holding on to the last bottom line, don't want to let myself sink. I looked at Sister Chen and said, "Money is really a good thing. It would be a lie if I didn't feel moved. I still want to support myself with my own efforts. Thank you, Sister Chen." She stroked my face and said, "I performed well last night. Sister likes it. You can use the money to buy some supplements, har har." After saying that, she smiled and walked into the bathroom. This Sister Chen is 42 years old this year. She is very beautiful, 1.7 meters tall, weighing only more than 90 kilograms. With a slender figure and handsome appearance, you can't tell that she is a person in her 40s. I met her in a bar. She said that she had divorced 5 years ago. Her husband was a businessman in Zhejiang and had been running a foreign trade company in Shanghai before. Later, due to the increase in production costs, like some other people, the company moved to Southeast Asia. Sister Chen didn't want to live abroad. The relationship between the two became more and more distant, and finally broke up peacefully. Sister Chen got several properties in Shanghai, a large sum of money, and a daughter. One rainy night, I met her again in the bar. I don't know who flirted with whom first that day. Anyway, the two of them slept in a daze. Since then, I have been with her not for her money, nor for her beauty. I just feel comfortable with her, and feel at home. This may be related to her consideration for me. Maybe older women know how to care for others better. She got up and dressed beautifully today, saying that she was going to visit her daughter at school. Because her daughter went to an aristocratic school and only came back once a month, Sister Chen agreed with her to visit her on the 15th of every month. I also got up quickly to wash and prepare to go to work. She hugged my waist from behind me and was reluctant to let go. She said coquettishly behind me, "Take the money, come over tonight." I looked at her handsome face through the mirror, stroked her face and said, "I won't take the money." If I have nothing to do at night, I will come over. I may be out driving tonight, and our manager will go to a banquet tonight. Well, then you should drive more safely, he said, kissing me on the face. I sorted out my emotions and hurried to the parking lot downstairs. I drove to the company. I work as an office driver in a foreign trade processing company. I am mainly responsible for receiving some customers and driving some leaders to and from get off work. The managers of our company are relatively young. They will only call me when there are job applications at night. I usually drive myself to and from get off work. There is a rule in our industry that drivers cannot know too much. Don't look at what you shouldn't look at, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, and don't say what you shouldn't say. I have been in this company for 2 years. I know some of the gossips of these leaders. Because I keep my mouth shut, the leaders also like to ask me to accompany them out. When I arrived at the company, I saw that several Audi cars had not left today. I walked into the office and took a look. There was basically no major activity in the leaders' schedule today. It seems that we can still get off work on time today. I drive a new Audi A6L. The person I pick up the most is the general manager of our company. Her name is Wang Qingyang. I usually call her General Manager Wang. She is probably in her 40s. Although she doesn't look as young as Sister Chen, she can't help but dress up, so she looks very noble and elegant. As soon as I arrived at the company, our fleet director Zhao Jiang said to me, "Liang Chen, you will accompany General Manager Wang to Kunshan today." I hurriedly asked, "Director Zhao, isn't that right? Didn't General Manager Wang say that he was going to attend someone's wedding banquet tonight? Why are you going to Kunshan?" Zhao Jiang smiled and said, "You are going to attend a wedding banquet, but it's going to Kunshan to attend a wedding banquet, and our General Manager Wang specifically asked you to go. The other drivers are all old guys, and our General Manager Wang doesn't like them. You know this." After saying that, he smiled and patted my shoulder. "If you want to talk about appearance, I'm second in our team and no one dares to say I'm first, har har har." Chapter 2, Business Trip to Kunshan. At that moment, Zhao Jiang approached me and whispered, "Our manager hasn't been in a good mood lately. Not sure who crossed her, but she has been scolding everyone she comes across. You better be careful. In the morning, make sure you wash the car and clean it thoroughly. And remember, no more smoking in the car. She specifically mentioned this during the last meeting." "Got it?" I looked at him and said, "All right, got it. She's in a bad mood. Did you check if it's her time of the month?" Har har. Old Zhao immediately turned and, looking shocked, came back to me saying, "You're looking for trouble, aren't you? Keep your voice down and get out of here already." I thought, maybe it's early menopause. For us drivers, there's not much extra money to be made anymore. Fuel, washing, and maintenance are all handled at company-designated places. The most we get is maybe a few drinks where we do maintenance. The days of making a few hundred to 1,000 yuan off repairs are long gone. After lunch, our manager, Ms. Wang, messaged me, instructing me to be ready by 2:30 p.m. to head out, and to wait at the office entrance. Just past 2 o'clock, I parked the car in front of the office building on time. Ms. Wang is very punctual. She can arrive early, but you can't be late. Sometimes she comes down 10 minutes early, so I prefer to get there well in advance. Shortly after parking, I saw Ms. Wang coming over, heels clicking as she walked. I took a moment to look her over. Today, she wore a light yellow dress with a fitted waist, showing off her curvy figure. It's just early April. Though summers arrive early in Shanghai, wearing a dress might still be chilly. There's that saying about kids' bottoms and women's legs being the most resistant to cold. I wonder if it's true. As she approached, I quickly went over to open the car door for her. She noticed me and did a little spin in front of me, adjusting her dress. "Liang Chen, what do you think of my dress today? Does it look good?" I smiled and replied, "Ms. Wang, with your figure and looks, anything you wear would look great. This dress on you is elegant yet refined, sophisticated yet understated." She blushed a bit and replied, "Oh, go on. You always know the right thing to say. Drive me home first. I need to pick up something for Director Liu. His son's wedding is today, so we can't just show up with money alone. A gift is necessary too." Then she got in the car. Once we left the company, we hit the highway. About half an hour later, we arrived at a high-end villa complex. I'd been here many times. The gate guards know me and automatically raised the barrier as I approached. After parking, I quickly hopped out to open the door for her again. Seeing me rush, she laughed. Liang Chen, Haven Tea, I told you. You don't have to do that every time. It makes me feel like I'm some 60-70-year-old lady. Don't bother next time. Sure thing, Ms. Wang. I just thought with you carrying a bag, it might be inconvenient for you to open the door. She stepped out and said, come on inside. Help me carry something. She led me down to her basement, which had 2 levels, more luxurious than my 2-bedroom apartment. There was a gym, a home theater, and a wine cellar. With such a large villa to herself, I wondered if she ever felt lonely. I've rarely heard her mention her husband since I joined the company. Perhaps wealthy women prefer to be single? She pointed to a door nearby and said, open that. I'll be right back after using the restroom. I opened the door, and wow, it was like stepping into a mini supermarket. Shelves lined with neatly organized goods, cigarettes, alcohol, snacks, and all sorts of rare supplements. Ms. Wang walked in, pointing to a plain box with no logo. Take that one. I picked it up. It wasn't too heavy and didn't sound like alcohol. Maybe a piece of artwork. I didn't ask. She grabbed a carton of Yuhuashi cigarettes and placed it on top of the box, saying, take these with you, but remember, no smoking in the car. Ms. Wang, that's too much. These cigarettes are expensive. I can't take them, I said. She glanced at me, just take it, don't argue, and left the basement. I thought, well, if she insists anyway, it's not like she paid for all this herself. It seemed she was in a good mood today. Zhao Jiang said she was lashing out at everyone. Maybe she just likes me too much to yell at me. After a 2-hour drive, we arrived at the Sheraton in Kunshan, where Mr. Liu had already booked rooms, even getting me my own single room. After getting settled, Ms. Wang went to meet other clients. As I was about to relax in my room, my phone rang. It was my landlord, and I suddenly remembered today was his final deadline for me to either pay the rent or move out. Liang Chen, where are you? I've waited all morning. It's almost 5 p.m. now. I'm not waiting any longer. I've rented out the place to someone else. You deal with your stuff however you like. Come on, man. Didn't I tell you I'm on a business trip? Why are you in such a rush? I'm good for the rent. It's not me, it's the new tenant. They are offering 5,000 yuan compared to your 3,000. I'll ask them to hold your things for 2 days. After that, if you don't pick them up, it's not my problem. And with that, he hung up. I looked at my phone, frustrated. Old man, enjoy the extra 2,000. Hope it buys you some good medicine. That place was a mess, no room to even set foot in. I couldn't imagine what the new tenant would think. They are probably cursing me already. Later, the wedding reception went on as planned. Though I wasn't officially invited, I took a look at the bride. Beautifully dressed, it reminded me of that saying, the best wives belong to someone else. Since I was here with the manager, the hotel had prepared a special menu for the support staff. After dinner, I figured the manager could easily get back to her room, so I decided to take a stroll around town. Maybe I'd get lucky and meet someone. Passing by the banquet hall, I saw the bride and groom making rounds at each table. Watching them made me think, I'm 25 now, which, by hometown standards, means I should be getting married too. But look at him, and then look at me. Life really isn't fair. Some people get to hold weddings at fancy hotels, surrounded by the powerful and influential. It's a world where connections and family background matter. Thinking of my father working tirelessly every day, I realized even if I found a girlfriend, we'd never have a wedding like this. After a while, I returned to the hotel, watched a few videos, and drifted off to sleep. In my dreams, my phone rang. I looked at the screen. It was the manager. I quickly answered. A woman's playful voice came through. Liang Chen, where are you? Come pick me up downstairs. I had a bit too much to drink. She giggled softly. I jumped up, grabbed my coat, and rushed downstairs. Chapter 3: Temptation of a Mature Woman. I came to the first floor of the hotel. At this time, the guests had already left. There were still a few tables scattered there chatting and laughing. The hotel waiters also started to clean up at this time. I walked inside and looked around, but I didn't find Mr. Wang inside. I didn't know anyone here, and it would be useless to ask others. I ran out of the banquet hall and came to the hotel lobby. I saw a familiar figure sitting on the sofa in the lobby. Looking at the way she held the phone, she should be video chatting with someone. It would be bad for me to disturb her now, so why not wait for her to finish the video chat? I waited and waited for more than 20 minutes, and she hadn't finished a video chat yet, so I walked in front of her and stood for a while. When she saw me coming, she smiled and then hung up the phone. She looked at me and complained, "Liang Chen, where have you been? I've been waiting for you here for half an hour." I quickly smiled and said, "Boss Wang, I actually came earlier. I saw that you were on the video, so I didn't dare to disturb you. You didn't call me when you came. I have been sitting here for so long. You really have no sense of time." Alas, she is the leader and what she says is what she says. If I call her as soon as I come, maybe she will blame me again. Didn't she see that she was on the video? It seems that what Zhao Jiang said is right. She is not in a good mood. Could it be that menopause is really early? Har har, I couldn't help laughing when I thought of this. I walked to her side, held her arm, and pulled her up. She looked at me and said, "Liang Chen, do you know? When I came out just now, I was dizzy and bumped into the arms of a male waiter. The boy looks more handsome than you. You don't know my heart. He bumped into me. Har har har." After that, she held my shoulder and laughed. I really don't understand why she told me this. She smiled for a while, and maybe she felt a little embarrassed in the hotel lobby with so many people coming and going. She held back her smile, patted my shoulder and said, "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Let's go back to the room first." Mr. Wang's room is on the 26th floor, and we took the elevator all the way there. Maybe the elevator stopped suddenly, and her body shook obviously. Maybe she drank too much, and she wanted to vomit when she bent down after getting out of the elevator. Fortunately, she only coughed twice in the end. The floor was covered with carpets. What if she vomited on other people's carpets? Because she was wearing high heels, I helped her walk with a limp. Suddenly, she stopped and kicked her feet forward twice. She wanted to take off her shoes. "Wait a minute, don't shake it off, I'll help you take it off." After saying that, I squatted down, held her feet with both hands, and planned to take off her shoes for her. I don't know what she was thinking, and suddenly sat on my shoulders. I lost my balance and she fell to the ground. I just heard her laughing and saying, "How can you, a grown man, not have this little strength? You can't even resist a woman." I looked at her and said, "How could I know that you would suddenly sit on my back? I tell you, if it was before, if someone dared to sit on my shoulders, my first reaction would be to throw her over my shoulder." She smiled and sat up, kicking her feet and said, "My feet hurt a lot now, and I can't walk. You can carry me back." I looked at the corridor of the hotel. It was a public place. It was a bit inappropriate for me to walk back and forth with a woman in my arms. I looked around and there were no people around. Otherwise, I should carry her in. It was really not very elegant for her to sit on the ground like this. I held her high heels with one hand, squatted down and hugged her like a princess, and she leaned her head on my shoulder. Her breathing was beside my ear, and a fresh fragrance came to my nose. I glanced down slightly, and a spring scene immediately came into my eyes. I was so scared that I quickly moved my eyes away. She asked with a smile in my arms, "Liang Chen, do you think I am heavy?" I smiled and said, "It's okay. If I say you are heavy, you will be angry." She pointed at my head and said, "You are smart, my room is 2168. I looked at the house number next to me. It was 2160 now. 2168 should be at the innermost. I held her and walked a few steps to the door. Just when I was about to put her down, she said, "I don't have any shoes on, how can I stand on the ground? Just carry me in." Har har. "Oh, I can't get the room card like this." "Where is your room card?" Har har, "I don't have the room card." "I'll tell you the door code. Enter 216589. I couldn't see the door lock when I was holding her. I tried several times before I opened the door lock. When I walked into the room and put her on the bed, I was exhausted and panting. I thought to myself, no wonder Lao Zhao asked me to come to Kunshan. If it were those old guys, he would definitely not be able to carry her. But then again, our general manager Wang would not let him carry her. I know our general manager Wang likes to make such jokes, and I am used to them. Just as I turned to leave, she suddenly grabbed my hand and said, "Liang Chen, can you stay with me tonight? I'm lonely. I turned my head and looked at her affectionate look. Although she was older than me, there was a saying on the internet that a boy doesn't know how good his aunt is, but treats a girl as a treasure. At this moment, it seems that this saying is not applicable, because aunts are more charming than girls. I pushed her and said, Mr. Wang, you drank too much today. Why don't I pour you a glass of water? You lie down for a while. Before I finished speaking, she walked into the bathroom. I thought she went to the bathroom to vomit, so I poured a cup of hot water, thinking that I would wait for her to come out and explain to her, and then I went back. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 minutes, the bathroom door opened, and she came out wrapped in a bath towel, with wet hair on her shoulders, looking so charming. This made me swallow my saliva. She came to me and I smelled the fragrance of shower gel. She took my hand, put it on her face and said, "You said you don't even have a girlfriend, how can you not be moved by me? I really don't understand how a big guy like you survived a dark night. Don't tell me that you have a physical defect," she laughed. I quickly moved her hand away. "Mr. Wang, you really drank too much today. If you continue like this, how can I drive you in the future?" "Well, I'm leaving first." I just turned around and she pulled the corner of my clothes again. "Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry? Can't you sit down and chat with me?" After that, she pulled me back to the sofa. She looked at me sitting opposite and didn't dare to look at her, then stood up and walked to me with a smile. "Har har, why are you so nervous? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" No, Mr. Wang, is mainly about that. You drank too much today. If you want to chat with me someday, I can accompany you when you are out driving. If it were any other woman, I would still care about this. I would have pounced on you a long time ago, but she is my immediate boss after all, and I plan to stay in the company for a long time in the future. What's more, if her husband has a good relationship with her, wouldn't I destroy someone else's family by doing this? If she insisted on having it consensual, and I was still sitting here stupidly, maybe she would scold me for not understanding romance, and she would still fire me when she woke up tomorrow, because I knew her dissolute character today. Hey, such a sexy beauty, right in front of me, but I don't know what to do. At this moment, she suddenly leaned towards me and pounced on me. Chapter 4, First Encounter. Seeing her getting serious, I was so startled that I flipped off the sofa, scrambling up as I grabbed my phone from the floor. "Ms. Wang, someone is calling me. I need to step out." "You should get some rest," I said hurriedly. Behind me, I heard her scoff, "You spineless creature. Don't let me see you again." Back in my room, my heart was racing with relief. Thank goodness I managed to get away, otherwise, how could I face her later? The next morning, before I was fully awake, I got a call from Ms. Wang. "Liang Chen, we need to head back early today. I have a new employee meeting at 9 a.m. Hurry up." I glanced at the clock. It was only a bit after 6 a.m. Not wanting to leave just yet, I dozed a little longer before finally getting up. I didn't want her waiting on me again in the morning. By the time I pulled the car out from the basement, she was already waiting by the hotel entrance. She got in and handed me a bag. It was breakfast from the hotel, packed for me. "Here, have breakfast first." "Thanks for getting up so early," she said warmly. Seeing she wasn't bothered by last night's events, I followed her lead and acted like it never happened. Once we were on the highway, I glanced at her through the rearview mirror. She had dozed off in the back seat. I thought to myself, good thing nothing happened last night. Otherwise, we'd both be painfully awkward today. She was sleeping so soundly that I adjusted the temperature slightly to keep her comfortable, a basic responsibility of any good driver. We reached the company just after 8 a.m., and she briskly walked to the office building with her bag. After parking, I headed to the fleet office, where Mr. Zhao, our supervisor, clapped me on the shoulder, grinning. "So, how did it go last night? You seem awfully cheerful today." I laughed. "Oh, come on. Ms. Wang isn't that kind of person. Watch what you say, or I'll report you and get you demoted tomorrow." I discreetly handed him 2 packs of Yuhua Stone cigarettes that Ms. Wang had given me, and he nodded approvingly. "Nice. All right, since you were out working yesterday, I won't assign you any more trips today. Take it easy." Hearing this, I quickly said, "If I have the day off, I'd rather go home to rest. My old rental was taken over by the landlord, and now I have no place to sleep." Mr. Zhao leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, I'll let you in on something. Our admin department just got a new manager, supposedly poached from a Fortune 500 company. Apparently, she'll oversee both admin and HR, so we should keep a low profile. Another new manager? I thought Ms. Liu was great, friendly and down to earth. Mr. Zhao sighed, Ms. Liu is retiring. They say the new manager is a woman with a strong management style. I figured that is why Ms. Wang was in such a rush to return today. Was her new employee meeting for this person? Either way, it didn't concern me. As long as I did my job well, I'd be fine. With nothing to do during the day, I napped in the office. By 5 p.m., it was nearly quitting time, and I needed to find a new place to stay. Outside the office, I quickly found a shared electric bike, but just as I was about to take off, someone tapped my shoulder. I turned to see Yang Wei, an old colleague who had joined with me. He left to work across the street, and we stayed close. Yang Wei, who had a physique fit for a fitness coach, was quite the character. I often joked about his name, which he took with good humor, given his impressive build. I parked the bike and pulled out a pack of Yuhua Stone cigarettes for him. As we chatted, he bragged about meeting new girls and laughed, Liang Chen, with your looks and build, it's a shame you're not a fitness coach. I laughed, me? I can barely run a mile without wheezing. He chuckled, you don't need skill, just show up. You think all those women come to the gym just to work out? He gave my stomach a playful poke, and we both laughed. Noticing the darkening sky and feeling raindrops, I remembered I still needed to find a place to stay. I said goodbye to Yang Wei and turned to leave, but as I looked back, I saw a woman riding off on the bike I'd picked out. I ran after her, grabbing the handlebars. Hey, don't you think I had this bike first? She looked me up and down, and I took a moment to observe her. She seemed about 30, with sharp features, clear eyes, and a poised, professional look that radiated sophistication. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? She asked, annoyed. I snapped back to reality. Sorry, but this bike was mine first. She rolled her eyes. Just because you saw it first doesn't make it yours. Plenty of bikes around. Go find another. Frustrated, I shot back, all right, no need to argue. I really needed to find a place to stay tonight. She just scoffed, your tone isn't exactly winning me over, and rode off. As she disappeared into the crowd, I could only shake my head, muttering to myself about the odd encounter. Chapter 5, When it rains, it pours. As I watched her disappear into the distance, I thought to myself, this woman may be beautiful, but her words are anything but. It seemed like she believed I was in the wrong, when in fact, she was the one who took my bike. The sky was growing darker, and a bus just pulled up to the stop. I hurried to the bus platform, and just as I expected, the looming rain had drawn a crowd. People who were originally walking rushed onto the bus, filling it up quickly. Since my apartment wasn't far from work, about 4 stops or a 20-minute ride, I usually avoided the bus. Riding an electric bike through shortcuts took only 15 minutes. Plus, the bus didn't drop me directly at my building, so the final walk was always a hassle. Watching the raindrops start to hit the windows, I sighed, knowing I'd be drenched by the time I reached my stop. By the time the bus arrived at my destination, it was pouring. I didn't typically carry an umbrella, but I had no choice but to get off. Running back to my building seemed like the only option. I remembered I had promised to pick up my belongings today, and if I delayed, my landlord might actually throw everything out. I sprinted through the rain, soaking wet by the time I reached my apartment building. A wave of nostalgia hit me as I walked through the neighborhood I'd called home for so many years. Leaving felt unexpectedly sentimental. Instinctively, I took out my key and unlocked the door. As I stepped into the living room, I heard a startled gasp behind me. I turned around and found a woman, wrapped only in a towel, standing at the bathroom door. To my surprise, it was the same woman who'd taken my bike. She pointed at me accusingly. Are you insane? All I did was take your bike, and you had to stalk me home. After a closer look, she added, wait, how do you have a key to my apartment? I finally understood the situation. The landlord had rented my apartment to her. Smiling, I said, well, this is quite the coincidence. Do you know who used to live here? I raised my key as I spoke. She caught on, pointing at me. So, it was you? I was wondering why the place was such a mess. Figures your character matches the state of the apartment. Your stuff is on the balcony. Take it and leave. Looking at my soaked clothes and dripping hair, I said, thanks to you, I'm drenched. Where am I supposed to go now? She gave me a stern look. That's not my problem. Then, without another word, she retreated to her room, closing the door. As I glanced at the room she had gone into, I realized it was my old bedroom. After a trip out of town, I returned to find I'd lost my home and was now being unceremoniously kicked out. I went to the balcony, where I found my belongings, 2 suitcases and a bag containing clothes and some personal items. Everything was neatly organized, even the charging cables had been carefully coiled and placed in the bag. Her meticulous organization gave me a bit of a favorable impression. She seemed to be a person who valued order and precision. But no matter how impressive her tidiness, this place was no longer mine. Just then, I thought of my close friend Dao Dao. Maybe I could crash at her place. We'd grown up in the same town, and our families were acquainted. Our parents had even hoped we'd become a couple, but neither of us ever saw each other that way. As Dao Dao once said, we're too close to ever be romantic. Hey, Dao Dao, do you have a spot for me to stay tonight? My lease expired, and I need a place for a night. Liang Chen, sorry. I'm out of town on business in Jiaxing. I brought my keys with me, so maybe find a hotel for tonight. I sighed, if it were just for a night, I wouldn't be calling you. Alright, never mind. Take care. I hung up. Since Dao Dao was unavailable, I decided to call my other good friend, Chen Yang. A classic rich kid, Chen Yang hadn't yet found a job in Shanghai, so his family had bought him a 2-bedroom apartment here. He was living the dream, car and home all provided, while still waiting for life to happen. Chen Yang, do you have a place for me to stay tonight? My landlord rented out my place, so I need somewhere to crash for a few days. He laughed, hey, bro, I just started dating someone, so if you don't mind the background noise, you're welcome to join us. I rolled my eyes. No thanks. Just don't overdo it, alright? Don't worry about me. But it's raining hard out there. Why not just stay at your old place for tonight? I lowered my voice. The landlord rented it to a woman. It's awkward enough as it is, staying here would be inappropriate. Come on, a single guy and girl under one roof. Sounds like sparks waiting to fly. Get lost, will you? I laughed and hung up. When I looked up, I saw her standing in the doorway, wearing a loose white nightgown with her damp hair draped over one shoulder. She didn't look like a young girl, she had a more mature beauty, probably in her 30s. It suited her well, an aura of sophistication and grace. I took a towel from my suitcase, drying my rain-soaked hair, and said to her, here's the key. You should keep it. Or maybe consider changing the lock. It'll give you peace of mind. She nodded slightly, leaning against the doorframe. I glanced around my old apartment, feeling a pang of nostalgia. I'd lived here for 3 years, creating some of the best memories with my ex-girlfriend. Leaving felt like letting go of that piece of my past. Pointing to the window in the living room, I advised, be careful with this window. When no one's home, don't leave it open too wide. There's no building in front to block the wind, so it can get pretty chaotic in here during a storm. She nodded again, still silent. And the water heater's old. It short-circuited once when I was using it, so it's best to unplug it after each use to avoid any accidents. That's about all you need to know. Good night. I grabbed my suitcase, ready to leave. Just as I reached the door, I heard her say softly, wait, maybe tonight, you could. Chapter 6, There is no coincidence in the world. She stood at the door and said shyly, it's raining so hard outside, why don't you stay here tonight and move out tomorrow? When I heard this, I thought she had a change of heart, or she felt a little guilty for stealing my bike and making me wet in the rain. I looked at her and smiled and said, I'm sorry for what I did today. I'm a grown man and I shouldn't say such harsh words to a girl like you. What I did was wrong too, and I even called you a psycho, she said, covering her mouth and laughing. She pointed to the small room near the entrance and said, why don't you sleep in this room tonight? It might be a little messy. I've piled all my stuff in here. I know this room. When I lived here before, it was used to store sundries. Now that she has moved in, the stuff inside will surely pile up into a mountain. How can people still live there? I pointed to the room across from her and said, can't I sleep in the room across from you? She rolled her eyes at me and said, then you should just leave. It's good enough to have a place to live. You're still being picky. Har har, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll just stay here for one night, and then I took my luggage into the room. When I got closer, I saw that this small room was tidy by her, and her things were all placed on a small shelf. I guess she had treated my previous things as garbage and cleared them out. I took out the quilt and spread it on the bed casually, and was about to go to sleep. She stood at the door, looked at me and said, "Don't you have a sheet? How can you sleep like this?" "Oh, it's just one night, why can't we make do with a day?" "Okay, it's up to you. You can sleep however you like." After saying that, he walked back to the room. As I lay down on the bed, I realized that I hadn't eaten yet. Listening to the sound of rain outside, I thought, forget it, I won't eat tonight. I won't starve to death if I skip a meal. I lay down on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, just after dawn, I felt a stomachache. Did I catch a cold from the rain yesterday? I had diarrhea. When I came out of the toilet, I looked at the time and it was about 6 o'clock. I looked at her closed door. She must be still asleep. I wonder where she works. But she should be near our company, otherwise she wouldn't have snatched my bike. Why should I think about these things? She is an older single woman, maybe even a mother. I am a grown man, I can't have any ideas about her. I returned to the room and felt like I had just laid down for a short while when my stomach started to rumble again. Oh, I couldn't even remember the last time I had diarrhea. What happened today? I took my phone and went into the bathroom again. Just when I was halfway through, I suddenly heard a knock on the bathroom door. "Are you done? I'm going to be late." When I heard it was her, I quickly said, "I'm sorry, I had diarrhea today and have been having trouble all morning." She said impatiently, "Hurry up, it's my first day at work today and I have to hold a department meeting." "Oh, are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wash your face in the kitchen first and leave? I'll be here for a while." She said angrily, "Don't I want to put on makeup? Can you hurry up? Why are you like this? I let you stay here out of kindness, but you are acting like a scoundrel. Hurry up. Big sister, no matter how anxious you are, you have to wait until I finish. How can I get out like this? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Use your energy for talking down there." I don't know if she was scolding me or teaching me how to finish quickly. About 5 minutes later, she was finally done. Her hair was done and her face washed. The only thing left was to put on makeup. But when I looked at her without makeup, she was really pretty, because her facial features were very regular and her skin was so good, it was hard to guess her actual age. She glared at me and said, "You are so annoying. If it weren't for you, I would have been on the bus now." As soon as she walked into the bathroom, she made a sound and almost vomited. She immediately turned around and came out. "I won't put on makeup today. I'm so annoyed by you. There's nothing others can do when the bathroom is empty." After saying that, she picked up her bag and left angrily. I looked at the time and realized, it's already 7:30. If I don't leave now, I will miss the bus. So we walked out the door one after the other, and the elevator was still on the 16th floor, going up. I looked at her and said, "Don't wait, take the stairs. It's faster than going down. I speak from experience." She rolled her eyes at me and said nothing, then walked straight downstairs. Our companies were both in the same direction, so I didn't walk too close to her. Suddenly she stopped and said, "You are crazy, why are you following me? I'm going to work too. You forgot that our workplaces are not far from each other." She pointed to the front and said, "Then you go ahead and don't sneak around behind me." She was right. I was secretly looking at her from behind. She was wearing a tight one-step skirt and a small suit on the upper body. Her waist was exposed underneath. It seemed that her waist was only as wide as an A4 square at most. With such a good figure, she should wear a body shaper. Okay, I'll go ahead, okay? You're such a narcissist." I walked to the bus stop. I didn't know there were so many people today. Although there were many cars going to the company, this would be the peak period. I saw her trying very hard to squeeze in, but she was squeezed down by others every time. I looked at her and said with a smile, "How can you squeeze into the bus when you are so gentle and polite? You have to be a little wilder." She glared at me and said, "Go away." At this time, I saw a taxi coming in front of me, so I quickly waved to it to stop. If I didn't leave, I would be late for the day. Lao Jiao sent me a message last night saying that the new leader would have a meeting this morning and asked us not to be late, otherwise I would be reluctant to spend more than 20 yuan on a taxi. I saw her still waiting at the bus stop, her eyes constantly looking in the direction of the bus ahead. I waved to her and said, "Don't wait, let's go together. We don't know when the next bus will come." She glanced at me and pretended not to hear me, and continued to watch. There are really no cars behind this place at this time. I have lived here for so many years, how can I lie to you? Let's go. I don't want any money from you. She rolled her eyes at me and said something that I didn't hear, but I still opened the car door and got in. She didn't want to pay attention to me and I didn't plan to talk to her either. I just took it as a way of repaying her for taking me in last night. At this time, she took out a makeup mirror and started to put on her makeup. It is said that women are more troublesome than men. Why would they put on makeup when going out? She had been putting on makeup for more than 10 minutes and we didn't talk all the way. We were about to arrive at the company gate when suddenly the car in front of us braked suddenly and our car stopped abruptly as well. I only heard her say, "Oh, my eyebrow pencil fell on the car." As soon as I saw the place, I got out of the car, but she was still searching inside. The driver said to her, "Beauty, what did you lose?" "My eyebrow pencil." The driver smiled and said, "Don't look for it now. Leave me your phone number and I'll find it for you when I have time. Leave me your phone number and I'll bring it to you when the time comes." Master, the main problem is that I only drew half of my eyebrows. After she said that, I realized that one of my eyebrows was indeed bigger than the other, but I didn't dare to say it. I just thought to myself, wait and see how others will laugh at you when you go to the company. I didn't have time to deal with her, and ran into the company in one breath. I looked back and wondered, what a coincidence. She was in the same company as me, so why didn't I know her? Was she a new employee? We were running one after the other, and suddenly she screamed and sat on the ground. I quickly ran back. I saw that the heel of one of her shoes was broken, and her left knee must have hit the ground. There was an obvious hole in her stockings and a piece of skin was obviously broken at her knee, but fortunately there was no bleeding. I held out my hand and said, "How about I help you up?" Unexpectedly, she picked up her high heels and threw them at me. "Get out of my way, I hate you so much," and then tears fell from her eyes. She picked up the bag on the ground and limped towards the place where she had thrown her shoes. When I saw that the girl had fallen like this today, not only her shoes were broken, but her legs were also bruised. No wonder she was so angry. I quickly ran forward 2 steps, picked it up for her, and handed it to her. She glared at me fiercely and snatched it away. Chapter 7, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. As soon as I walked to the door of the office, Lao Jiao called me and said, "What are you doing? It's already 8 o'clock and you haven't arrived yet. Are you going to embarrass me when I become the new leader?" I quickly said, we are here, which conference room are you meeting in?" Number 9, the leader hasn't arrived yet, please come in through the back door, hurry up." After hanging up the phone, I ran to the meeting room on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, our new leader didn't come either. It seems that she is late today too. Fortunately, she is late, otherwise I would be late for her first meeting. I don't know what she thinks of me. Just then I heard a familiar voice, "Sorry to have delayed everyone for a few minutes." I looked up and realized that we are really enemies. Could it be that our new executive general manager is her? This is too much of a coincidence. It's over. I will be tortured to death by her in the future. She went on to say, "My name is Su Qing. I am mainly responsible for some of our administrative matters. I may also be in charge of some personnel matters in the future. I used to work for Shanghai Volkswagen, and I am very happy to meet you all here. So in the future, we still have to work together to do a good job. I won't say much. Let's introduce ourselves one by one and talk about our current positions in the company." I was sitting in the last row and didn't dare to look up for fear that she would see me. At this time, Lao Jiao stood up first and introduced his essential work and future work direction. Then they all said that everything was good and boasted about their positions and how well they did, and she smiled and nodded as she listened. Slowly everyone finished introducing themselves, and it was finally my turn. I stood up and lowered my head, afraid that she would see my appearance. "My name is Liang Chen, and I'm an administrative driver. I'm mainly responsible for receiving leaders on their way to and from get off work every day, and I usually pick up and drop off some of the company's clients. She just smiled and said, Liang Chen, this name sounds nice. It's a good day to meet you all. I looked up at her, and when our eyes met, her smiling expression suddenly became solemn. She looked at me carefully for 2 or 3 seconds and didn't say anything. I thought she was thinking of how to deal with me. Suddenly she said loudly, stand up straight. An executive driver should stand and sit properly. Drivers often give customers the first impression. You are the face of the company. Is it okay for you to stand like this? After she shouted at them, the others all sat up straight. After she said that, I also looked up at her with my head held high. Liang Chen, please write a written report about your work experience in the company and send it to my office. Let's stop here today and everyone can go about their business. After saying that, he walked out of the meeting room. As soon as she walked out of the office, several other women laughed and talked. Har har, did you notice our new manager just now? Why is one of her eyebrows bigger than the other? Yes, she is so beautiful, how can she not put on makeup? Oh, what a pity. Maybe I am the only one who knows the reason. Fortunately, her bruised knee was covered by her skirt, otherwise how could they gossip about others without knowing the reason? I walked over to them and said, okay, you dare to comment on what the manager said? I just don't draw my eyebrows. If anyone dares to compare their looks with mine, I'll leave you behind. At this time, Liu Yangyang came over and said, you are such a mean person. She just scolded you, but you still spoke for her. Let's see how you write the report later. When she said that, I suddenly remembered, yes, I am the only driver, how should I write this report? Should I write who I pick up and drop off every day? I walked over to Liu Yangyang and said, Yangyang, I'll bring you a cup of milk tea later. What flavor do you want? She looked at me and said with a smile, okay, don't be so polite, I'll help you write it, my Mr. Liang. After that, she took the folder and walked out of the meeting room. What's the meaning of this woman today? She mentioned my name deliberately at the meeting. Is she taking revenge or using me as a target to establish her authority? After a while, Yang Yang finished writing the performance report for me. I walked to her office and saw her busy at the computer. I was about to knock on the door when her secretary came over and grabbed me and said, what are you doing? Our CEO Wang is having a video conference. I turned around and saw that this new manager was really good. He even brought his own secretary. I saw that this girl was probably in her 20s, at most she had just graduated from college, but she was pretty. Her face was so tender that it felt like water would come out if you pinched it with your hands. I looked at her and said, Boss Wang asked me to come here to deliver my performance report. Do you have an appointment? Just run up here and wait, he said, pointing to the lounge area at the door. Oh my god, what kind of tone is this girl using? I've been in the company for so many years, and no secretary has ever dared to speak to me like this. Even the department manager has to bow and nod when he sees me, and she, a little girl, actually scolded me. I looked at her and thought to myself, okay, when I see you using my car one day, I will teach you a lesson. She seemed to have heard us talking at the door, and she said to the door, Wangshin, please let her in. I asked her to come over. The female secretary looked at me and said, go in, and remember to come out quickly. I walked in and deliberately turned back, making a face with my tongue out to Secretary Wang. This action made him laugh. I walked to her desk, and the first thing she said when she looked up was, it's really a coincidence. You're a ghost that won't go away. I find that I'm unlucky when I run into you. Tell me, when are you going to move out? I put the performance report in front of her and said, Manager, didn't you ask me to come here to deliver the performance report? Do you think this is okay? Don't change the subject. I asked you when you're moving out. I looked around the office and said, Manager, it's not appropriate to talk about personal matters during working hours. How about we talk after get off work? She was so angry that she was speechless. Okay, you are still making a fuss with me. Anyway, I have one thing to tell you. Either you move out today, or you quit today. I knew that she was so angry with me that she had nothing to say. Even if she wanted me to move out, she couldn't threaten me with resignation because the company had regulations that employees could not be fired privately unless they had committed serious violations. Okay, I'll move after work tonight, okay? I'll just sleep on the street tonight and I won't go home, okay? She stood up and turned her back to me and said, that's not my concern. It's okay. You can go out. Then please take a look at my performance report. Is this okay? Without even turning her head, she said, no need to look at it, just take it. Then I remembered that her eyebrows were still drawn with one side big and the other side small, so I whispered to her again, Manager, you haven't finished drawing your eyebrows yet. As soon as I finished speaking, she turned around angrily and said, Liang Chen, get out of here now. Chapter 8 A New Hope. It seems that what I said really pissed her off, but I was just reminding her with good intentions, right? This woman really doesn't know what's good for her. Seeing her angry look, I suddenly felt guilty. If it weren't for me occupying the toilet today, she wouldn't have made such a fool of herself, and she wouldn't have broken her leg. I walked out of the manager's office, and her secretary saw me, reached out to stop me and said, what did you say to Manager Su just now that made her so angry? I looked at Secretary Wang's eyebrows. She drew them pretty well. She saw me staring at her eyes and said embarrassedly, why are you like that? Why are you staring at me? Do you have an eyebrow pencil? When I asked her this, she was also stunned. Eyebrow pencil. What do you want an eyebrow pencil for? I looked back at the manager's office and whispered, just give it to your manager Su if she wants it. Don't ask anything else, otherwise you'll be the next one to be scolded. She nodded, not quite understanding what I said. When we returned to the fleet office, Lao Zhao came over and asked, Liang Chen, what's wrong with you today? How did you offend our new manager Su? I didn't scold anyone else, but why did I scold you so early in the morning? I thought to myself that manager Su and I were sharing a house, so I definitely couldn't tell them about this, or else they would spread the news and gossip about me. I smiled and said, maybe she likes me, but is too embarrassed to express it directly. Haven't you heard that beating is love and scolding is affection? This is another way of expressing love. Okay, you kid, just behave yourself and don't let manager Su pick on you, otherwise it will be hard for me. Liang Chen, come with me to town later. We'll book a table for a banquet tonight. Isn't that the old rule? We still have to show our appreciation to the new leader. Mr. Zhao, this is not right. You invited her on the first day, and you didn't even ask her if she wanted to go. Lao Zhao glanced at me and said, let's call her and she'll go. It's her first day here, doesn't she want to communicate with everyone? Administrative work is different from technical work, do you understand? Well, since he arranged it this way, I could only obey him. I walked to the garage and was about to drive away when suddenly someone patted me on the back. I turned around and saw that it was Zhu Liang, the canteen manager. Zhu Liang is probably in his 50s, with a fat head and big ears. I heard that one of his relatives is a member of the board of directors of the group. Relying on this, he is usually arrogant and domineering in the company. Although he is in charge of the cafeteria, his position and the benefits he enjoys are not low at all. Even our general manager Wang respects him. Some people also say that this guy is too lustful, otherwise he would have become a senior leader of the company long ago. I often drove him to and from school, and of course I knew a lot of his gossip. He was usually quite polite to me. Liang Chen, I heard that there is a new female leader in our department. Why didn't you notify me about the meeting today? I smiled and said, Boss Zhu, who dares to inform you? The new leader has to offer you tea first. Just wait, maybe the new leader will come to visit you soon. Hey, speak more quietly, be more low-key, after all, he is the leader, he. He then continued, I heard that the department is going to treat her to dinner tonight, is that true? Oh my god, this old guy is so well informed. Didn't Lao Zhao just tell me? He knows it now. Otherwise, he has powerful connections. He has spies everywhere. I nodded and said, yes, Lao Zhao hasn't told you yet, if you don't go to this drinking party, who will host it for us? My flattery made him laugh the whole time. I was afraid that he would pull me aside and ask me all kinds of questions, so I quickly got into the car, started the car and drove away when he wasn't paying attention. After Lao Zhao and I booked the banquet, it was not yet 11 o'clock and Lao Zhao said he was going to the bank to do some online banking, so I drove back by myself. On the way, we happened to pass by the community where we live. I saw the pharmacy at the door and suddenly remembered that she had broken her leg in the morning. Why don't I buy her a bottle of gentian violet in case it gets infected again after a long time? There happened to be a women's boutique next to the drugstore. I saw some stockings hanging at the door and decided to buy her a pair. But it's not appropriate for a grown man like me to buy stockings for a woman. Will she call me a pervert? Forget it, don't worry about her. Anyway, it's her problem whether she wants to buy them or not. I went back home and got a pair of her shoes for her. The heel of her high heels fell off in the morning, otherwise she would not have been able to hold onto the banquet that evening. When I got home and opened the shoe cabinet, I saw that all her shoes were high heels, pairs of them, neatly placed inside. I picked a pair of shoes with lower heels, held them in my hands, and couldn't help laughing. They were high heels and they were wearing stockings. Am I trying to please my new boss? This is not my nature. If this gets out, people will laugh at me. It's too embarrassing. But when I think about it, I realize that it was all my fault that she got hurt. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to do these things that go against my conscience. After I got all the things, I drove towards the company. I originally thought of giving these things to her secretary, but when I walked to the office door, her secretary was not there, and her office door was closed, so I guess her secretary was not there either. Forget it, let us talk about it after lunch. If I really can't find her, I can just secretly bring her back to her at night. Lao Zhao came back to see me, holding a big box and asked, Liang Chen, what are you holding? You look sneaky. Oh, this is me. I just went out and bought a pair of shoes. I was afraid that I forgot to put them in the car, so I just brought them in, hee. I concealed my embarrassment and quickly walked into the office to hide. After lunch, I saw that everyone else was taking a break, so I quickly picked up my shoes and walked towards her office. When I got to the door, I saw that her secretary was still not there, but her door was open. I walked to the door and looked inside. She was asleep on the table. I knocked on the door. She didn't hear me at first, so I knocked twice more. She then slowly raised her head from the table. At that moment, I saw her sleepy look and her saliva started to flow out. She probably felt it herself, so she quickly wiped her mouth with her hand and said impatiently, "Why are you here again?" I smiled and said, "Manager Su, can I come in and talk?" She looked at the door behind me and said, "Come in, then." She looked at the box in my hand, sized me up and said, "Come on, what do you want?" I put the box in front of her, pointed and said, "The shoes I brought for you." She was stunned at first, then asked in surprise, "Shoes? Why did you bring shoes for me?" As she spoke, she opened the box, and immediately her expression froze. "Liang Chen, what do you mean? You took my shoes and my stockings, you pervert." After saying that, she picked up the box and wanted to throw it at me. I quickly blocked it with my hand and said, Hey, can you please listen to me finish what I'm saying?" She pointed at me and said, "You are just a pervert, what can I say? I'm telling you, get out of here right now, or I'll call security." At this moment, the purple medicine I bought for her fell out of the box she was holding up and landed on the table. She picked it up and asked me, "What is this?" I relaxed my nervousness and said quickly, "Didn't I see your heel broke this morning and you fell? I saw your stockings and knees were torn. I bought this for you when I went out just now. Apply it on yourself and don't let it get infected. Let me make it clear first, I bought the stockings with my own money and I took the shoes out of your shoe cabinet." After hearing what I said, she seemed not as angry as before, but still said in a cold tone, "Why did you do this for me? Didn't our department invite you to dinner tonight? I was afraid that it would affect your image, and I was afraid that your shoes with broken heels would not last, so I brought them back for you on my way back." She sneered and said, "Are you so kind? How come I didn't see it?" Seeing that things were turning around, I quickly said, "This morning, it's all my fault. If I hadn't occupied the toilet, you wouldn't have been late, and you wouldn't have fallen down, so I guess this is my way of atonement." She nodded after listening to me, and then said, "In the future, you can't go through my things without my permission. Also, just because you do these things for me doesn't mean you can continue to live here. When you get off work tonight, move out immediately." I whispered, "Aren't we going to welcome you tonight? I'm afraid I don't have time." She glared at me and said, "That's not my problem. Figure it out yourself. Do you have anything else to do? If you don't, you can leave." Hey, today I kindly helped her buy medicine and stockings. Not only was I not forgiven, I was also scolded and called a pervert. It really is a thankless job. But maybe out of conscience or professional ethics, I turned around and said to her, "If you don't want to drink this wine at the dinner tonight, just don't drink it at all, or you will drink until you pass out," and then I turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, what did you mean? Shouldn't we drink according to our ability? Why are you forcing us to drink here? I turned around and saw her eyes, which seemed somewhat helpless. This woman's mentality changed too quickly. In our company, every time we welcome the leaders, we either don't drink at all or drink until we pass out. No one forces you to drink, but you know the drinking culture. You can't help yourself. She stood up and said, in my previous workplace, everyone could drink as much as they wanted. No one would persuade others to drink. Besides, I am the leader. Doesn't my word count? It's not that you don't have the final say. Our company's culture has reached that level. You have to drink. Anyway, I've told you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I'm leaving now. Before I even reached the door, she suddenly stood up from her seat, ran to me, stopped me and said, then tell me, what should I do? I smiled and said, I'll give you 5 words, I'd rather die than drink. When she heard what I said, she burst out laughing, I'd rather die than drink. Is that so exaggerated? Har har, you look really good when you smile. When she heard what I said, she immediately stopped smiling and said, you can go now. I know what to do tonight. Then she rolled her eyes at me and sat back in her seat. I also returned to the office downstairs from upstairs. I saw that everyone was still asleep, so I quickly lay down on the table and took a nap for a while. In the afternoon, Lao Jiao told me to go to Pudong Airport to send a client off. After that, I didn't have to go back to the company. I could go directly to the booked hotel and buy some wine and cigarettes for the evening. But after I sent the client away and the car hadn't even left the airport, I received a call from Lao Jiao, asking me to go back to the company because he had something to tell me. When I heard why Lao Jiao was looking for me now, I wondered if our new manager had really fired me. That shouldn't be the case. She was too stingy. After all, I just gave her some inside information. I drove back to the company with a nervous heart. As soon as I entered the office, Lao Jiao walked towards me with a smile. Before he even came to my side, he smiled and said, Liang Chen, congratulations. I'll arrange a good job for you now. What do you mean? Where are we going at this hour? Didn't you tell me to go to the hotel? Lao Jiao patted my shoulder and said, just now the leaders said in the meeting that our new manager Su should be assigned a special driver. We just discussed it privately and you are the most suitable. When I heard that, I hurriedly said, what? Let me be her private driver. Chapter 10 Private Car Driver. I looked at Lao Jiao and said, brother, stop kidding me. Didn't you see she scolded me this morning? Now you want me to be her private car driver. Can't someone else go? Lao Liu, Lao Chen, none of them have more experience than me, why do you want me to go? Old Jiao smiled and said, because you are the most handsome, and the others are all old men. Besides, our manager Su is so beautiful, we have to match her with a handsome driver. Old Jiao, you don't know, I was afraid that if I couldn't be her driver for a few days, she would fire me. Now she hates me so much when she sees me. Seeing me complaining, Lao Jiao smiled and said, listen to me. From now on, you will be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at work every day. You don't have to return the car to the company. You can just drive it back. This way, you don't have to ride a shared bike or squeeze into the bus every day. What a great thing. Of course this is a good thing, but, it's really not appropriate for me to go, you know. Okay, look at what kind of person you are. You're picky about the job assigned to you. Others would fight hard to get this kind of job, but now you're not willing to go. Let me tell you, this is Mr. Wang's decision. If you don't want to do it, go find Mr. Wang, said Lao Jiao and walked out of the room angrily. At this time, Lao Chen came over and said, Liang Chen, if I were 20 years younger, this job would definitely not be yours. Such a beautiful manager, it would be pleasing to the eyes to look at her every day. I snorted and said, you are so old, it is not appropriate to make such a joke. You should just drive on your business trip honestly. You don't understand the affairs of young people. After hearing this, Lao Chen laughed and said, you little bastard, har har har. No, I have to go ask General Manager Wang. With her temper, I work under her every day, and she is always nitpicking. I must be exhausted. I pick up and drop off a client every day, and occasionally pick up and drop off General Manager Wang. It's such a good job. Why should I be her private car driver? I came to Ms. Wang's office. She just came back from a meeting. She smiled and said to me, I guess Mr. Zhao told you everything just now. I quickly stepped forward and said, Boss Wang, why did you choose me? Look, I don't have as much experience as the old drivers. They are older and more stable. Why don't you give me a replacement? Mr. Wang looked at me and smiled and said, Why? You don't want to pick up such a beautiful girl? What else do you want? You just like to pick up those clients and those old men. Besides, you won't be so tired in the future if you become her private driver. I smiled and said, Boss Wang, won't it be the same if I drive you in the future? You are so young and beautiful, so you have to find someone as handsome as me to help you look good. Har har, I don't need that. I can drive myself. If I really need you to take me there, I will call you in advance. She said as she walked into the office. As soon as I saw her, I hurried in. I made her a cup of tea and brought it to her. Boss Wang, why don't you reconsider it? It's really not appropriate for me to go. Let's change someone else. Not suitable. I think it's quite suitable. Besides, Manager Su didn't find any fault with you, so why are you complaining about it? I thought to myself that she had no other choice. If she had any other choice, she would not use me. Even if she used me now, she might kick me away one day. I smiled and said, Boss Wang, you are not afraid that I am so handsome and I will fall in love with her again, and then we will do something outrageous. Before I could finish my words, Mr. Wang slammed the table, pointed at me and said loudly, Liang Chen, stand still and stop smiling at me. I'm telling you, Manager Su was hired by me at a high price and with great effort. I also thought carefully before letting you go. Don't even think about hitting on Manager Su. You have to understand your status. If you dare to get emotional with Manager Su, I'll skin you alive. I saw that Mr. Wang was really angry. He knew he had said the wrong thing just now. How could a driver like me have any intention of hitting on Manager Su? What if Manager Su has a family and children? Then Mr. Wang would not be able to explain to his family. Boss Wang, I know I was wrong. Don't worry, I will do my job well. Ms. Wang's tone softened. She looked at me and said, Liang Chen, to be honest, I want you to be my private car driver. I'm just afraid of gossip. Anyway, just don't let me down. Also, if she goes out on Saturdays and Sundays in the future, you have to work hard. I will work overtime and let Lao Zhao make up for it for you. When I heard that I had to pick her up and drop her off to get off work from Monday to Friday, and that I would have to accompany her on Saturdays and Sundays, I didn't dare complain to Ms. Wang. I just had to do whatever she said. I would do it first, and I would come back to her if I really couldn't do it anymore. Boss Wang, I'll go back first. Our department is hosting a welcoming party for Manager Su that evening. Do you want to come with us? Mr. Wang smiled and said, I won't go. Just treat Manager Su well. I just turned around to leave when I heard Mr. Wang say, Liang Chen, wait a moment. I turned around again and saw her taking out a pack of Yuhuashi cigarettes from the drawer. Here, take this. I quickly smiled and said, Boss Wang, you just gave it to me a few days ago, and I haven't finished smoking the one I smoked yet, so I don't want this one. She gave me a wink and said, No, don't you? Forget it. I don't believe that I can't give away these good cigarettes. When I heard that, I hurried to her desk and snatched it away. Boss Wang, why don't you keep it with me first? I'll give it to the customers when I pick them up someday. She smiled and said, You little bastard, you are still pretending to be nice to me. Just do your job well and don't cause any trouble for me. When Manager Su comes to me to complain one day, I will show you how I will deal with you. I nodded and said, Boss Wang, don't worry, I promise to complete the task assigned by my superiors. Har har har, all right, let's go now. You're an eyesore to me. When I came out of Mr. Wang's office, I held the pack of cigarettes between my arms, fearing that they would see it, or else they would take a few more packs from me. On their way back, I happened to pass by Manager Su's office. Does she know now that I am her private car driver? Her boss just assigned her someone, and that person is the one she chose. Even if she hates me, she would not go to tell Mr. Wang about it. When we got back to the office, Lao Zhao and his friends were about to leave. I stopped them and asked, Where are you guys going? Lao Zhao smiled and said, Let's go to the hotel. What about me? Didn't you tell me to go buy cigarettes and alcohol? Lao Chen patted my shoulder and said, Young man, just wait here for our beautiful manager. We'll be leaving first, har har har. These old guys are trying to piss me off on purpose, right? Based on the way you guys behave today, I want to share my yuhua stones with you. When I got back to the office and just hid the cigarette, I heard my cell phone ringing. I looked and saw it was an unfamiliar Shanghai number. I didn't answer the first time, but then they called again. Who is this? The call is free. I pressed the answer button and heard a very gentle voice from the other end. Liang Chen, do you have time now? The voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't remember it at the moment. Who are you? Why do you care if I have time? Why don't you ask me out for dinner? You wish. I'm Secretary Wang. Manager Su asked me to ask you if you have time now. She wants to go back and change her clothes. Let her wait for an hour. I'll wash the car later. Otherwise, I'm afraid Manager Su will think my car is dirty and she won't be used to sitting in it. After saying that, I hung up the phone. I thought to myself that it's working hours now, so I wanted to go back and change my clothes. You are so impatient to drink. Even if I want to welcome you, it will have to be in the evening. It's only a little after 4 o'clock now. I wanted to lie down on the stool for a while, but then my cell phone rang again. Who is this? It's so annoying. I picked up the phone and said impatiently, hello, who are you? I, Su Qing, drive the car to the office door within 10 minutes. I need to go out for a while, and then hung up the phone. Chapter 11 Workplace Rules. Listening to her cold tone, drive the car to the office door within 10 minutes, she really thinks she is a big boss. I have gone out with Ms. Wang before, and I have never seen her so arrogant. Every time she went out with Ms. Wang, she either smoked cigarettes or ate snacks. I guess I drove for her, and in the end I had nothing to drink. I lazily got up from the stool, stretched first, then went to the bathroom to smoke a cigarette, and finally walked towards the garage listlessly. When I drove out of the garage, I saw 2 women standing downstairs in the office, looking at me. I didn't need to look carefully to know who they were. I guessed it must be our manager Su and her secretary. When I walked up to them, I looked at the time. It was exactly 10 minutes. I thought to myself, let's see what you have to say this time. Before I got out of the car, her secretary opened the door for her, and the 2 of them sat directly in the back seat. I secretly glanced at them through the rearview mirror. She had an expressionless look on her face, as if I owed her $200. It seemed that all my kindness this afternoon was in vain. Excuse me, Manager Su, where are you going? I couldn't help but ask. As soon as I finished speaking, Manager Su took over the conversation and said, save my mobile number. When you see me calling you next time, say hello, Manager Su. Don't ask who I am as soon as you answer the phone. Do I need to introduce myself to you when I call you? He nodded and said, okay. She went on to say, also, throw away this fragrance in the car in the future. I don't like this pungent smell. It will cover up other odors in the car. You know what I mean. Okay. I looked at her again through the rearview mirror, and her eyes seemed to tell me that as my driver from now on, she had to listen to me. She sniffed and said, Liang Chen, did you smoke in the car? Why is there such a strong smell of smoke? I am very sensitive to second-hand smoke. No smoking in this car from now on. I nodded again and said, okay. Also, I have a strong sense of time. From now on, you must arrive 5 minutes before my departure time. Don't make me wait for you. Do you understand? Okay. At this time, she slapped the chair and said, Liang Chen, what do you mean? I said so much, and you are fine, okay, can't you say a few more words? I nodded quickly and said, okay, Manager Su. You, humph, you are deliberately trying to piss me off, right? I know you are my private car driver and you have emotions. To be honest, I don't want to use you. I get annoyed just by seeing you, but there is nothing I can do. This is arranged by President Wang. Let's overcome each other. Okay, Manager Su. You are really hopeless. Then she said to her secretary, Wangshan, remember this from now on. Whenever Liang Chen is late for work, you will be fined 500 yuan. I don't know why he is so arrogant. Secretary Wang nodded and said, okay, Manager Su. When I heard this, I realized that Wangshan couldn't say anything else. He was just like me and could only say okay. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. She seemed to sense something was wrong, and slapped Wangshan twice with her hands, complaining, Wangshan, you two discussed this, didn't you? Are you doing this on purpose to piss me off? Wangshan must have realized that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly said, Manager, no, I just said it casually, har har har. After saying that, she couldn't help laughing. When she saw us laughing, she turned her head to the outside of the car and couldn't help laughing herself. After laughing for a while, she patted my seat and said, Okay, let's be serious. Liang Chen, take me home first. I'm going to change clothes. I'm afraid it'll be a bit cold at night. Okay, Manager Su. When the car arrived downstairs of the community, she said to me, Liang Chen, you should move out as soon as possible. You should go find a house now if you have nothing to do. Wangshan, come up with me and take a look at this room. If you feel it is okay, you can live here with me first, and they got out of the car after talking. When I heard that, it was no wonder that last night when I suggested that she sleep in the room opposite, she disagreed. It turned out that the room was prepared for her secretary. No wonder she jumped from another company and brought only a secretary with her. I guess Wangshan is not only her secretary, but also her good sister. I looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. Lao Zhaoding's banquet was going to start at 6 o'clock. I had an hour to find a house. I hadn't found one yet. When she called me, I had to run back. If it didn't work out, I could just stay at Taz's place at night. I put the chair down and waited for them downstairs. Not long after I lay down, I heard the cell phone ringing. I saw it was Sister Chen calling. I hadn't been to her place for several days. Did she want to ask me out again? As soon as I answered the phone, I heard a very charming and bewitching voice, which made my bones go soft. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Are you free tonight? I made something delicious tonight. I'll drive over to pick you up later. I love you. When I heard that, I quickly said, Sister, our leader has a drinking party tonight, I may not be able to go, how about another day? She smiled and said, Silly boy, come over and try the sea cucumbers I bought today, and then you can go pick up your leader. Forget it, sister. Thank you for your kindness. I'm afraid it's not convenient today. She said somewhat disappointedly, Well, how about I keep it for you when I'm done, and send your leader home and you can come and get it. If it's early, I'll call you. She said happily, Okay, please drive safely at night. Well, it is said that older women are more caring, which is absolutely true. Sister Chen has such good conditions, and I really want to continue dating her. We both know that it is impossible for us to be together to the end. In her words, we each get what we want, and there is no need to talk about marriage. So when we are together, we only talk about today and never think about how to spend tomorrow. At this time, I saw Secretary Wang coming down from the stairs. She looked around, saw my car parked here, and came over immediately. She saw me lying inside, knocked on the car window and said, Hey, why didn't you go find a house? Why are you still here? I rolled down the window and said, What are you talking about? I don't have a name. She opened the car door and got in, saying disapprovingly, TSK, look at what you can do. I turned around, looked at her and said, You kicked me out after all this time, just to make room for you. No wonder you urged me to move out every day. You're a grown man, don't you feel awkward living with two women like us? I don't care, as long as I'm not embarrassed, it's you who are embarrassed. I saw that she rolled her eyes at me and said nothing. I turned around and said, Secretary Wang, is your manager Su married? She looks quite old. Logically, her husband should live with her. Why is she asking you to live with her? You are such an annoying person. Did you find out about this? I smiled and said, It's up to you, I'm just asking casually. Just then I saw a woman walking out from the stairs. I didn't recognize her at first glance. Manager Su went back and changed into a tight long skirt. Her figure was well proportioned. It was a bit far-fetched to describe her as slim. She should be a little plump. Her hair was tied up on top of her head just now, but now it's all let down. The slightly curly long hair is draped over one side of her shoulder, making her look very feminine. I suddenly discovered that Manager Su has this kind of pure and lovely beauty, the kind of beauty that is unique to professionals, while Sister Chen has this kind of coquettish beauty. If you don't look at anything else, just look at Sister Chen's pair of enchanting eyes, most men can't resist it. Looking at the beauty in front of me, I swallowed unconsciously. She looked towards me, and probably saw the car. She walked towards us quickly with her bag in her high heels. Chapter 12 Bar Culture. When Secretary Wang saw Manager Su coming over, she quickly got down and opened the car door. Manager Su saw her and said with a smile, "Wangshan, do you think my dress looks good?" After saying that, she took her bag and turned around in front of Wangshan. Before Wangshan could answer, I couldn't help but say, "It looks good, it looks good." She rolled her eyes at me and said, "TSK, who asked you that?" "Whether you ask me or not, it's all beautiful." I couldn't help laughing after saying that. The two of them pretended not to hear me. They just stood there looking at the skirt. Manager Su stroked her belly from time to time. Although they spoke in low voices, I still heard Manager Su say, "Wangshan, look at my belly, isn't it obvious? I feel it here. I've gained weight. I dare to step on the electronic scale now." I can still appreciate the manager's perfect figure clearly through the rearview mirror. Just like Lao Liu said, driving for the manager, I don't know if there are other benefits, but at least it's pleasing to the eyes to look at beautiful women. The two of them chatted for a while, then got in the car. Manager Su said, "Liang Chen, what time is the scheduled start time tonight?" "Oh, Manager Su, we agreed on 6 o'clock. I just saw Lao Jiao said in the group chat that everything is ready over there. Why don't we go over now?" She looked at her watch and said, "It's 5:40 now. Why don't we go over there now? It's not far from here." "It's not far. It's just after one traffic light outside the community. It's very close." After listening to me, she nodded and said, "There are no other department leaders tonight, just a few of us from the administration department. It should be." I heard from Lao Jiao that he didn't dare to shout because he was afraid that you wouldn't like the hustle and bustle. "But with only a dozen people in our department, it's already chaotic enough." She nodded after listening to me and said nothing more. When I arrived at the hotel entrance, I saw Lao Jiao was already waiting there. As soon as the car stopped, Lao Jiao came over and quickly opened the car door. Looking at the way he nods and bows, and the smile on his face, as if he were getting married today, it's no wonder that every leader likes him so much. He has been the director of the fleet for 5-6 years, all because he is good at flattering people. I saw Manager Su and the other two get out of the car. At this time, Lao Jiao ran towards me again. "Liang Chen, come over later." I still have to go." "I won't go. Besides, I can't drink. It's my first day driving for my new boss, so I better make a good impression." Lao Jiao leaned over my car window and said, "No one asked you to drink. Come over and sit for a while. Today is Friday. I asked the other drivers to come over after sending their leaders off. Otherwise, it would be bad if you were the only one missing. I told Mr. Wang that our entire team will take a day off tomorrow. Room 6666. Come quickly." After hearing what Lao Jiao said, I felt that it would be inappropriate not to come. After all, our department is inviting the new leader to dinner today, and it would not be good if no one is absent. Anyway, I won't drink if I go, so I'll just go and sit for a while. I parked the car and walked towards the hotel. At this time, I saw a very familiar figure in front of me. He walked crookedly like a duck. This must be Zhu Liang, this old pervert. I don't know who told him that he must have something bad happening today. I saw him walk straight into room 6666, and I followed him in. I looked at the front of the table. Manager Su was already seated. On her left sat Lao Jiao. There was a vacant seat on her right. It went without saying that it should belong to Secretary Wang, but she was not there at the moment. Zhu Liang said with a grin, "Oh, Manager Su, I've heard of your name for a long time. I heard that you're hosting a welcome party for you tonight, so I turned down several dinner parties and rushed here. Manager Su is really worth seeing in person, what a beauty." After saying that, he walked up to Manager Su and stretched out his dirty hands. Everyone was surprised by his arrival, but we were used to it. He would always be present at such occasions. Although everyone hated him in their hearts, no one would say it out loud. After all, he had someone above him. Manager Su seemed stunned as well, but he still politely extended his hand and shook hands with her. Looking at Zhu Liang's obscene expression, it seemed that shaking hands could bring him pleasure. He didn't blush, but smiled and said, "My name is Zhu Liang, and I'm the manager of our cafeteria. They are used to calling me Boss Zhu, har har." I thought to myself that what you said was really a double entendre. not only introducing your identity but also stating your position. You meant to ask Manager Su to call you Boss Ju as well. Isn't this obviously an attempt to elevate your own identity and status? Manager Su responded quickly when he heard this. He smiled awkwardly and said, "You are Boss Ju. I have heard of you for a long time. The food in our cafeteria is so good. This is inseparable from your careful management. You are our bread and butter." When Zhu Liang heard Manager Su compliment him like that, he smiled so hard that his back teeth were visible. He was not polite and sat down next to Manager Su. Anyway, he glanced at Manager Su from time to time. At this time, Secretary Wang came in from outside. When she saw her seat was taken by Zhu Liang, she seemed a little restrained and uneasy, not knowing where to sit. There happened to be a seat next to me, so I pulled her with my hand, indicating that she should sit next to me. She looked at me, said nothing, and sat down. She put her mouth close to my ear and whispered, "Why did you come in? Who will take us back if you drink? This girl is really nosy." The manager didn't say anything yet, but she started to meddle with me first. I tilted my head and whispered, "Don't worry about me, just keep an eye on Manager Su. Do you see that old pervert next to her? What an old bastard." When she heard me say the word, old pervert, she laughed so hard that she covered her mouth. "You're still laughing. I'm serious. You look so ignorant. When the food comes, don't just lower your head and rush to eat it." Before I could finish my words, she reached out and twisted my waist, which hurt so much that I quickly shut up and stopped talking. When Lao Jiao saw that everyone was present, he stood up and said with a smile, "Today we are welcoming Manager Su. Don't be shy. I know that except for Liang Chen, everyone else is fine. How about this, let's each pour a glass of white wine to toast Manager Su. After a glass of white wine, everyone can drink beer or white wine freely, hee hee." After Lao Jiao finished speaking, I looked at the other people and opened the prepared white wine. They placed all their wine glasses on the table and poured each person a full glass. I looked at Manager Su and signaled her to say that she didn't drink. I even winked at her on purpose, but she just glanced past me as if she didn't see anything. I thought to myself, did I underestimate her alcohol tolerance? Maybe she can drink 100 kilograms without getting drunk. Never mind, let her drink if she wants. I want to see how much she can drink. Chapter 13, Involuntarily. At this time, the tables started to turn, and everyone took a cup consciously. Every one of them was full. This cup was at least 2 taels, because a bottle could just pour 5 cups. There's no need to talk about the people in our department. There's no one in administration who doesn't know how to drink, no matter if they are male or female. They all drink at least half a catty. Even these old hands, when they drink without restraint, they can drink 7-8 taels. I usually don't drink much at the table, so my leaders have the impression that I don't drink. So every time they go to a drinking party, they like to bring me along, because they know that as long as the leader doesn't nod in agreement for me to drink, I won't drink no matter who persuades me. What Lao Jiao said just now was very clear. He told me not to drink because I had to send Manager Su home in the evening. Even Secretary Wang next to me brought a glass over. I whispered to her, "You are quite good, little girl. You can drink white wine. It seems that you have learned a lot from your Manager Su." She glared at me and said, "None of your business." Needless to say, the first cup must be toasted to the new leader. Lao Jiao set an example by drinking it in one gulp. Zhu Liang was not to be outdone and drank it in one gulp as well. When the others saw that the 2 leaders had finished their cups, they raised their cups and drank them one by one. Manager Su probably felt that it would be embarrassing not to drink since this was the first bar, and Lao Jiao had already created the atmosphere, so it would be unreasonable not to drink. I saw her drink the cup and she still looked calm on the surface. I thought to myself that she was indeed a worldly wise person. But the girl next to me just wet her lips with the drink and left it there because it was spicy. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but ask, "Secretary Wang, have you read Journey to the West?" She took a bite of food and put it in her mouth and said, "I have seen it, what's wrong?" It was when Sun Wukong just jumped out of the stone and drank for the first time. Your expression was very similar to his, har ha har har. She was so angry at me that her face turned pale. She raised her foot and stepped hard on the top of my foot. This girl was wearing high heels, which hurt me. I quickly drank some water and didn't scream. She tilted her head and said to me, "I'm going to crush you to death, you big pig head, big pig hoof. I deserve this. I won't argue with you, a little girl. I raised my foot and rubbed it with my hands. It hurt so much. At this time, Lao Jiao stood up again. I knew that this was Lao Jiao's old routine of toasting. After 2 glasses of white wine, everyone was free to express themselves. However, she still took into account the manager's feelings today. I just heard Lao Jiao say, as the saying goes, good things come in pairs. We need at least 2 glasses of wine. Let's toast to Manager Su again. Let's finish this glass. After that, everyone can express themselves freely. When Manager Su heard that they were going to do it again, her expression changed obviously this time. She was about to speak. Lao Jiao went on to say, this is the first time our Manager Su drinks with us, so we can't force her to drink. Let her pour out half of the wine herself, and drink half and keep the other half. This half is for later use. Everyone remember, only if you work hard with Manager Su, you will have wine to drink with her. No one had any objections to her saying this, and Manager Su immediately smiled. Old Zhao also knew how to do things. He picked up Manager Su's cup and poured most of it out for her, leaving a little at the bottom of the cup for her. After everyone finished drinking this glass, they stood up and toasted each other. Some went to find Manager Su, some went to find Lao Jiao, and some went to find Zhu Liang. Everyone was talking and laughing, and drinking happily. When I saw Zhu Liang being so honest today, I thought something was wrong. This was not his style. First, he likes to be in the limelight. Second, when he sees a beautiful woman, he likes to pester her and take advantage of her. Was he suppressed by Manager Su's aura today, or did he feel that he had suddenly gained a superior's favor and learned his lesson today? I saw that everyone was having a great time drinking and there was nothing for me to do, so I walked out of the room and ran to the bathroom to smoke a cigarette. At this time, I saw the WeChat message from Sister Chen again. She took a photo of the finished sea cucumber and sent it to me. She asked me what time I would pick it up. She also took a photo of herself, which was a very tempting one. I definitely couldn't go since the show wasn't over yet, so I pretended I didn't see it and put the phone back into my pocket. After finishing 2 cigarettes, I was planning to go for a walk outside, but when I passed the door of the box, I looked inside and saw that Secretary Wang was standing next to Manager Su. Then I looked again and saw that it was Zhu Liang holding Manager Su's hand and gesturing something. Manager Su looked complaining. I guess it's because of the toasts from others just now. This old guy drank too much and now his true nature is showing. I was wondering how this old guy could be so honest. I walked into the private room and sat down. I heard Zhu Liang say, Xiaosu, you just came here. From now on, we are brothers in the same trench. No, we are colleagues. We have to work together in the future. When I heard that, I was shocked. He had the nerve to say that. He called the other person Xiaosu. He was an administrative manager and you were just someone in charge of the canteen. You were at most a director, but he actually called Manager Su Xiaosu. However, in terms of rank in the company, Manager Su and Zhu Liang are at the same level, and both enjoy the treatment of department managers. It's just that this old guy was demoted to the cafeteria. No wonder he has the confidence to do this. But in my opinion, this guy is just taking advantage of his status and bullying others. He held Manager Su's hand and never let go. From what he said, Manager Su should have had 1 drink with her just now, and now he is pulling someone else to have a second drink. At this time, Wang Shen said, Boss Zhu, how could you do this? Didn't you see that our manager drank too much today? How can you persuade him to drink like this? Zhu Liang looked at Wang Shen and said angrily, You little girl, who are you? You have no right to speak here. You have no respect for your elders. I'll punish you two first. You really have no manners. Wang Shen probably had never seen such a scene before. After hearing what Zhu Liang said, she was really stupid. She picked up the glasses and drank 2 in a row. After 2 glasses, her face immediately turned red. Zhu Liang clapped his hands and said, Okay, you are Secretary Wang, right? He, okay, I'll remember it. You are really a teachable kid, he. Zhu Liang raised his glass and said to Manager Su and Wang Shen, How about this? I'm fighting 2 phoenixes, let's have another one. Manager Su, you have to give me some face. If you don't drink it, it means you look down on us. When I heard this, I realized that this was his old trick, one dragon versus two phoenixes, he could even say this. Anyone with a discerning eye would think this was a dirty joke, and the other people all started laughing secretly. Manager Su said reluctantly, I can drink this one, but forget about Wangshin's. She has never drunk alcohol before and she is just a child and doesn't know better. It's okay for her not to drink, but you just have 2 drinks. That's fair, right? Har har har. After saying that, I saw Zhu Liang's hand involuntarily reaching towards Manager Su's thigh. I looked at Lao Zhao. Although he disliked Zhu Liang and wanted to persuade him, Zhu Liang had just scolded Wangshin, so he didn't dare to speak at this moment. Everyone knows Zhu Liang's temper, and subconsciously everyone thinks that it is better to offend Zhu Liang than to offend Manager Su. No one can guarantee that Manager Su will leave one day, but Zhu Liang will not leave, so everyone is now on Zhu Liang's side. Manager Su was obviously feeling uncomfortable. She wanted to get angry, but seeing that everyone in the entire department was here, she realized that if she really had a falling out with Zhu Liang today, it would be detrimental to her future work. She picked up the cup and drank it down, then coughed twice before she felt better. Seeing her painful expression, I felt uncomfortable too. At this time, she picked up the second cup and was about to drink it in one gulp. I hurriedly stood up and pointed at her and said, Manager Su, put the cup down. When I said this, everyone at the table, including Manager Su, looked at me in surprise. Chapter 14 The Hero Saves the Beauty. After I finished speaking, I stood up, pulled a chair, and sat between Manager Su and Zhu Liang. I saw Zhu Liang's hand was still on Manager Su's thigh, so I went over and opened it for him. Manager Su was also stunned by my action. He said nothing, but just moved his stool back obediently and sat behind me. When Zhu Liang saw me doing this, he immediately said with a frown, Liang Chen, what the hell are you doing? You're breaking the rules, aren't you? What's wrong with Lao Zhao? Are you going to ignore him? When he said that, Lao Zhao quickly stood up and said, Liang Chen, what are you doing? You haven't been drinking. If you have something to say, talk to Boss Zhu. When old Zhao said this, he didn't want to offend either side, but in the end he still kicked the ball to me. I smiled and said, Boss Zhu, you are a grown man, why are you competing with 2 women? Don't you want to drink? If you want to drink, I will drink with you. If you want to find a woman after drinking, I will drive you there. Except for Manager Su who just came here, the others are all my colleagues. What are you doing? You are so old, aren't you ashamed? I said this without giving him any face. He slammed the table in anger, pointed at me and cursed, Liang Chen, you are talking nonsense. Who is looking for a woman? You have found a backer, right? How dare you talk to me like this? You want to drink, right? Come on, I'll accompany you, and then rolled up his sleeves. I still smiled and said, Boss Zhu, I haven't found a backer. I am now Manager Su's full-time driver. Not only do I have to pick her up and drop her off at get-off work every day, I also have to ensure her personal safety. This is what President Wang specifically told me this afternoon. Zhu Liang waved his hand and said, Don't use Mr. Wang to pressure me. Just tell me how we should drink this wine. I also stood up and said, It's up to you. Drink whatever you want. Zhu Liang casually touched half a bottle on the table and said, I've already drunk a lot, you finish this half bottle, so that we can be on the same starting line. When I saw the half bottle of white wine, which had just been opened, it was less than a pound, at least 7-8 taels. I grabbed the bottle and gulped down a few gulps. The half bottle of white wine went into my stomach. It was so spicy, it felt like fire, going directly from my throat to my stomach. But this little bit of wine was nothing for me. When Zhu Liang saw me, he drank half a bottle of liquor without blinking, which shocked him. He couldn't help but drink after bragging. Good boy, you're going to fight me, right? Here, this bottle of white wine, let's each drink half a catty and see who finishes it first. If you can't finish it, crawl out of here. He took 2 large red wine glasses from the wine cabinet next to him. This bottle was just enough for 2 glasses. To be honest, when I saw this half catty of liquor, I was really scared, but now I am in the same situation as Zhu Liang, and we are both in a dilemma. It depends on who can hold until the end. At this time, Manager Su stood up and said, Liang Chen, Boss Zhu, both of you stop making trouble. We all come out for dinner to have fun. If you 2 drink like this, it will hurt the harmony. After all, we will be colleagues in the future. I order you to disperse now. Lao Jiao, take them away. Zhu Liang immediately said, Xiaosu, don't get me wrong. Liang Chen and I always joke like this. Damn it, it's become a jingle, right, Liang Chen? After saying that, he came over and patted my shoulder. When I heard that, I quickly said, yes, Manager Su, I have worked with Boss Zhu for several years. I have never drunk alcohol when I drive. I am happy today that I will drink a few more glasses with Boss Zhu. Is that okay, Lao Jiao? Old Zhao was probably in a difficult situation. It was wrong to persuade anyone, so he pretended to be drunk, lay on the table, and started to vomit. However, he dry heaved twice and nothing came out. He then fell asleep on the table. Manager Su was behind me, tugged at my shirt and said, Liang Chen, don't act on impulse. Drinking like this will damage your health. I pretended not to hear, picked up the wine glass and said to Zhu Liang, Boss Zhu, my words just now were very offensive. I'll drink this glass to apologize to you. Then I picked up the wine glass and drank it all. When Zhu Liang saw that I had finished the drink, his hands began to tremble as he held the glass. Just like I said just now, the atmosphere was set at this point and I had no choice but to drink. He picked up the wine glass, took a small sip first, then picked up the glass and poured the wine down his throat. Before he had even finished half the glass of wine, he spit it out and sat down on the stool with a thud. When everyone saw that the banquet was covered with wine because of him, how could they eat? Several people who flattered Zhu Liang quickly went up to support him and carried him out. Everyone just dispersed after seeing this. What should have been a good party was ruined by this old pervert. Old Zhao didn't know whether he was really drunk or just pretending to be drunk, he just lay there in a daze. Manager Su probably had never seen such a drinking scene before. Everyone was there to welcome her and should have seen her off first, but she ended up sending everyone away one by one. At this time, I looked at Wang Xin who was sitting on the stool. He was drinking and keeping silent with his head down. On the contrary, Manager Su was fine. It would be a lie to say he was not drunk. At least he could still take care of himself. I looked at everyone else and saw that they had left. I smiled and said, How are you? Are you okay? She looked up at me and said, Thank you for today. I didn't expect you to help me. I smiled and said, Don't say thank you. You are my boss, so I have to help you. You can walk on your own, right? Let's go back. She smoothed her bangs and said, I'm fine, I should be fine, but what about Wang Xin? What else can I do? I'll carry her back. She smiled and said, I didn't expect this girl to drink for me and end up drinking like this. I carried Wang Xin out of the hotel, looked at the car parked at the door and said, Manager Su, let's walk back. We've been drinking, so don't drive the car. She nodded and said, Okay, then let's walk back. Can you carry Wang Xin on your back? If not, I'll do it. I thought to myself, I'd rather you carry me on your back than let me walk back safely. I'd be very grateful. So I carried Wang Xin on my back and she supported me from behind, and the three of us walked towards the community. Fortunately, there were not many people on the street at that time, otherwise if others saw us, they would laugh at us to death. At first, I was chatting with her, but when I walked into the community, I couldn't hear her talking anymore. I looked back and saw that she was sitting on a bench on the side of the road and didn't leave. Oh my god, she must be drunk. I carried Wang Xin on my back and went back. Chapter 15 Drunk Women Are the Cutest. I carried Wang Xin on my back and walked back to her, only to see her sitting there with her head buried between her legs, not saying a word. I held Wang Xin with one hand for fear that she would fall, and patted her shoulder with the other hand and said, Manager Su, wake up. Are you okay? We haven't reached home yet. Get up quickly and take a few more steps. Wake up, I pushed her twice after that. She stammered a few words and I didn't understand them. Anyway, she just sat there motionless. I had someone on my back, so I couldn't carry her. I shook Wang Xin on my back again. Wang Xin, Secretary Wang, wake up. Your Manager Su is still sitting on the ground, why don't you come down first? She didn't react at all. How much did this girl drink to be so drunk? I looked around the community and saw that there was no one else at this time. If there was, I could find someone to help. But forget it. I decided to carry Wang Xin to the entrance of the unit first and then carry her back when I came back. Manager Su, please sit here and don't move. I will carry Wang Xin back, and then I will come back to carry you. Don't move, I said to her, and then I carried Wangshan on my back and quickly ran to the unit door. Fortunately, there were some old men and women downstairs who put a few chairs there, otherwise I would have had to throw her on the ground. After I settled Wangshan down, I quickly ran back. I had to carry her back. I didn't know that this is what a drunk woman would be like. When I walked to the place where Manager Su had just sat, I suddenly found that she was no longer there. I felt all the blood rushing to my head. It's over, it's over. If anything happens to her, Mr. Wang will chop me to pieces tomorrow. I looked around, but the dim street lights made it hard to see if there was anyone on the roadside. I ran 2 steps towards the gate, but still didn't see her. She couldn't walk that fast, but if she really went out I would still be able to see her. Was she put into a car and taken away by those young men? That's even more impossible. This is Shanghai, and in a residential area. Such a thing should not happen. I continued to comfort myself in this way, and walked a few more steps into the community, but still didn't see her. Just then, I suddenly heard a cell phone ringing, a very familiar Apple cell phone ringing tone. I walked forward following the tone, and when I got to the community fitness equipment, I saw that she was actually sitting on the seesaw and sleeping. I walked up to her and said to myself, "You really are my sister. You scared me to death." Since she was like this, I didn't want to call her anymore. I carried her on my back and walked towards the door of the unit. I heard her say from behind me, "Put me down, you scumbag. Didn't you move out? Why are you back again?" I thought to myself that she wasn't completely drunk yet, at least she still recognized me. "I'm still a scumbag. You're lucky to have met me today, otherwise you would have been embarrassed today. Do you think I'm willing to care about you?" When I said that, her hands suddenly hugged my back even tighter, and she rested her head directly on my shoulder. Her breathing was right next to my ears, and I could even smell her body fragrance. There is no time to think about this now. I should just carry her back quickly. If Wangshan runs away again, I will just be looking for someone tonight. When I walked to the door of the unit, Wangshan had already woken up, but still looked groggy. At least he could walk on his own now. When she saw me coming, she stood up staggeringly. "Liang Chen, where have you two been?" "I just called Manager Su." "It was you who called just now." "Fortunately you called, otherwise I wouldn't be able to find her. Can you leave by yourself?" She held onto the stool and said, "It should be possible," and then she walked into the elevator while holding onto the wall. Walking into the elevator, I looked through the mirror inside and saw Manager Su sleeping so peacefully on my back. I thought to myself, if this was my woman, I would not wake her up and would just let her lie on my back, the two of us being so close to each other. The elevator dinged and arrived on the 6th floor, pulling me back from my fantasy. Wangshan was able to walk slowly again. I gave her the key, and she opened the door and hurried to the bathroom. Then I heard the sound of vomiting. I put Manager Su on the bed, took off her shoes, and quickly ran to the bathroom to check on Wangshan. I saw that this girl had vomited and her eyes were full of tears. Tears were falling from her eyes. She looked so touching. I walked over and patted her on the back and said, "How are you? Are you okay?" She didn't say anything, just closed her mouth, waved at me, took 2 steps, and then ran back and vomited twice. This time she must have finished vomiting. She wiped her mouth and said, "Being drunk is so uncomfortable. I think I will never drink again in my life." I smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this now. Go back to Manager Su's room first. You two can sleep on the same bed tonight. I'll go get you some water." Wangshan nodded and walked into Manager Su's room. I boiled the hot water, cooled a cup for each of them, and brought it to the bedroom. Looking at the two beauties lying on the bed, I couldn't help but feel excited, especially Manager Su's high chest, which was rising and falling with her even breathing. Then I looked at Wangshan, the girl, who was so pure and lovely, with such a tender face, I really wanted to pinch it with my hands. Any man would be moved when seeing such a scene, but no matter how good the person is, I can't have any bad thoughts. After all, he is my immediate superior and this is my job. I can't ruin my job for a woman. I put the water at their bedside, called them twice, but no one answered, so I walked out of the room. At this moment, I was able to relax for a while. Thinking back on what happened tonight, I wondered if I was a little too impulsive. For Manager Su, I also offended Boss Ju. I wonder if this guy will retaliate against me tomorrow. TSK, never mind him. If he dares to retaliate against me, I will go to Mr. Wang to complain about him. After all, I have a lot of leverage over this old pervert, so he won't dare to do anything to me. Maybe tomorrow when Manager Su wakes up and finds herself safely in her bed, she'll think about how I drank for her last night. Maybe this heroic act of saving the beauty will make her feel a little better about me and won't kick me out. Maybe we can even rent together, and it will be so convenient for me to pick her up from get off work every day. I couldn't help laughing when I thought about it. Suddenly, her door opened with a bang, and then she saw Manager Su running towards the toilet barefoot. There was no doubt that he was going to vomit. Then there was a painful vomiting sound, and from the sound, it seemed that he had vomited out bile. I quickly walked to the bathroom door and saw her squatting on the ground holding the toilet. I thought to myself, should I take care of her? If I go in and try to take care of her with kindness, she'll call me a hooligan again. So I just watched her vomit for a while. Forget it, I'd better help her up. I guess she didn't have the consciousness to get up, so I walked into the bathroom, held her armpits with both hands, and pulled her up. Suddenly, she turned around and fell directly into my arms. When our eyes met, she yelled at me, "You rascal." Chapter 16, It is better to make friends than to dissolve enemies. She glared at me and said, "You rascal, why are you still here? Didn't you move away a long time ago? Where am I going? Have you forgotten how much you drank? I was the one who carried you back here, and you called me a hooligan. You really can't tell good from bad." She pushed me away and staggered out of the bathroom. This time she didn't go back to her room, but went to my room to look for something. After searching for a long time but found nothing, she just lay down on my bed and fell asleep. I quickly went up to her, pulled her and said, "Hey, sister, this is my bed. If you want to sleep, go back to your room and get up quickly." She lay there, waved her right hand weakly and said, "What do you mean your bed? You moved out a long time ago. Wangshan is sleeping on my bed. I'll just stay here tonight." After that, she turned over and wrapped my quilt around herself. Oh my God, why is this woman like this? It seems she is still drunk. Never mind, you go to sleep and I'll sleep on the sofa. If you can't afford to offend her, you can always avoid her. I fell asleep in a daze lying on the sofa at night. After all, I drank a lot. I have no recollection of what happened that night. Anyway, I heard the door open, and I don't know which of them went to the bathroom to vomit. The next morning I was woken up by the garbage truck downstairs. I looked at the time and it was already 6:30 a.m. It was already light at this time. Maybe I drank too much white wine last night, so I was very thirsty. I wanted to get a glass of water, but then I realized my cup was still in my room. It was then that I remembered that Manager Su was still lying on my bed. I walked to the door, gently pushed it open, and saw that she was lying on her side facing inside. She must be sleeping soundly. I tiptoed in, picked up the cup and walked out. But when I came out I was in such a hurry that I stepped on the data cable and pulled down the power strip on the bedside table. With a loud rustling sound, she was startled from her sleep and then she sat up. She rubbed her eyes, looked around my room, then turned around and saw me. When she saw me, she exclaimed again, "Stinky." Before she could even yell the word hooligan, I covered her mouth and said, "Keep your voice down. Your secretary is in that room. If she hears us, we won't be able to explain ourselves to each other." After hearing what I said, she gave up her previous impulse. She blinked at me and motioned me to let her go. As soon as I let go of her mouth, she suddenly grabbed my hand and bit me hard. I screamed in pain, "Are you crazy? Why did you bite me?" She looked at the door and said to me in a low voice, "You pervert, what did you do to me last night? Why did I end up lying in your room? Big sister, you came in by yourself. You said Wangshan was sleeping in your bed, but you insisted on coming into my room. I couldn't pull you away. You're lying. How could I possibly come to your room? Tell me what you did to me last night, or I'll sue you for rape." I was so angry that I was incoherent. "Go ahead and sue me. I raped you. You are dressed so neatly. What can I do to you?" She looked at her clothes and found that they were still in perfect condition. "Even if I sleep in your bed, why are you still in this room? Don't you know that it's forbidden to touch a woman?" "Sister, I slept on the sofa last night. I just came in to get a cup of water. Who knew you would wake up now?" She said with some unfounded reasoning, "You blocked the drinking for me last night, and I was very grateful to you. I didn't expect you to be such a villain who takes advantage of others' misfortune. I will settle the score with you after Wangshan leaves. After that, she picked up the pillow and walked out the door. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly realized that it was my pillow. He turned around and walked towards me again, hit me hard twice, threw me on the bed, and walked back to his room. Oh my God, this woman is really crazy. I drank for her and carried her back, but she called me obscene and said I was taking advantage of someone in distress. What is this? Thinking of this, I picked up the pillow and hit the bed twice. I was not sleepy at all, so I decided to go out for breakfast and drive the car back. I had parked it in front of someone's store last night, and people would scold me if they saw the car in the morning. I simply washed my face, picked up the car keys and walked towards the door of the restaurant where I had stayed yesterday. I seldom go out to buy breakfast, but I didn't expect to see so many people on the street at this time. I saw everyone riding electric bikes and leaving in a hurry after buying breakfast. They should be employees of the nearby electronics factory, because most of the companies nearby are engaged in export processing. After breakfast, I saw some people carrying back large and small bags. Why don't I bring some for them as well? They must have vomited what they ate last night, so they must be hungry in the morning. Although Manager Su called me shameless, it was just a misunderstanding. How could I argue with her? I should first make sure that I have a clear conscience. As for what she thinks, that is her problem. I packed 2 portions of millet porridge for them, bought a few steamed buns with mushrooms and vegetables, some lasagna, and also brought some pickles. When they got home, they were both up and were talking and laughing while washing up. When Manager Su saw me, he rolled his eyes at me and went back to his room. Wangshan saw me and said with a smile, "Liang Chen, what were you doing so early in the morning?" "Thank you for last night." When I heard this, I thought this girl was sensible. It seemed that she was not drunk last night. She knew that I carried her back and even said thank you. Unlike Manager Su, he has no gratitude at all. I shook the breakfast in my hand and said, "Oh, I brought you some breakfast when I was driving just now. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just bought some." When Wangshan heard that there was breakfast, he quickly wiped his hands on his clothes and said, "Oh, you came at the perfect time. I'm starving." Then he took the bun from my hand, picked up a bun and started eating. At this time, she said to Manager Su's room, "Manager Su, Liang Chen bought breakfast. Come over and have some, there are mushroom and vegetable buns that you like." When I heard that Manager Su liked to eat mushrooms and vegetables, it seemed that I bought the right thing. But what use would it be to her eating them? She wouldn't appreciate it even if she ate them. I only heard Manager Su shouting inside, "No, no, I won't eat. If you skip breakfast, you'll starve to death." When Wangshan heard this, she turned around and stuck out her tongue at me, and we both laughed. I deliberately said loudly, "Your Manager Su is afraid that the buns I bought are poisonous, so she doesn't dare to eat them. It's useless for you to call her." As soon as I finished speaking, she walked out of the room with a pout on her lips. She saw us talking and laughing at the dining table, so she came over and sat down on the stool. He pulled over the breakfast I bought, took a bun and started eating, saying as he ate, "If you show kindness for no reason, you are either a traitor or a thief. Forget it, don't eat it. I bought it for you out of kindness, and you're still complaining about me." After saying that, I pulled the breakfast over. When Wangshan saw the situation between us, he didn't know the specific reason. Wangshan smiled, took it from me, and pushed it in front of Manager Su again. "Manager Su, you see Liang Chen is quite careful in his work. He even brought back some pickled vegetables. These pickled vegetables taste really good when added to the millet porridge." Manager Su glared at her and said, "You look so naive. Just a little bit of pickled vegetables can move you like this." Wangshan didn't dare to respond after hearing this. He picked up the millet porridge and drank it quietly. I looked at her wolfing down the food. She kept saying she didn't want to eat, but now she ate more than anyone else. She didn't leave any pickles. She poured what Wangshan didn't eat into her own bowl. She said others had never seen the world, but I thought she seemed to have never eaten pickles before. As I watched, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. She looked up at me and said, "What are you laughing at?" No, I just felt like laughing." "Did you think I ate too much this morning, or did you think my eating habits were ugly?" The more she said this, the more I wanted to laugh. I'm not laughing anymore. I'm not laughing anymore. Hurry up and eat, or it will get cold." Suddenly I felt a pain on my calf, and I screamed, "R." I quickly touched it twice with my hands because of the pain. Then I looked at her smug expression, which seemed to tell me, "Little guy, I'm letting you show off." Wangshan looked at the two of us and felt that something was wrong. She felt that she was really redundant here. She stood up and said, "Manager Su, I'm going to go back first. You two can enjoy your meal." "Okay, Wangshan, call me when you've packed your things, and I'll pick you up then." "Well, okay," Wangshan said and walked out with her bag. I looked at her again, and she was staring at me again. Chapter 17 Supermarket Shopping Variations, a few words to solve the complex. Now that Wangshan has left, I don't have to worry about anything. She doesn't want to pay attention to me, and I don't want to pay attention to her anyway. What's the point of having an unreasonable woman like her no matter how beautiful she is? Thinking of this, I turned around and was about to leave. She looked at me and said, "Where are you going?" "Sit down." "Manager Su, are you used to being a leader? Now is my break time, please stop using such a commanding tone. It makes me feel depressed when I see you like this." She rolled her eyes at me and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Tell me what happened last night and why I went to your room." "Sister, didn't I explain it to you clearly this morning? After you vomited in the bathroom last night, you went to my room to look for something. You searched for a long time but found nothing. Then you fell asleep on my bed. I pulled you but you didn't wake up. Then I slept on the sofa all night." She stared at him and asked, "And then?" "And then it was dawn, wasn't it? I was thirsty and went to get a water cup, but I stepped on the data cable and woke you up. Then what? What else was there? And then you bit me." "Look," I said and stretched out my hand in front of her. It was then that I realized that a row of small teeth marks were left directly on my arm. Although it didn't hurt anymore, it was red. She looked at it and smiled a little embarrassedly. "Is that really the case? If so, then I have wronged you. You must have wronged me. Because of you too, I didn't even sleep well last night. I had to lie on the sofa all night. Okay, I'll forgive you this time. You're not a good person anyway," she said and got up and walked back to her room. I thought to myself, this is not right. Why didn't she tell me to find a house today? Didn't she always want me to move out? Did she forget what she said just now? No, even if she doesn't let me move out, I have to move out. I am under her control at the company during the day, and when I get off work at night, I see her fierce face. My life would be too depressing. Besides, it is inconvenient for me to live with her. It would be so embarrassing if Sister Chen came to pick me up and drop me off. I walked back to my room. I wanted to take another nap. After all, the sofa was not a place to sleep, and my back and waist were sore from sleeping there last night. When I lay on the bed, I smelled a fresh fragrance on the quilt. It was so lingering that I couldn't help but smell it again. It was the same fragrance I smelled when I carried her on my back yesterday. Do women really have body odor? Gradually I became intoxicated by the fragrance and fell asleep unknowingly. I slept until after 1 p.m., without even having lunch. I was awakened by a knock on the door. Liang Chen, are you awake?" I knew it was Manager Su's voice. I stretched and asked, "What are you doing?" "I want to go to the supermarket. Can you drive me there?" I opened the door and said, "Manager Su, today is Saturday. I have the right to refuse your request. Can't you just take a taxi?" At this time she took out her mobile phone and tapped twice on the screen, and I heard a very familiar voice. "Su Qing, you just came here and are not familiar with this place, so let Liang Chen be your private car driver. If you want to go anywhere, just call her directly, including Saturdays and Sundays. Let him be there at any time. If he doesn't go, ask him to call me." When I heard it, I knew it was the voice of our general manager Wang. She smiled at me and said, "You heard me, you need to be on call. Hurry up and come downstairs in 10 minutes. I glared at her fiercely and said, "A higher ranking official can crush a person to death." I finished cleaning up and went downstairs. I saw she was still in the bathroom, slapping her face. I knew she was putting on makeup. She did the same thing at Sister Chen's house before. The more I waited for her in bed, the more she slapped her face in front of the makeup mirror. Every time before I drive out, I will wipe the car, including the seats. This may have something to do with my professional ethics. I admit that I am not a good man, but I am definitely a competent and good driver. After a while she also walked down. Today she was dressed casually, with a pair of flat shoes and tight casual pants. Her legs looked like two pencils from the front. She wore a tight white t-shirt, which perfectly outlined her sexy figure. She saw me cleaning the car, nodded and said, "Not bad, not bad, you seem to be very professional, right?" "That's right, clean the car when you have nothing to do, don't sit in the car and play games when you have nothing to do." I glanced at her and was too lazy to talk to her. She said those words as if she knew me very well. When have I ever played games in the car? If I had that time, I might as well watch some videos and look at beautiful girls. I saw her coming, so I quickly sped up, got into the car after wiping it, and prepared to go. I looked back and saw that she was still standing next to the car door. "Aren't you going out? Hurry up and get in the car." She pointed at the car door and said, "Can you open it for me? That's how you drive." "I don't have that habit." "You can sit down or not. If you don't sit down, I'll go out and play." Huh. After saying that, he opened the back door and sat down. I thought to myself, look at what you are capable of. Mr. Wang never let me open the car door when he went out, and yet you arranged for me to open the car door for you. Look at what you are capable of. I just can't indulge this bad habit of yours. Hey, is there a supermarket near here? I want to buy some daily necessities. There are many supermarkets around here. There is one at the entrance of our community, 2 in town, and one in Wonder Plaza a little further away. There is also a RT Mart over at the World Trade Plaza. I wonder where Manager Su is going. Nonsense, I still need you to take me to the supermarket at the entrance of the community. Why don't we go to RT Mart? They say the things there are cheaper. I looked at her and said, it takes at least 40 minutes to drive there. She gathered her long hair and said, it's okay. I have plenty of time in the afternoon. Let's go. I let out a long sigh, thinking about Lao Jiao and the others. They should be sitting at the mahjong table playing mahjong now, while I am still working overtime here. I really shouldn't have been a private car driver. We didn't say a word along the way. She seemed to be curious about our surroundings and kept staring out the window. But I would occasionally look at her sexy body through the rearview mirror. At this time she said, "Do we have music in this car?" "No, only the radio." "Can't it be connected to the car's Bluetooth?" "Yes, it's the car Bluetooth." "Didn't you hear that I used the car Bluetooth to make the call just now?" She nodded and said, "Oh, do you have any Andy Lau's songs in your phone?" The tone of her voice this time was completely different from that of the female manager in the morning. She sounded more like a good child. But it's such a coincidence that her interests are the same as mine. I also like Andy Lau's songs, and his songs are played on my Kugu every day. Are we destined to be together? I opened my phone and clicked on Kugu Music, and Andy Lau's song, The Days We Spent Together, came on. She was so fascinated by the song while sitting in the back row. Did it remind her of some sad past? After a few songs, we arrived at RT Mart supermarket. Today was Saturday, and there were quite a lot of people there. The parking lot on the 3rd floor was packed with cars. After driving around twice and not seeing any parking spaces, I turned around and went to the 4th floor. At this time, she said, everyone parks their cars on the 3rd floor. Why are you driving to the 4th floor? How am I going to carry the things I buy up later? The 3rd floor is full, there's no place to park. Several cars had already left, why didn't you stop and go in? Others were rushing to park, why didn't you? I didn't expect her to observe so carefully. There were indeed 2 seats, but I saw that both were female drivers, so I didn't compete with others. I looked at her and said, my car is an Audi and theirs is a Volkswagen. If it gets scratched, I can't afford the compensation. She said disdainfully, TSK, I think your driving skills are not good enough, you can't even grab a female driver, or you are greedy for other people's beauty and deliberately give it to others. Yes, you are right. I am attracted by the beauty of the female driver. I will go to her after I stop the car. I will ask her if she needs an errand boy. I will be happy to help her move things. TSK, I told you that you are a scumbag, but you still don't admit it. Finally, I parked my car on the 4th floor, and this location is very close to the inside. There was no other way because there were too many people today. She got out of the car, looked at me and said, let's go, what are you doing sitting in the car? It's okay, I want to take a nap in the car. She stamped her feet outside the car door and said, how am I going to carry all these things back? Sister, I'm your driver, not your nanny. You said you wanted to go to RT Mart, so I drove you here. Why do you want me to accompany you to the supermarket? Isn't your request too much? You just kill yourself for being lazy, she said angrily while twisting her sexy butt and walked towards the elevator. TSK, I drive for you, and go shopping with you in the supermarket. How much do you charge me for a day? Besides, maybe one day you will replace me, so why would I be a bootlicker? I laid the seat down, enjoyed the warm sunlight coming in through the glass, listened to Andy Lau's songs, and fell asleep in no time. Half an hour passed in a daze. When I woke up, I saw that she hadn't come back yet. I checked my phone and she didn't call me. Is this woman planning to carry the supermarket back? I feel like there's really no need to go to this kind of big supermarket to buy things. There's nothing you can't buy in the supermarket in town. How much cheaper can it be? The round-trip gas cost alone is more than the discount. I lay down and took another nap, and was finally woken up by the ringing of my cell phone. Liang Chen, come and help me get my things. I can't lift them by myself. I felt disgusted when I heard the tone. She asked me for help in such a commanding tone. But she said it would not be good if I didn't go. I got out of the car and looked towards the elevator entrance. She was standing there looking at me, so I quickly ran over. I could see that she was really willing to spend money. She had at least 5 big bags, and some of them couldn't be put into the bags. She also bought 4 big buckets of laundry detergent and purified water. Oh my God, Manager Su, everyone has pushed their shopping carts to the front of the car, but you put them here, so we have to carry them over. She pointed to the sign above and said, shopping cart recycling area, they won't let me push it over there. If he doesn't let you push me, then don't push me. I found out that you are so arrogant, and you only dare to be arrogant to me because you know I am easy to bully. She smiled and said, you are talking nonsense. When have I ever been mean to you? I have never bullied you. It's my blessing to meet you, I said, carrying 2 large bags in one hand and walking towards the parking lot. After packing up the things, the trunk was almost full. Now she knew I was useful, and her attitude was not as fierce as it was in the morning. She would talk to me and smile from time to time. After getting in the car, she opened the things she bought at the supermarket today. She took out a fried chicken leg and said, Liang Chen, do you want to eat it? I bought 2. I looked back at her and said, don't eat in my car. If it gets dirty, will you clean it for me? Don't talk so much nonsense. I just asked you if you want to eat it. I saw that you didn't eat lunch, so I bought 1 more. If you don't want to eat it, forget it. I smiled and said, your leader arranged it, so I must eat it. As soon as I finished speaking, she handed me one from behind and wrapped a napkin under the chicken leg for me. I didn't have lunch today, so I'm a little hungry now. I saw she was eating with gusto. At this time, there was a traffic light ahead. I just stopped the car and suddenly she laughed and said from behind, will others laugh at us eating chicken legs in the car like this? I just saw that man staring at me. It's okay, don't worry, she was looking at our car, the glass has privacy protection. Forget it, I won't eat anymore. I'll eat after I pass the traffic light, hee hee. After eating the chicken legs, she handed me a box of plums. Anyway, she never stopped eating during the whole journey. If I smell the car carefully, it is full of the smell of snacks. Anyway, it's her private car now, so even if it smells bad, she won't tell anyone and she'll be the first one to eat it. This woman is the same. She is at least 30 years old, but she eats snacks like a child. I used to think that there were so many snacks in the supermarket and you could only make some money by selling them to children. Until I met Sister Chen later, she was just like Manager Su. Every time she went to the supermarket, she would carry large and small bags back home. When we got back to the community garage, she got out of the car in a hurry, opened the trunk, and carried it to the elevator entrance. Was she embarrassed to let me carry it? I carried a few buckets of water over, and when I pressed the elevator button, I found that the lights were off. Oh my God, the elevator 1T break down again today. I quickly took out my phone and checked the group chat. The neighbors upstairs and downstairs were cursing the property management in the group. She looked at me and said, why is this elevator not responding? I spread my hands and said, the elevator is broken today. Oh, the elevator is broken. It takes 7 floors to get home from here. I must be exhausted carrying so many things. I saw her pleading eyes and knew she definitely wanted my help. I thought to myself that I had to be more reserved this time. I wouldn't help you unless you said a few nice words to me. Chapter 18, Carrying Large and Small Bags Home and Using Tricks to Seek Praise. I looked at her bags, big and small, plus 4 barrels of purified water. If she moved them from the 2nd floor of the basement to the 5th floor, that would be equivalent to the height of 7 floors. Let alone carrying things, even if she didn't carry anything, she might not be able to climb to 7 floors in one breath. I thought to myself that if you didn't ask me for help today, I would definitely not help you move. Let us see how long you can remain so arrogant. Manager Su, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll be out for a while. She was also stunned when she heard what I said. You are going out, what are you going to do now? I don't think I have anything to do this afternoon, so I'll go find a house so I can move out quickly. She pointed at the pile of things on the ground and said, then help me move them up there. I can't carry all these things. You have nothing to do this afternoon, so just carry it slowly. If 1 trip doesn't work, try 2 trips. If 2 trips don't work, try 3 trips. She looked at me and said, I gave you the chicken leg for free, you ungrateful bastard. I smiled and said, it's not that I won't help you, unless you are. She walked up to me, looked me in the eyes and said, unless I do what? What do you want me to do? I looked at her cold expression and said, oh, is this the attitude you use when you ask for favors? I just want to ask you to be nicer to me when you speak to me. She rolled her eyes at me and said, TSK, you're pushing your luck. Then she grabbed 2 handbags and 2 buckets of water and started walking upstairs. Hey, don't lift so many. Just lift 1 at a time. Be careful not to fall. Why should you care about me, you ungrateful bastard? He said as he walked upstairs. I thought to myself that it would be better if you didn't need me to move, and I didn't want to help you. Can't I just lie down in the car for a while? Really? I turned around and took 2 steps when I heard a sound from upstairs, and then I heard the bucket of water gurgling down the stairs. As soon as I saw her, I ran upstairs, and when I reached the stairs on the 1st floor, I saw her sitting on the ground with 1 hand covering her knee. Then I remembered that she had injured her knee yesterday. Maybe it had relapsed today. I walked up to her and squatted down. Is your knee starting to hurt again from yesterday? I said that and wanted to take her hand away to check her wound. She slapped my arm and said, go away, you jinx. It's all your fault that I fell again. I wanted to laugh but I didn't dare to. You can't blame me for this. I was just saying it casually. Let me take a look at the wound. Is it serious? I don't need you to worry about me. Looking at her tears, they fell down one by one. Her touching eyes really made people feel pity for her. At this time she stood up again, and I saw that her knee had not healed yet. She must have hit it again just now. There were obvious blood stains on her grey casual pants. She picked up a bag with both hands and limped upstairs again, completely ignoring my presence and not asking for my help. I said to her, hey, put it down, I'll lift it for you, do you hear me? She pretended not to hear my shouting and continued limping upstairs. Seeing how painful she looked, I knew she would not be able to climb up the stairs like this. I ran to her again, snatched the bag from her hand, and put it directly on the ground. Don't try to show off. Put your things down. I'll carry you on my back first, I said and squatted beside her. She looked at me and was a little embarrassed to let me carry her at first. Hurry up, I'll take you upstairs and then come back to pick up the things, don't let others run away with them. She raised her fist and punched me hard on the back first, but finally she lay on my back obediently. But it's strange, I was exhausted after climbing 7 floors by myself, but this time when I carried her on my back, I didn't feel tired at all. It was really strange. At this time she said, hey, are you tired? How about I come down? You don't have to come right away. I can still hold on. Just hold me tight and don't slip down. She didn't say anything, but she held me tighter. Finally we reached the 5th floor. I put her down and said, open the door yourself. I'll go down and bring the things up. Hey, you should take a rest first. You must be exhausted. I smiled and said, with your words, I don't feel tired anymore, and then ran downstairs. I ran 3 times in total before I finally carried all those things up. These 3 trips really exhausted me. I sat on the sofa and gasped for a long time before I recovered. At this time, she came towards me with a bottle of water and said, "Drink some water first. Thank you for today." This was the first time I heard her say thank you to me, so I quickly stood up and said, "Please don't be so polite. Isn't this what we should do?" When she heard what I said, she started laughing. She looked at me and said, "Liang Chen, you're not as annoying as I thought." Then she smiled shyly. "I don't hate you in the first place, it's you who's been looking at me with tinted glasses." She rolled her eyes at me and said, "Go away. I told you you're fat and you're out of breath." After saying that, she limped and sat down on the sofa. I looked at the wound on her knee, which had not been treated yet, and there was blood still on her pants. I pointed at her knee and said, "Is your wound bleeding again?" When I said that, she seemed to remember. "Oh, really? I forgot about it just now. I just felt pain in my leg and didn't think of coming to check it out." After saying that, she stood up and walked into the bedroom. After a while, she was seen limping out in a short skirt. "Liang Chen, my wound seems to have gotten deeper. What should I do?" she said as she sat back on the sofa. I looked at her knee. It was no longer bleeding, but there was a large stain of blood on it. "Where's the purple medicine I bought for you yesterday? Have you used it up?" she said with some shame. Purple medicine, let me put it in the company. Do you have any more at home? You definitely can't do this without applying some. The key is to have alcohol, and then wash it off. Otherwise, it will get infected." She smiled and said, "I don't have these things at home, what should I do?" He stood up and said helplessly, "What should I do? I can't just stand by and watch someone die. This is not my principle. Why don't you buy one for me? I'll transfer the money to you later. You are my big manager, so don't give me money. If I make a mistake one day, just give me a smaller fine. That won't do. If you do something wrong, you should be punished. I'm a very principled person, Looking at her cute appearance, she should not hate me now. It seems that all my hard work just now was not in vain. I ran to the gate of the community again and bought disinfectant alcohol and gentian violet for her. I also bought some gauze and ran back in a hurry. When I got home and saw her, she was sorting her snacks. Then I realized that she bought so many frozen dumplings, instant noodles, bread, and some other frozen foods. I thought to myself, isn't it a bit lazy for a woman to buy these things? Don't women like to cook? Is it possible that she just likes to eat these frozen foods? I didn't have time to care about that, so I looked at her and said, "Don't bother with that, I'll take care of your wound first, or it will bleed again. Wait a minute, I'll put the yogurt away." After a while, she limped over. When she sat opposite me, I realized that her legs were so white, and her skirt was so short that it could barely cover her buttocks. If I looked at her again, I guess she would call me a pervert again. I said somewhat awkwardly, "These things are for you, you can deal with them yourself." She took it from me and said, "You bought so many things, what are you going to do with them? Why don't you help me deal with them? You should do a good deed, I thought to myself that although this request was a bit unreasonable, I felt I could help her, Chapter 19 The Barefoot Doctor shows his ability and the unreasonable landlord is a scoundrel. From her tone, I could tell that she really wanted me to help her clean the wound, but it wasn't quite appropriate since we had just met. I was somewhat timid. After all, he was my boss, and I couldn't make things difficult for anyone, not even my own leader. She handed the bag to me again and said, "Please help me with it. I'm afraid I can't do it myself." I smiled and said, yes, I'm afraid. Hey, stop wasting time. Even if I get infected in the future, I won't look for you. Okay? I squatted in front of her, and 2 straight legs appeared in front of me. There was not a single sweat pore on her legs. The red scar on her knee was like a blooming flower, which was particularly dazzling. I looked at her and said, "Your blood is a little coagulated. I'll wipe it with alcohol to disinfect it. It may be painful at first, so you have to bear with it." She nodded obediently and said, "It's okay, you do it, I can hold on." "Then you'd better close your eyes. I'm afraid you'll think I'm cruel if you see me." She smiled and said, "What are you going to do? You are not going to kill for money, are you? Stop messing around and close your eyes quickly." I poured out some alcohol, then used tweezers to hold a cotton pad dipped in alcohol and gently wiped her face. At first I just felt her legs tremble a little, then maybe as the wound was cleaned, the alcohol corroded it more, and her moans became louder and louder. "Oh, it hurts, can you be gentler, can you do it or not?" I looked up at her, and she opened her eyes slightly and looked at me carefully. "Hold on a little longer, I'll wipe the inside and it will be fine. It will only hurt now, and it will be fine after a while without the alcohol." She kept shouting, It hurts." I looked at her pitiful appearance and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing me laughing so happily, she couldn't help but ask, "I'm in so much pain, how can you still laugh? Do you have any conscience?" I looked up at her and said with a smile, "Manager Su, you are screaming so ecstatically, how can I treat your wound?" When she heard what I said, she was stunned at first, then slowly reacted and patted my shoulders with both hands. "You are such a disgusting person. You are so bad, you scumbag." After saying that, she covered her face with her hands and laughed. We both laughed for a while, and when I looked at her again, she shyly turned her face away. "Scumbag, hurry up and apply the medicine to me. I don't want to see you now. Please leave now." After saying that, she chuckled again. Okay, stop making trouble. I'll apply some gentian violet on you and bandage the wound first. You won't be going out in the afternoon anyway. You can untie it at night. It's not good to keep the wound tied up all the time. I bandaged her wound in a short while. She looked at me and said, "Liang Chen, you know a lot. Have you ever studied medicine?" I smiled and said, "What's the big deal? This is just the most basic wound treatment. It's too easy. But I think you are pretty good, at least better than I thought. You will gradually find that I am actually a very reliable person." She smiled and rolled her eyes at me and said, "Go away, you are so smooth talking and not honest at all." I saw that the wound had been treated, so I stood up and said to her, "The wound has been treated, too. I have to go out and find a house now, otherwise another day will be wasted." She stood up and said, "Is it easy to find a house now? I heard you say the other day that it was hard to find a house, wasn't it?" I wondered what she meant. Did she want me to live with her? If she insisted on keeping me, I would have to decide whether to stay or not. It's not easy to find a house, but we have to find one. Otherwise, it won't be suitable for you to live here. "Oh, well, why don't you go, maybe you can meet the right one." I turned around and was about to leave when she suddenly said behind me, "Why don't you go look for her tomorrow? Pick up Wenshin later. She just sent me a message saying that she has packed her things. Why don't you take the trouble to go over there?" This made me feel much better. At least I had the attitude of asking for help. "Okay, but I may not be able to find this house today." She smiled and said, "If you can't find me, just stay here for one more night." "Okay then, give me her address and I'll be there right away. Then I'll send it to you on WeChat." She flipped through her phone for a long time, and finally said with a smile, "Why don't I have your WeChat yet? Aren't we friends?" I took out my phone and looked at it. We had indeed not added each other as friends. Since she had always been rejecting me before, how could she possibly add me as a friend on WeChat? Har, really not. This is my fault as a subordinate. How can I not have my leader's WeChat? How about I scan you? She opened her phone and we added each other. I saw her nickname was Susu. I thought to myself, this woman picked a nickname and didn't forget to take advantage of others. Her name is Susu, so I think I should call her aunt. Har. She sent me the address, and I saw that it would take about 40 minutes to get to Wangshin's place from here, and it's not in the same district as where we live now. I called Wangshin in advance and confirmed the location with her again. It's a few dozen kilometers around here, and I feel I'm quite familiar with the area. I can also get a rough idea of the location by looking at the navigation. I followed the navigation and arrived at the entrance of a residential complex. After a quick look, I saw that there must be a lot of people from other places living in this community. I saw a lot of young people in work clothes coming in and out of the community. There were also a lot of small trucks parked in the community, and their license plates all had Anhui or something on them. The car turned around and around in the community and finally arrived at the building that Wangshin mentioned. When we walked into the unit door, we saw that this community must be a resettlement community. There was not even an elevator, and the highest floor was only the 6th floor. The stairs were so dirty that it looked like they hadn't been swept for a month or two. Before I even reached the door, I heard a quarrel coming from upstairs. You can move out, but you have to pay the water and electricity bills first. I've been living here for less than a month, and you're asking me to pay 560 yuan for water and electricity. I don't even have an air conditioner in my room, so where can I get so much money for electricity? I heard it and thought, isn't this Wang Shen's voice? Why is she arguing with someone else? So I ran to the door in 2 steps. Through the doorway, I saw Wang Shen standing in the living room, holding a trolley case in her hands. There was a man and a woman, probably a couple. The woman looked to be at least 180 pounds. She was sitting on a trolley case, and judging from her posture, the case under her butt should also be Wang Shen's. Wang Shen saw me coming in, walked over to me, took my hand and said, "Liang Chen, what should I do if they don't let me leave?" When I heard this, I was shocked to see what kind of society this is and why they still want to put people under house arrest. I looked at the man, who was probably in his 30s, with a flat head, wearing big shorts, and his upper body was bare-chested. He didn't look like a reasonable person. I looked at him and said, "Brother, what do you mean by this? Why don't you let the girl go?" I didn't say that I couldn't let her go. She can go, but she has to pay the water and electricity bills for me. Otherwise, who can I ask for the 500 plus yuan water and electricity bills? Wang Shen pointed at the list in his hand and said, "Isn't the 560 between our 2 companies? Why should I pay for it myself?" When I heard that, I also said, "Yes, why should you let that little girl go alone?" The man lit a cigarette and said, "This is the rule for renting a house here. Whoever checks out early has to pay the electricity bill. We all do this. Rules. This is the first time I've heard of such rules. Are you the landlord? What qualifications do you have to make the rules? I rented this house from the landlord. Now I am selling it to the landlord. How should the water and electricity bills be paid? I have the final say." I smiled and said, "Aren't you just a sub-landlord? What's so great about that? Calculate how much money she owes you. If you give it to her, we can leave." At this time, the woman spoke up and asked, "What do you mean by calculate? Didn't I tell you? The water and electricity bill is 560 yuan. How about you pay 550 yuan and forget about the change?" I looked at Wang Shen, wanting to ask her attitude. If she didn't want to cause any trouble, then 550 would be fine. It's money to buy some peace and quiet. It's like this when you rent a house outside. You'll always encounter these unreasonable people. I saw that Wang Shen looked embarrassed. Needless to say, the girl was definitely unwilling to give the money. I took out my wallet from my pocket, took out 150 yuan and said, "It's just 150 yuan, whether you want it or not, give me the box, and I'll leave now." The man walked up to me and said, "Go. It's not that easy. Give me the money first, or you won't be able to leave this door." Chapter 20, When you see injustice, you shout at others and get scolded when you get home. It's hard to fight back. I looked at the man, who looked extremely vicious. I didn't want to get into trouble with him. After all, it's better to have less trouble than more. Besides, judging from his accent, he doesn't seem to be a Shanghai native. Some outsiders have gangs here, so I might get beaten up. I looked at him and said, "What do you want? You don't want to fight me for a few $100s, do you?" The woman stood up and said, "This girl uses up all the water in the water heater every time she takes a shower, and she takes a shower every day. Who would take a shower every day in such a cold weather? How much do you think it would cost?" At this time, Wang Shen said, "I admit that I wash slowly, but I can't be the only one to pay for the water and electricity bills. Besides, you two always come in and pull me out when I haven't finished washing. I didn't say anything, and last time your husband even came in alone. Don't you care?" The woman smiled and said, "I know. I let him in because I wanted to teach him a lesson about your wasteful habits." When I heard what kind of people these were, I was like, they think it's a waste for others to take a shower, and 2 of them actually broke in. I really can't stay in this place, not for even a minute. Alright, I won't waste my time with you. I'll add another 150 yuan, so 300 yuan is okay. I'll make another concession. I took out another 150 yuan, threw it on their table, picked up the suitcase that the woman had been sitting in, and was about to leave. Who knew that as soon as I turned around, I felt someone grabbing my neck from behind, and then I felt someone slapping me on the head. Damn it, I can't remember anyone who dared to hit me on the head. I turned around and yelled at the man, "You really want to fight, don't you?" The man said with disdain, "I just can't stand your ugly behavior. Why are you so unconvinced? I never thought that in such a harmonious society, there would still be such a rampant person." I took 2 steps forward and kicked him in the stomach without saying a word. By the time the man reacted, he had already rolled and fallen into the living room. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, he picked up a stool in the living room and hit me with it. I quickly dodged backwards when I saw it. He missed his move forward, and I moved sideways again. This time I raised my foot and kicked him right in the face. He was completely stunned and sat down on the ground. I raised my foot, ready to go up and hit him on the head again. I only heard the man say, "Stop, stop, you are so cruel, I admit defeat today, you can go now." I looked at the fat woman again. She was probably shocked by my action. When she saw her husband falling to the ground, she quickly ran over. I pulled Wangshan up and walked downstairs in 2 steps. We drove out of the community. If we didn't leave now, his fellow villagers might come. Even if they didn't fight, he would ask me to take him to the hospital, and I would have to pay for it in the end. So I better run away first. When the car got on the highway, Wangshan looked at me and said, "Liang Chen, I didn't realize you were so good at martial arts. Have you ever learned martial arts?" I smiled and said, "When I was a child, my grandfather taught martial arts in the countryside, and I learned from him since I was young." She smiled and said, "No wonder, you defeated him in no time. Liang Chen, I really admire you. Thank you for saving me several $100s today. I will treat you to a big meal some other day." Forget it. I'm just helping others when I see injustice. Next time the manager scolds me, just say a few good words for me. Why do you keep thinking about the manager scolding you? She's actually a good person, you'll find out slowly. I looked out the car window and said, "Okay, forget about her. How did you end up sharing a house with someone like that? The company isn't close to there, so why did you rent a house there?" She sighed and said, "Oh, don't mention it. When I first came here, I came here with manager Su. At that time, the company arranged an apartment for us, but I thought it was too noisy there, so I asked manager Su to find me a house. I knew I was just staying there temporarily, so I moved in." "Oh my god, your manager is really good. Didn't he even look around before he looked for a house? He just moved in directly." She nodded and said, "Well, at first this man was out doing transportation, and he seldom came back. Didn't he just come back recently? Whenever he came back, he would complain about me, so I wanted to move out." "Wangshan, I'm not saying anything bad about you, and you can't blame others for saying that. You can't use up all the water when you take a shower, and if you take a shower every day, it's inevitable that people won't be able to stand it." She turned her head and said aggrievedly, "I have long hair, so it must be a waste of water when I take a shower. Anyway, I can't sleep without a shower every day." After saying that, she looked out the window angrily. I saw that she really had a childish temper. She felt aggrieved after I said a few words to her. After a while, she turned around and smiled and said, "Liang Chen, have you found a house yet?" I looked at her and said, "Why, do you want to kick me out?" "Let me tell you, your manager hasn't spoken yet." She smiled and said, "Oh, that's not what I meant. I meant that if you can't find a house, you can just stay at our place first. Don't we just happen to have 3 rooms? I feel especially safe with you around, Forget it. With your manager's temper, she controls me at work during the day, and when I see her aggressive face at night, do you still want me to live? I will move out when I find a house." After listening to her, she nodded and said, "Oh, okay, you decide for yourself." I thought to myself, "Girl, you should just say this to me. If you say this in front of manager Su, she will definitely scold you for meddling in other people's business and say you are acting on your own." I was unlucky today. The more the elevator broke down, the more the 2 women had to carry large and small bags home. Carrying these 2 bags up the stairs made me very tired. Fortunately, this girl was sensible and kept calling me Brother Liang Chen from behind. No matter how tired I was, I felt happy inside. As soon as he entered the room, manager Su complained, "Why did you take so long? It was almost dark when you came back." When Wangshan saw the gauze bandaged on manager Su's leg, he quickly asked, "Manager Su, what happened to your leg? Why is it bandaged?" "It's okay. I just bumped into something while walking up the stairs. I'm fine now. Manager Su, you'd better be careful. Can you walk like this? I smiled and said, I've seen her wound. It's just a minor skin injury. Nothing serious. Wangshan said in surprise, have you seen it? When Manager Su heard this, he glared at me and said, don't listen to his nonsense. He just saw that I was walking fine and made a blind guess. When I heard that she didn't dare to tell her secretary, I bandaged her wound for her. It's no wonder. After all, we had only met for a few days, and the wound was on her leg, so it was somewhat inconvenient for both men and women. I saw them pulling their suitcases and going to the room to pack. I looked at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock. It was almost dark. It seemed that I would have to spend another night here. After a while, Manager Su came out, pointed at me and said, Liang Chen, did you hit anyone just now? I looked up at her and said, yeah, what's wrong? They are bullying Wangshan, how can I not fight back? She saw me sitting on the sofa, looking nonchalant, and walked over to me and said, can you use your brain before doing anything? Hitting people is illegal now. Do you understand? It's just a few $100s for water and electricity. Just pay them. Smart people are thinking about making money now. Who wants to fight? I rolled my eyes at her and said, I don't have as much money as you do. I think unreasonable people should be beaten, not to mention that he was the first to start. At this time, Wangshan walked over and said, Manager Su, this matter cannot be blamed entirely on Liang Chen. I think Liang Chen is quite a hero. Hero? I think he is just a coward, a reckless man, brave but not wise. I stood up and said, I haven't talked about you yet. What kind of house did you find for Wangshan? Do you know who she is? I should have let you pick her up earlier. She said unyieldingly, you're still criticizing me. What right do you have to criticize me? You're still angry. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm telling you again that hitting people is wrong. If you're my driver, you should be a good employee who abides by the law, not a gangster who beats people up without saying a word. I looked at her and didn't want to argue with her anymore, so I picked up my coat on the sofa and walked out. I only heard Wangshan say from behind, Liang Chen, where are you going? Don't worry about him. He can go wherever he wants. The moment I walked out of the room, I slammed the door shut for her. When I arrived downstairs of the community and looked at the lights of thousands of houses, I suddenly realized that I really have nothing in this city. I have been in Shanghai for so many years, and what have I done? Now I don't even have a place to sleep. Looking at those couples carrying vegetables home, I can't help but sigh. I wonder when I will own a house like this in Shanghai, so that after work every day, I can cook and take a walk with my loved one. This may be a lifelong dream that is unattainable for us outsiders. Just then my cell phone suddenly rang, and I saw it was Sister Chen calling. Chapter 21. Sister Chen is in high spirits and looks even more charming. When I saw Sister Chen calling at this time, I had no choice but to answer it since I had nowhere to go that night anyway. Sister Chen, what's wrong? She still had that seductive tone. Xiao Chen, are you home? I'm at the gate of your community now. Can you have dinner with me tonight? I thought, isn't this just right? I haven't eaten properly all day and I'm a little hungry now. Then wait for me at the gate of the community. I'll be right out. Before I reached the gate of the community, I saw a white Cayenne parked there. This kind of car is too conspicuous here, especially when it is driven by such a sexy young woman. People passing by on the road couldn't help but look back. When she saw me coming out, she actually got out of the car. Her sexy figure, wrapped in a tight long skirt, looked so fascinating. She waved her bag and shouted to me, Liang Chen, here. Her shout attracted the attention of passers-by. I quickly ran to the car, opened the door, and got in. She looked at my shy look and said with a smile, what are you doing? Are you afraid of being seen by others? Am I not worthy of you? Big sister, it's because you are so beautiful that I'm afraid others will say that I'm a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. Hurry up and come up. She smiled from below, looked around and said, there are not many people here. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of meeting someone you know? After saying that, she also sat up. Hey, big sister, next time you come to see me, can you please drive your Volkswagen? It's so conspicuous that I feel uncomfortable sitting in it. Are you uncomfortable riding in a car? How about I give you the key and you can drive it from now on? If you like it, I'll buy you another one. No, no, I am the driver in the company. I drive all day and I drive again at night. Do you still want me to live? At this time, she said charmingly, I was tired from driving the company car during the day, so I came over to accompany you to relax at night, and then patted my head. I took it away from her and said, okay, can you be a little more honest? There are so many people here, aren't you afraid of being seen? Hurry up and leave. She sat up straight and deliberately leaned closer to me while fastening her seat belt. I smiled and said, Sister, can you be serious? Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will go down. Har har har, I don't even know how to be romantic with you. You're so unromantic and boring. Let's go, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. I thought about it and said, let's go home and eat. The restaurant is too noisy. I want to find a quiet place. She looked at me charmingly and said, you bad boy, you're thinking about coming back to my house now. I know you have bad intentions. So, let's put it this way. I'll cook dumplings for you when we get home. How does the saying go? Har har har. After saying that, she smiled and leaned on the steering wheel. I couldn't help laughing at her. I slapped her and said, are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I really can't leave. You are such a shameless woman. She sat up straight again and smoothed her long hair back. Okay, I won't fight with you anymore. Let's go home first. I'll heat up the sea cucumber I made yesterday for you. I don't know if it tastes good yet. Do you want anything else to eat? I'll pack it for you. Didn't you say to cook dumplings? Then let's eat dumplings. This stuff can help you stay hungry. I haven't eaten for a day. Silly boy, sea cucumbers are tonics, how come you don't know whether they are good or bad? After saying that, she gave me a charming look. What has irritated her today? She has been seducing me since we met. Could it be that she has been missing me so much after not seeing me for a few days? When the car stopped downstairs, she couldn't wait to pull me into their house. How could two lonely hearts withstand such a test? We hugged each other and fell on the bed, waiting until everything returned to calm. She lay quietly in my arms, without the energy she had just now, with her eyes slightly closed, smiling at me from time to time. Liang Chen, have you found a house? If not, I have another house in the city. Why don't you go and live there first? It's empty anyway. I think you'd better move in with me now. It'll be lonely for me to live alone in such a big villa. After saying that, she lit a cigarette for me and put it in my mouth. I took a puff and said, Sister, thank you for your kindness. I think I'd better not move here. You know my job. I don't have a regular commute. Sometimes I don't come home until 11 or 12 o'clock, which will disturb your rest. She stroked my belly with her hands and said coquettishly, It's okay, I'm willing to wait for you no matter what time you come back, just move in, okay? I closed my eyes, sighed, and said, let me think about it again, and then I gently stroked her shoulder. The reason why I don't want to move here is that I'm afraid that I'll get too deeply involved with her, and there will be no future for us to be together. She and I will have to separate sooner or later. I'm thinking of severing ties with her as soon as possible and then slowly finding someone I like. Starting a family and building a career are the important things. I must not continue to live like this. When I woke up the next morning and looked at my phone, I found that Wang Xin had sent me so many messages and called me twice. I just fooled around in bed last night and had no time to care about my phone. I scrolled down and found that our manager didn't send me any messages. That's right, how could she send me a message? She was thinking about me moving away. In this way, I stayed at Sister Chen's house for another day and night. Neither of us even left the house. When I woke up the next morning, I felt that I couldn't straighten my waist. It seems that eating too much sea cucumber is useless. I looked at Sister Chen. She had already gotten up. I walked out of the room and saw that she was making breakfast in the kitchen. When she saw that I had woken up, she smiled and said, breakfast will be ready soon. Eat before you leave. You haven't had breakfast with me for a long time. I looked at the time, it's almost 7 o'clock. Today is my first day picking up our manager from get off work, I can't be late. I could quarrel with her, but I couldn't neglect my job. I ran to the bathroom, washed my face, and said, Sister Chen, I have to go first, otherwise I will be late. I will eat with you another day. Hey, wait a minute, or I can pack it for you, Liang Chen, you bastard, I only heard her complaints. After leaving the villa area, I took a Didi and hurried towards our community. On the way, I happened to pass by the breakfast shop in the town. I thought to myself whether I should give breakfast to them and take it back, since I had to eat it myself anyway. So I ran to the shop and packed 3 more breakfasts. It was already 7:30 when I ran downstairs. I went downstairs and sent a message to Wangshan, it's almost 7:30, time to go to work. Then I heard the sound of the window upstairs opening. Wangshan smiled and waved at me and said, Liang Chen, we'll be down right away. I think this girl is quite kind-hearted. Last night she kept asking me where I was staying that night, and I just answered her casually. Soon Wangshan and the manager came out one after another. Manager Su was still dressed in professional attire today, with black stockings, a black tight one-step skirt, and a white top, which tightly wrapped her graceful figure. She was still so noble and cool. As soon as they got in the car, Wangshan asked, Liang Chen, where have you been these 2 days? Have you found a house? Cough, cough, cough. Manager Su deliberately coughed 3 times, indicating that Wangshan had talked too much. Wangshan could only lower her head silently. I handed the packed breakfast to the back and said, the breakfast I bought for you is packed separately. Take what you like. Wangshan said happily, Liang Chen, you are so considerate, how do you know that we? Wangshan, skipping breakfast can kill you. You are so moved by such a small favor. After she said that, Wangshan really didn't dare to answer. I glanced at the rearview mirror and said, it's okay if you have a problem with me, but breakfast is innocent. Eating it doesn't prevent you from hating me. Don't feel psychologically burdened. She looked at me and reached out to take it. I said something to me, but then she stopped herself from talking. After a while, the car arrived at the company. Wangshan and manager Su got out of the car, and I quickly drove the car to the garage. As soon as I stopped the car, I saw Boss Ju walking towards me. I wondered what he meant by that. He came to take revenge on me so soon. Chapter 22, Shameless Ju Baopi turns around and smiles. When I saw Boss Ju walking towards me cautiously, I was too lazy to pay attention to him, so I took out my cell phone and pretended to play with it while sitting in the car. She walked over to me and pulled the driver's door. When she saw that the door was locked, she reached out and knocked on the window. I pretended not to hear her. I thought that if I ignored her, she would turn around and leave. After all, the two of us had such an awkward situation the night before. I saw him knocking on the car window again and patting his pockets. Now he saw me looking at him, so he had no choice but to drive. I pressed the car door lock and it opened with a click. She opened the door and sat in. Before I could say anything, he said with a smile, Liang Chen, you are quite good. I never thought you could drink so much. When I heard the tone of his voice, it didn't sound like he was here to cause me trouble, so I smiled and said, Boss Ju, no, if it weren't for your generosity, there wouldn't be room for me to display my abilities. He waved his hand and said with a smile, okay, stop praising me. Here, take it and smoke it when you have nothing to do, and then slapped 2 packs of cigarettes on my center console. When I saw what he meant, I knew what he meant. I had already rolled him like that, but he still gave me the Huazi cigarette. This wasn't right. Boss Ju, what do you mean? I don't want to receive rewards without any merit. Hey, Liang Chen, don't say that. We've been together for so many years, we know each other. It's okay, take it and smoke it. This is the last thing I need, hee hee. I smiled and said, Boss Ju, do you have anything to ask me? Just tell me what you want me to do. Har, this driver has good foresight. Xiao Liang, let me ask you, does manager Su live alone? As soon as I heard this, I knew that this old pervert had no good intentions, otherwise he wouldn't have offered me a cigarette and now he even calls me Xiao Liang. Boss Ju, how would I know? This is someone else's private matter, I can't ask about it. She is not young anymore and should have started a family and a career a long time ago. But since she came to the company for training, I found that she was always alone. I think her husband must not be with her, or she is divorced. I opened the car door and said, okay, Boss Ju, I don't want to gossip about my boss. I don't care what she is like. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go back. He pulled me back into the car and said, Liang Chen, I've discovered that you're a fence sitter. Manager Su has only been here for a few days, and you've already sided with her. I haven't even finished my words yet, why are you so anxious? I sighed and got back into the car. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a room card. He waved it in front of me and said, "Give this to your manager Sue and tell her I brought it to her. I'll tell her the exact time." I saw that this was too direct. Isn't this pushing me into the fire pit? With Manager Sue's temper, if I gave it to her, she would definitely slap me in the face. I looked at him and said, "Boss Jew, you are too direct. She has only been here for a few days. She is our President Wang, who specially hired her from Volkswagen. How dare you even have ideas about her?" He said with disdain, "TSK, let me tell you, I, Zhu Liang, have also seen countless women. You know that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. I am also helping our company to solve the physiological problems of older single women. You won't understand if I tell you more. Just give this to her room card. Boss Jew, you'd better think it over. You dare to touch Manager Sue. She is a highly educated intellectual who has seen the world, not one of those ladies serving food in your kitchen. You can do whatever you want. Don't let anything go wrong. Don't say I didn't warn you that you can't affect your future for a woman." After listening to what I said, he thought for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense. How about this? I see that little girl next to Manager Sue is Secretary Wang. I think she is pretty, so give her to her. I am tired of those women in the kitchen, so help me find a younger one." I was furious when I heard this. What the hell do you mean? I'm the company's driver, not their pimp. Secretary Wang is so young, and you're her dad. Aren't you ashamed? Take the room card and get out, or I'll be rude. Okay, Mr. Liang, I tell you, don't be ungrateful. Didn't you say you wouldn't help? Just look at how I get them into bed. By then, I can still sit in the manager's position. Just wait and see." After saying that, he got out of the car angrily. When I think of Manager Sue, I feel relieved. But I am afraid that Wang Xin is too young and inexperienced. If this old pervert coaxes and deceives her, he might really harm the girl. I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. As soon as I saw Zhu Liang walking towards the cafeteria, I quickly got off the motorcade and shouted, "Boss Zhu, wait for me, don't be impatient." When he heard me calling him, he immediately stopped and turned around to wait for me to run over. I walked up to him and said, "How about this, I'll give the room card to Manager Sue. Don't you like cool people? It's challenging, but you have to give me some time. You can't rush this matter. You have to listen to my arrangements." When the old pervert heard this, he slapped his thigh and smiled, "Liang Chen, that's right, look at the drivers in your fleet, who doesn't cling to me. If you follow the crowd, you won't get a beating. I'll give you time, good things come late, right? When it's done, I won't let you down, don't worry, har har har." I held the room card and wanted to run up and kick him twice, he was worse than an animal. When I returned to the fleet office, Lao Zhao had just returned from a department meeting. He looked at me and said with a smile, "How is Manager Sue? Is she okay? Did you take her out for a walk yesterday?" I rolled my eyes at Lao Zhao and said, "TSK, I don't have a day off on Sundays. I'm her driver, not her babysitter." "Har har, young man, don't be so ungrateful. Manager Sue just said that you will only be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off at get off work every day. She rarely goes out at other times. You should go out when you are supposed to drive and pick up clients when you are supposed to pick up clients." I thought to myself that she was really taking care of me, fearing that I would be idle in the company. I didn't care. One day when I went to see a client off, I would deliberately come home a few times late. I would see if you were in a hurry when you got off work. As soon as I sat down, Secretary Wang called me and said, "Liang Chen, come up for a moment. Manager Sue wants to see you. Didn't she say she wouldn't call me at other times? Why did she suddenly call me again today?" I took a sip of water and hurried over. I saw Secretary Wang writing something with her head down, so I went straight to her office without calling her and knocked on the door. Without even looking, she said, "Come in." I walked up to her desk, she looked up at me and said, "Take a look at this. This is a complaint from the business department against you, tell me what's going on," and then handed me an OA report. I took a closer look and understood, "Manager Sue, you can't blame me for this. I drove there that day and arrived on time, but when people saw that my car was an Audi, they refused to get in. They said that riding in an Audi would hurt their waists, so they insisted on riding in a Mercedes. She nodded and said, "That's right, but how did you tell them?" "You told them that our company doesn't have a Mercedes-Benz and that Audi is the highest standard for reception." "Tell me, what are the cars parked behind the office used for? Are they for exhibition?" "When I went there, no one told me that he was going to take a Mercedes. Would I have driven there if I had known?" "Okay, what did you say to them later?" "You made them angry and left. The Minister of Commerce also told me that they will not pursue the matter this time. You should be flexible in dealing with such situations later and don't be so stubborn and talk nonsense. I don't think it's necessary to take such a picky customer here." "Okay, it doesn't matter what kind of client you are. Just do your job well in the future. Don't worry about other things. This time, our department will fine you 500 as a warning. Get out now." This is really the most vicious heart of a woman. After all, I helped you move things and bought breakfast for you a few days ago, but she really didn't show any mercy. If I had known earlier, I should have asked Boss Ju to go directly to her and put an end to her arrogance. Just as I turned to leave, she said to me, "Wait a minute, help me take the bag off the table. Don't ask me to take out the trash, our company has a cleaning lady." She stared at the computer screen and said, "I told you to take it, so just take it away. Stop talking nonsense." I walked over, picked it up and took a look. Inside was a delicious dessert, some pastries and the like. As soon as I opened it, I smelled a fragrance. I said in surprise, "Manager Su, it's a pity that you threw such delicious snacks into the trash can." "Who told you to throw it in the trash can? I asked you to take it away and feed the stray dogs in the company." After saying that, he covered his mouth and laughed. I understood what she meant as soon as I heard it, and I nodded and said, "Manager Su, thank you for your kindness. Go away." When I walked out of the office, Secretary Wan saw me and said with a smile, "Give me some of the snacks. Don't eat them all by yourself. Manager Su said this is for feeding stray dogs, get out of here." This girl is really shameless. She grabbed my arm and snatched half of it. Chapter 23, Trying every possible means to find a place to stay, being alone is lonely. After work in the evening, I sent them downstairs. Wangshan said to me, "Liang Chen, where have you been these days? Have you found a house?" "I'm going to stay at my friend's place for a few days while I slowly look for a house. I'm going to leave my stuff here for now. Please don't throw it away. That's all I have, har har." Manager Su looked at me and wondered what I was going to say. In the end, he pursed his lips and said nothing. I watched them go upstairs, and then I remembered that I had nowhere to go tonight. I couldn't go to Sister Chen's place. If I went there, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Just like that old pervert said, women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. Married women are really powerful. I drove around town and asked several agents, but either the rent was too expensive or they had to share their house with other people. Forget it, I'd better give Chen Yang a call. It seemed like this guy should be quieter today, so I took out my cell phone and called him. "Chen Yang, are you home now? You have to support me for a few days. I really have nowhere to go today, so I have to stay at your place for a few days." "Hey, okay, go ahead. I'm back home these days, so I'm not in Shanghai." "Oh my god, how can I get there if you're not in Shanghai?" "It's okay. My girlfriend is at home. You can just go over there when the time comes. I'll give her a call and tell her." When I heard that he wasn't home and his girlfriend was at home, why would I go there? "Forget it, Chen Yang. You're not at home, so it's not appropriate for me to go there." He smiled and said, "We are brothers, don't I trust you? Go ahead, she won't stay for a few days, she will go back to school soon." I smiled and said, "Are you so confident that I can be alone in a room with your girlfriend?" "Liang Chen, let me tell you, if you really like her, I will give her to you. Just say a word and I will do the rest for her." After he said that, I really believed that he had the ability. Chen Yang was definitely a romantic young man. His family was rich and he was handsome. The girl wanted to chase him. With his eloquent tongue, he might be able to help me get married. Okay then, I'll stay here for 2 days, and then I'll move out when I find one. I drove to the neighborhood where Chen Yang lived. It was also a very high-end neighborhood in our town, and it was inhabited by white-collar workers from nearby companies. I walked to the door and rang the doorbell. A girl in her 20s walked out. She saw me and said with a smile, "Brother Liang Chen, right? Chen Yan said you were coming over. I just got out of school, so I hurried over to open the door for you. The house is a bit messy, please don't mind." When I heard the girl was so polite, I quickly said, "I'm sorry to bother you so late." He, I often hear Chen Yang mention you, saying that you are handsome and have high emotional intelligence. After seeing you today, it turns out that your reputation is well deserved. She's a girl, and I felt embarrassed to talk too much to her. She might get annoyed if I kept chatting, so I just walked into the room because I'm the one who visits this room the most often. This girl is really considerate. She found slippers for me and brought me water. I felt embarrassed. I couldn't help but sigh that Chen Yang is so lucky to have such a good girlfriend. I hope he won't let her down this time. This is the girl's true love. The next day, the girl left the key to me and said she was going back to school and asked me to stay here for a few days. That's how I found a temporary residence. These days, Manager Su and I are also responsible for pick-up and drop-off. I also bring breakfast back to them every time. Sometimes I wonder why the two women don't cook. Do they just wait for me to buy breakfast for them every day, or are they used to it? In the morning, I parked my car downstairs at 7:30 as usual. After a while, Manager Su came down from upstairs. I looked and wondered why Wengshin was not with her today. "Manager Su, isn't Wengshin going to work today?" "You mean Wengshin? She went to Hangzhou to visit her parents today. The girl said that the work intensity here is too high and she wants to rest for a few days." I was so scared just now. I really thought Zhu Liang had done something to her and deceived her away. Today, it is a rare occasion that we are in the same car. Suddenly, I feel a sense of restraint when I am with her, especially when she puts on this professional suit. I feel that she is my leader and I have to listen to whatever she says. I don't have this feeling of restraint when I am with General Manager Wang. Could it be that she scolded me these times that made me feel in awe of her? It started to drizzle again before noon. It was going to rain more today. Lao Jiao said he had 2 more clients in the afternoon, one going to Hongqiao and the other going to Pudong. Finally, Lao Chen said he would go to Pudong, so that after sending the clients off, he could go home directly from get off work. Because everyone knows that no one wants to go to Hongqiao in the afternoon, especially during the evening rush hour, not to mention it is raining today. I left the company at 4 p.m. and arrived at Hongqiao at 5:50 p.m. The round trip caught the evening rush hour. When I got back to the company, it was 7:15 p.m. I thought Manager Su would take a taxi back by herself. I wanted to go back to the company, grab some things and then leave work, but I saw the light in her office was still on, so I ran to the second floor again. The entire office area was gone, except for her office light which was still on. I walked to the door and knocked. She saw me standing at the door, smiled and said, "Why are you back so soon? It's almost 7:30. Why haven't you finished get off work yet?" "How can I get off work if you don't come to pick me up?" I smiled and said, "Why didn't you call me? At least tell me that you were waiting for me in the office." As she cleaned the table, she said, "I'm telling you, didn't you come to pick me up? This shows that you still have strong professional ethics. Let's go, get off work." I thought to myself that today was really an accident. Fortunately, I didn't go back by myself, otherwise I would have been very embarrassed. No matter what the real reason for my return was, at least she believed that I was there to pick her up. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the wipers on the windshield just kept scraping. The wind and rain made it feel like a summer typhoon. Fortunately, the company was not too far from where I lived, otherwise it would have been really tiring to drive all the way in such weather. When the car arrived at the underground parking garage in the community, she didn't seem to be in a hurry to get out. She started playing with her mobile phone in the car. I thought she was texting someone, and I didn't have the courage to call her. Later I heard her laughter, and I saw through the reflection of the rear glass that she was watching videos. What did she mean by not getting out of the car? Did she want to sit alone with me because Wengshin was not around, or was she afraid to go home alone? After more than 10 minutes, I said to her, "Manager Su, we are home now, it's time to get off the car." She said a little embarrassedly, "Oh, sorry, I just saw a video and it seems that I forgot about it." I saw that she was not as anxious to go home as before, and she got out of the car slowly. I also got out of the car and said, "Wengshin is not here today, how about I take you upstairs?" She said somewhat at a loss, "Is this okay?" Aren't you in a hurry to go back? I smiled and said, let's go. It's dark from here to the elevator door. I'll keep you company. Don't worry, I won't go in. I'll drop you off at the door. Is that okay? She smiled and said, that's not what I meant. I was just afraid that you were busy going on a date, so I didn't dare to waste your time. Har har, who should I date? Why don't you introduce me to someone in our company? Har har har, you're so handsome, there must be a lot of girls chasing after you, why do you need me to introduce them to you? We chatted and laughed until we reached the door. She looked back at me and said, would you like to come in and sit for a while? This is your old home after all. I can't even say I invite you in, hee hee. I smiled and said, forget it. It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone. Besides, you are my leader. If this gets out, it will have a bad impact on you. She nodded thoughtfully and said, okay, then I won't see you off. Be careful on the way and send me a message when you get to your residence. Well, okay, go in, I'll go down after you go in. I waited until she opened the door and went in before I came downstairs. Thinking back to the conversation I had just had with her, she seemed to be a nice person, not as cold as before. Why did I feel like she suddenly cared about me? I had just driven out of the garage when I heard my cell phone ringing. I looked and it was Sister Chen calling again. I hadn't seen her for 2 days and I really missed her. Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Come over for dinner in the evening, I have prepared everything for you, he said in that seductive tone. Sister, I really don't want to go today. Look, it's raining now. She said charmingly, silly boy, I'll tell you a secret. If you don't come over today, my period will come in 2 days, and then we won't be able to meet. Your period is coming, so come. If you really miss me, we can get a room together then. Forget about your stupidity. My aunt came with a knife. I was afraid she would kill you. When I heard this, I realized that this aunt was not really an aunt. She was really something and didn't want to waste any good days. Okay, I'll come over now, and you should be ready to greet me. After saying that, I stepped on the accelerator and drove straight towards her community. Chapter 24, Delicious Food, Beautiful Woman, Drunk, Leaving without saying goodbye, causing heartbreak. I drove to Sister Chen's villa area. As it was raining heavily outside, I saw her open the garage door for me, and I parked my car directly next to her KN. She seemed to see me from inside the room. As soon as I stopped the car, the garage door slowly fell down. After turning the corner of the garage, the back door of the living room was just a few steps away. I walked into the living room and saw her busy in the kitchen. When she saw me coming, she ran towards me happily. Her sexy figure, with the apron on, was as sexy as a bellaband. I walked over and hugged her and said, Big sister, you are wearing this dress to cook, aren't you afraid of getting burned by the food? She turned around, kissed me on the cheek and said, I did this for you, a bad boy. How about my dress? Does it look good on you? I put my arm around her waist and said, you look good. You look good in anything you wear. She said coyly, get out of my way. Go take a shower and come over for dinner later. I picked her up and said, I'll eat you first to quench my thirst, and then I'll eat. She patted me lightly and said, silly, why are you so impatient? Hurry up and take a shower and eat. Hee hee. Seeing her say that, I had no choice but to put her down and go into the bathroom. I can always find the warmth of home with her. She indulges me in everything and thinks of me in every way. The clothes I wear and even my underwear are all bought by her. Except for never asking her for money, I almost take everything she gives me. I don't know if this is considered as keeping her. In fact, I don't expect to be a gigolo. So we both know that when two people are together, we get what we need from each other. We live for the present and don't talk about feelings or the future. When I came out of the shower, she had already prepared the food and poured the red wine, and was waiting for me to come over to eat. Chen, come here quickly and try the beef ribs I made today. I went to several stores to buy them. I learned how to make them on the spot. Come and try them quickly, hee hee. She kept watching me eat, and then said contentedly, how is it, is it delicious? I nodded and said, well, it tastes great. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful and such a good cook. If you like it, I'll make it for you tomorrow. I've been at home doing nothing these days, so I've been studying how to eat it. Here, I'll give you another piece. I saw that she just drank 2 sips of red wine and hardly ate anything. She just watched me eat. I looked at her and said, "Eat," instead of just looking at me. She held her chin with one hand and picked up some food from me with the other hand. "You eat." "I don't dare to eat too much at night because it's easy to get fat." "I'm very happy just watching you eat, hee hee." "TSK, you silly girl, why are you cooking if you don't eat?" "I can handle it myself." Just then I heard a cell phone ring. Sister Chen looked at me and said, "Whose cell phone is ringing?" "It should be mine." "Mine is on the sofa in the living room." "Hee hee, then you eat first, I'll get it for you," she said and ran happily towards the living room. After a while, she came to my side with her phone in hand. She looked at me and said, "Chen Chen, who is this Su Diao?" When I heard her say Su Diao, I almost spit out my red wine. This Su Diao was none other than our manager Su. I disliked her for being too harsh on me, so I originally wanted to mark her as Su Xiaoyao, but I felt that she was older than me, so I changed her name to Su Diao. I smiled and said, "You are talking about Su Diao, she is our manager." I thought she was too much trouble, so I set her up on purpose. "Oh, really? That's a pretty name. Your manager must be a woman, right?" When I heard her tone of voice, I felt a little jealous. I smiled and said, "Would you believe me if I said she was a man?" "Don't give me that frivolous look," he said angrily and sat on the stool. "What's wrong? Are you angry? She is our manager and I am her driver. We have nothing to do with each other. Are you jealous?" After hearing what I said, she said with a guilty conscience, "No, who is jealous? I just asked out of curiosity. Don't talk about her. Just eat again. I told you, we both know each other well when we are together, and neither of us interferes with the other. This has been agreed upon long ago, so why would she be angry?" Just then my cell phone suddenly rang again. I looked and it was Manager Su calling again. It seemed that she must have something to talk to me about, otherwise she wouldn't call me so late at night, and even called me twice in a row. I saw the phone was right in front of Sister Mai, and I was too embarrassed to reach out to take it. She looked at me and said, "Why are you just standing there? Answer it quickly. Is there something I want to talk to you about? You won't even be allowed to be quiet for a moment in the middle of the night." Well, I took the phone and pressed the answer button. At this time, a woman's terrified voice came from the other end, "Liang Chen, where are you? When I was taking a shower just now, the water heater suddenly came out of smoke, and then there was a power outage at home. The room is now dark, and the door is banging. I'm scared to be alone at home. Can you come over?" "Woo," she said, and then she started crying. I stood up immediately after hearing the crash. "Okay, I'll be right there. Stay outside the room first. Don't get electrocuted. I'll be there soon." Seeing my nervous expression, Sister Chen quickly asked, "What happened?" "Just now, the water heater in our manager's house short-circuited. Now there is no electricity in the house. I have to go back and take a look." "What? She's looking for you even when there's no electricity at home. Are you her driver or her nanny? Besides, if there's a power outage, she should look for the property management. Why would she look for you?" I saw that she was getting angry again after saying these words. "Didn't she just come here? I don't know the property management or anything, so I just went over to take a look." After saying that, I ran into the room and changed my clothes. When I came out, I saw Sister Chen standing at the door, with her hands outstretched to stop me, meaning that she wouldn't let me leave today. I walked over to her, looked at her aggrieved expression, smiled and said, "Big sister, what's wrong with you today? I'll go over and take a look. I'll come back if everything is fine." "No, I won't let you go. You finally came back and you haven't even finished your meal, but she called you and asked you to leave. Is she that charming?" After saying that, she actually started sobbing. I went over and patted her on the shoulder and said, "Didn't I just say that? She is my leader. If she needs help from me, I will definitely help her deal with it. It's not working hours, and I'm still looking for you when there's a power outage. I think you're my savior." "Then I'll just say the air conditioner at home is broken and I won't let you leave," he said and came over and hugged me tightly. Just then the phone rang again. I knew who was calling without even looking. I saw her hugging me tightly, and I felt that she was really being unreasonable today. I pushed her shoulders away and looked at her and said, Sister Chen, please don't be so willful. When we were dating, we made it very clear that we were together and each of us got what we needed, and no one would interfere with the other's freedom. What do you mean today? You don't want me to leave, right? I have to stay here with you, right? Yes, I won't let you leave today. I'm being willful for once. Why do you leave when other women ask you to, but you can't stay when I ask you to? At least she has a first come first served principle. I shouted at her, let me go. What do you mean by first come first served? What do you think of me? Your toy. You are interfering with my freedom. Get out of my way. After saying that, I glared at her fiercely, opened her hands, and walked out of the room. She must have been frightened by my tone. She just stood there stupidly and let me walk out of the room. When I got in the car, I suddenly regretted it. How could I treat her like this? She prepared such a sumptuous dinner today, just so that she could be with me and have a pleasant night. This sudden change did make her feel a little disgusted and at a loss. She was right to be angry and scold me. Even if the two of us no longer pursue a future, I was indeed a bit shameless for treating her like this today. I was driving the car and looking at the rows of villas outside. I knew that this place could not belong to me forever. Even if she was devoted to me, we could not be together to the end. After all, there was too much disparity between our identities and status. What she pursues is happiness and romance, while what I pursue in the future is marriage, having children, and living at home. Obviously, she is definitely not suitable for me. At best, she is a sexual partner. Driving in the pouring rain really makes people feel depressed. It was supposed to be a pleasant night, but how did it turn out like this? Just then, Manager Su called again. Chapter 25, Sleepless Night. Rain shocked shy and cute pretty lady. When I saw Manager Su calling again, I knew she was going to collapse if I didn't answer. I pressed the car Bluetooth and heard her say, Liang Chen, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? Don't worry, I'll be there soon. It's raining so hard right now that I don't dare drive too fast. Please wait patiently for me. It rained really heavily today. It felt like a typhoon. The wipers couldn't wipe the windshield fast enough. Fortunately, it rained heavily today, otherwise there would definitely be police checking for drunk driving at every intersection at this time. I don't think they will come today. But I wouldn't dare drive too fast even if there were no police. If someone hit me, I would be fully responsible. It was supposed to be a 20-minute drive, but as an experienced driver like me, it took more than 30 minutes, and it was almost 10 o'clock when I got back to the community garage. I quickly pressed the elevator and ran home. When I arrived at the door, I knocked and it felt like she was waiting for me behind it. I only knocked once and she opened the door. When she saw me coming back, she threw herself into my arms and said aggrievedly, "Why did you come back just now?" I was almost scared to death. Then she started crying again. She usually treats me coldly, but today she threw herself into my arms. I was suddenly at a loss as to what to do. I didn't know whether to put my hands in my pockets or pat her shoulders to comfort her. She had been using her phone as a flashlight. After all, the light was dim and I couldn't see her face. I patted her shoulder and said, it's okay. I'm back. Are you okay? Didn't you get an electric shock?" She left my arms, wiped her tears and said, "No, I was just halfway through taking a shower, and the water heater suddenly popped, and a big spark came out. Then the power went out at home, and I couldn't find my cell phone. I wanted to call you but couldn't. I was scared to death just now." "Who told you to run around? Why weren't you at home?" After that, she leaned on my shoulder and started crying again. Oh my God, this woman is really unreasonable. She was the one who asked me to leave, and she was also the one who didn't let me leave. She was the only one who said all the nice things. Okay, stop crying. If you keep crying, the neighbors downstairs will hear you and think I'm bullying you. It's raining so hard outside, they can't hear me crying, she said to herself. Just then, a strong wind blew in from outside, and the door of the room was slammed shut again. This time she was so scared that she grabbed my arm tightly again and dared not let go. I smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? In the afternoon, the window should be closed, otherwise the wind will blow in and the door will be broken." She said aggrievedly, "I went to close the door just now and accidentally broke the window glass of your room. The wind blew in from there, and your quilt was also wet by the rain. But I really didn't mean to do that. How about I compensate you with another one tomorrow? When I heard that, I decided not to look at the water heater in the bathroom first, but to check my room first. I walked in and saw that half of the glass was indeed broken. I couldn't understand it. The windows were sliding, so how could she break the glass? The quilt was definitely unusable. At this time, there was some water in the room. It doesn't matter if my blanket is wet. The important thing is that the broken glass didn't hit you. After listening to me, she shook her head and said, "No, I stayed far away. Let's go to the bathroom and take a look. I told you the other day that the water heater must be turned off before taking a shower. Last time, I almost had a short circuit. Fortunately, I turned off the power in time." She held my arm tightly and followed me to the bathroom. The water heater was probably broken, and the switch was obviously burnt. Fortunately, it didn't catch fire, otherwise it would be a big problem. At this moment, I felt something on my feet, something like clothes. I quickly squatted down and picked it up. I held it in front of the flashlight and saw that it turned out to be a pair of pink lace panties. "Oh, you rascal, give it to me quickly," and then she snatched it away from me. Then she continued, "I'm sorry, it must have been knocked out during the power outage just now." I smiled and said, "I should be the one who is sorry. I stepped on it. How can I still wear it? How about I buy you one tomorrow?" She hit me on the arm and said, "You are such a disgusting person. Just step on it. Why are you picking it up? It's so embarrassing." After saying that, she turned her head away shyly. When I walked out, she must have packed up some other clothes because there were still some underwear and other things on the towel rack. I ran to the living room to check the contactor switch to see if I could push it up. I tried twice and it didn't work. It seems that there is a short circuit in the bathroom and it has been affected as well. It seems that there will be no electricity tonight and I will have to grope in the dark all night. "Liang Chen, how is it, can you push it up? I saw you tried a few times but it didn't work." I said to her, "No, the contactor switch must be burned out. Let's just make do with it tonight. There is a power bank and a desk lamp in the box in my room. I'll take them out. Wherever I go now, she follows me. She no longer speaks coldly to me like during the day. Now she is like a well-behaved and sensible child, and she does whatever I ask her to do." I found the desk lamp and plugged it in. The room instantly lit up. Only then did I notice that her messy hair was draped over her shoulders. Her clothes were not so elegant. She was wearing pajamas inside and a large coat outside, but I could still clearly see her white legs. She saw that I was staring at her, so she patted her face and said, "Am I really ugly without makeup?" Then she turned her head away shyly. "Are you wearing no makeup? How come you look exactly the same as you do during the day? You look so beautiful even without makeup, so if you dress up a little tomorrow, do you still want to be a girl? Not only do you have a pretty face, but you also have a great body." After hearing this, she burst out laughing and said, "Okay, stop praising me. I've only washed half of my hair and there's still foam on it. What should I do?" After saying that, she stroked her hair from behind. I thought for a moment and said, "I'll go to the bathroom and see if there's any hot water in the water heater. If there is, you can take another shower." I walked into the bathroom, unplugged the hair dryer, and tested the water temperature. It was okay, and should be enough for washing my hair, but it would be dangerous to take a bath. I walked over to her and said, "I just unplugged the water heater in the bathroom. There's still some hot water in it. It should be enough for you to wash your hair. Don't take a shower yet." How can I wash my hair without taking a shower? My hair is so long." "Oh my god, didn't you wash your hair yourself when you were a kid? I don't believe you have to take a bath every time you wash your hair." But, my hair was short back then. How can I wash my hair by myself when it's so long now? How about you help me wash it?" When I heard that she actually asked me to help her wash her hair, I thought it was a good idea. But if I didn't help her, it would be difficult for her to wash it by herself. "Well, let's make it clear first, don't call me a pervert after I wash my hair, because I am serving the people wholeheartedly." She smiled and said, "Hee, okay, wait for me, I'll go get a stool." Chapter 26. The manager who knows how to wash hair and cook is afraid to sleep alone. It was my first time washing a girl's hair. She moved a stool over, took off her coat, and put on a transparent pair of pajamas. She sat on the stool very obediently, bending over and waiting for me to run the water to wash my hair. Liang Chen, check if the water temperature is high enough, or I'll hate you so much if the water runs out halfway through my wash. Don't worry, I've used this water heater for several years. I know it better than you do. Just close your eyes and don't worry about anything else. Oh, alright then, go ahead and start, hee hee. Although the light in the room was not very bright, the lamp was right next to me. The light shone directly into her body through the thin pajamas. I lowered my head slightly and saw her tall breasts. Oh my god, I'm having a feast for my eyes today. She had her eyes closed, so she probably didn't notice. I didn't dare stare at her, but I couldn't help but take a glance at her while washing my eyes. I didn't expect her hair to be so soft. It felt as smooth as a ball of silk in my hands. I gently stroked her scalp, and she gently moved her head following my hand, seeming to enjoy the process. At this time, she said, Liang Chen, do you often wash girls' hair? How come you are so skilled? Stop it, who should I go with to wash my hair? I don't even have a girlfriend, and no one will wash it for me even if I want to. TSK, you're lying. No one would believe you if you said you didn't have a girlfriend. If you lied to me, you'd be a bastard. I really don't have a girlfriend. If I had a girlfriend, do you think I could still come over in the middle of the night? I really don't have a girlfriend. Sister Chen is simply my lover, not my girlfriend in the strict sense. So even if I swear like this, it seems like I can't scold myself, har har. She thought for a moment and said, that's right, but you're so handsome but you don't have a girlfriend, why is that? Is there something wrong with your body? I patted her head gently and said, what nonsense are you talking about? You are the one with a problem. I am such a strong guy, I have 8-pack abs. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Har har har, just kidding. Save your abs for your girlfriend to show off. I'm not interested. Hey, Manager Su, why do I see you alone? Isn't your boyfriend here with you? When I asked this, she was stunned for a moment, and her laughter stopped. The happy atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. She immediately changed her tone and said, Liang Chen should be almost done, just rinse him with water. Okay, there just happens to be not much hot water left, so let me get a towel to wipe you off. I just wiped her twice, and she took the towel and said, thank you, I didn't expect you to be so considerate. I think you should be able to find a beautiful girl who is suitable for you. After saying that, she walked out of the bathroom. I looked at her sexy back and felt an inexplicable impulse in my heart. This impulse seemed to tell her that there was nothing wrong with my body. In the words of that old pervert Zhu Liang, there is still a difference between a girl and a young woman. Don't look at anything else, just look at the butt and waist. Although he said this to me at the time, I didn't fully understand what he meant, but when I looked at Manager Su's back, she was definitely not a girl. She was just a charming and sexy young woman. But when you look at her appearance, she became a girl again. This transition back and forth also highlights her beauty, the beauty of a young woman. I saw her sitting in the living room, wiping her hair with a towel. The storm outside didn't seem to stop. I walked to her side with a desk lamp. With the help of the light, I saw tears on her face. It seemed that I had said something wrong just now, which reminded her of the sad past. Her tears kept falling. Manager Su, I'm sorry, did I say something wrong just now? My words brought her back from her memories. She quickly wiped away her tears and said, it's okay. Maybe the shampoo got into my eyes just now, and I shed so many tears at once, hee hee. After that, she forced a few laughs. Liang Chen, why are you standing? Sit down. I felt that the atmosphere between us was so awkward that it would be inappropriate for me to stay any longer, so I smiled and said, here's the lamp for you. Otherwise, I'll go back first. I'll leave the window as it is. I'll find someone to fix it tomorrow. You can block the door for a while so that it won't be scratched. When she heard that I was leaving, she stood up suddenly and said, oh, you are leaving tonight? Can you stay with me for one night? I'm really scared to be alone at home. At the end, her voice was so soft that I couldn't hear it. Looking at her pitiful appearance, I really can't imagine that the noble and cold Manager Su during the day, the strong woman who scolds people without blinking, is now like a well-behaved little girl. If I don't leave, I'll have nowhere to stay at night, and my blanket is all wet. She thought for a moment and said, why don't you sleep in Wangshan's bed? She won't be here for the next 2 days anyway. No, that's not right. That's a girl's bedroom. How can a grown man like me sleep there? That's not appropriate. Har har har, I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman. Why are you so particular about what you do? What do you mean by unexpected? I am good. Ask around in the company. Am I the kind of romantic and suave dude? I have always been a hardworking, good employee and a good man. Har har har, you're still panting when I tell you you're fat. Well, I believe you're a good man. At least so far, you've proved it. A few jokes resolved the awkwardness and the two of them started chatting and laughing again. At this time, she stood up and walked to the cupboard and took out a large bag of snacks. Liang Chen, have you had dinner? I haven't had dinner yet. Which of these snacks do you like? Take whatever you like. As soon as she mentioned eating dinner, I remembered Sister Chen. I was halfway through dinner when I left her and ran over here, and ended up offending her. I wonder if she is still angry now. I quickly took out my phone to apologize to her. I opened it and saw that she had sent me so many messages. Liang Chen, are you home? Have you dealt with everything over there? I'm sorry for what happened just now. I was too impulsive. Please don't be angry, okay? It's all my fault. I shouldn't interfere with your freedom. Just do your thing. If you are willing to come back after you are done, you can come back. I didn't lock the door. You can just enter the password and come in. I love you. Alas, I didn't expect her to be so open-minded. Not only was she not angry, she also apologized to me. I really can't do anything about her now. Sometimes I want to find a reason to scold her, but I can't even open my mouth. She saw me staring at my phone in a daze and asked, Liang Chen, who are you chatting with? I quickly put my phone away and said, No, I was just checking my moments. You haven't finished your meal yet, how about I make you something? These snacks are not nutritious at all. When she heard that I was going to cook for her, she stood up happily and said, Okay, then what can you cook? I can make a lot of things, so I have to see what you have at home first. Come on, I'll take you to see what's in the refrigerator, hee hee. I opened the refrigerator and saw that it was full of frozen foods. I looked at the upper shelf and saw 2 packets of noodles with soybean paste. I took them out and asked, How do you eat these noodles with soybean paste? I just boil it in water, add seasoning and eat it. I don't think it has any special features. It's almost the same as instant noodles. TSK, that's because you're stupid. Look, I'm going to make you some noodles with soybean paste today. I guarantee you'll want to eat more after the last one. She held the lamp for me and stood aside. Then you do it. I'll hold the lamp for you so you don't mess it up again. Hee hee. I looked back at her. She was so pretty, with long hair gathered on one side. Her every smile and frown was so charming. She stood behind me, talking and laughing. I suddenly felt like a husband and wife were following each other's lead and felt the warmth of home. I cooked the noodles with soybean paste, took them out and rinsed them with water again, then stir-fried the soybean paste in the bag. The aroma instantly filled my nose. Liang Chen, you are really good. I didn't expect you to have such profound attainments in cooking. It really makes me look at you with new eyes. TSK, what's the big deal? I'll show you some tricks someday and cook some delicious dishes for you to try. Har har har, that's what you said. It's a deal. Don't try to cheat when the time comes. I served the noodles with soybean sauce. I made 2 servings specially. I didn't eat enough at Sister Chen's house just now. Now when I smelled the noodles with soybean sauce, I felt really hungry. When I brought it out, she was already sitting at the table, ready to eat. It tastes so good. Why doesn't the one I made taste like this, she said while eating. Didn't I tell you? That's because you're stupid. She rolled her eyes at me and said with a smile, Get out of here. It's just some noodles with soybean paste. Look at what you can do. At this time, she picked up the fried sauce in the bowl and handed it to me, saying, This fried sauce is for you. I don't dare to eat meat at night, hee hee. Suddenly she seemed to feel something was wrong. How could she just give her food to a strange man? This kind of behavior should only exist between lovers. I saw her concerns, so I smiled and said, It's okay, I don't mind you being dirty. After that, I mixed the noodles and started to eat them deliciously. She seemed a little shy. Liang Chen, could you please be more tactful when speaking in the future and not be so direct? Then she lowered her head and smiled. After dinner, I cleaned up the dishes and saw that she was still sitting at the table and just waiting for me. I looked at the time and said, "It's already 11:30, aren't you sleepy yet? Go to bed." She said with some embarrassment, "It's so dark in the room, I don't dare to sleep alone." Chapter 27, Talking by Candlelight at Night. The news came out and I felt happy. Looking at her pitiful appearance, I thought it would be inappropriate for me to leave. I was worried about leaving a girl like her in such a stormy night. I looked at her and said, "What if you don't dare to sleep? You take the bar lamp and I will sleep on the sofa in the living room tonight. I won't go back." She looked at me and confirmed with me again and said, "Are you sure you're not leaving? How about you come to my room and wait until I fall asleep before you come out?" I smiled and said, "Big sister, this is not a good idea. We are alone, and if I go to your room and watch you sleep, it will have a bad impact on you if it gets out." She said coquettishly, "Oh, if you don't tell me and I don't tell them, who will know? It's just for one night." Sure. Aren't you afraid that I might think something of you, or that I might do something to you?" She laughed and said, "I believe in your character, otherwise I wouldn't have called you over at night. Let's go. I fall asleep quickly." She pushed me to her room. Before I lived in this room, it was actually very simple, with only a bed. Now I see she bought another one, and a dressing table was placed in the corner. The room was filled with a faint fragrance. Is this a unique fragrance for every girl? She ran outside and moved a stool for me, put it in front of the bed and said, "I'm going to bed, you just sit here for a while, thank you, Mr. Liang." He. After that, she pulled a quilt and lay down there. I saw her lying there without saying anything. It seemed that she fell asleep very quickly. I sat for a while and saw that she must be fast asleep. I was about to get up and leave when she suddenly pulled me and said, "Wait a minute before leaving. I'm not asleep yet." Oh my God, big sister, you haven't fallen asleep after such a long time. Okay, I won't leave, you go back to sleep. "Oh, then you really can't leave," she said, and then turned over and lay there again. I thought she was almost done this time, and her breathing sounded even. I was afraid that if I got up I would disturb her again, so I lay down on the bed and fell asleep without realizing it. When I dozed off for a while and woke up again, I saw a light in the room. I looked up and found that she was lying there playing with her cell phone. I said, "Why are you awake again? It's so late and you're still playing with your phone. Are you going to sleep or not? If you don't, I'll leave." She turned over, looked at me and said, "You snore so loudly, how can I sleep? I just fell asleep and you woke me up. You're talking nonsense. I don't snore when I sleep, so don't put the blame on me." You don't snore, but the rain outside is so loud that I can't sleep. "Liang Chen, what do you think I should do?" "Then just close your eyes and count sheep, and you will fall asleep while counting." "I've tried. I've counted 10,000 sheep, but I still can't fall asleep." I felt like crying but couldn't. "Then just close your eyes as hard as you can, don't think about anything, just think about sleeping, and sleep as hard as you can." Har, tell me, how do you sleep so hard? Is that right?" After saying that, she made a funny expression. I was also amused by her. "Okay, stop making trouble. You laughed like that and I finally managed to get a little sleepy, but now you've ruined it." She looked at me and said, "Why don't you sing a song for me, Love You for 10,000 Years, by Andy Lau?" Har, big sister, given our relationship, singing this on a night like this is too ambiguous. Har, you're so annoying, could you please stop calling me big sister all the time? Then what did you call me? She thought for a moment and said, "Then you can call me Su. Oh my God, you are taking advantage of me like this. If I call you uncle, I might as well call you aunt." She laughed and hit me and said, "Who told you to call me uncle? I told you to call me Su. No, what a crappy name you have. The name Su sounds like it's meant to take advantage of someone. I can't call it that. TSK, your name is great. Listen to how casually your parents gave you the name Liang Chen. So, is your brother named Mai Jing?" Har, wrong, you guessed wrong, I don't have a brother, but I have a sister named Mai Jing. "Nonsense, I don't believe your sister's name is Mai Jing," she said, hugging her pillow and laughing on the bed. "Then I will call you Chinger from now on." There is a Qinger in My Fair Princess. I feel that her temperament is very similar to yours. You are both so beautiful. Har har har, no, this name is too intimate. I can't stand it. Then you can just call me Manager Su. No, I feel depressed when I call you Manager Su. I will call you Qinger from now on. No, call Manager Su. Qinger. Manager Su. Qinger, har har har. In this way, we talked one sentence after another. Suddenly she stretched out her hand and twisted my arm and said, "Don't talk anymore. I'm going to laugh until I choke if you keep talking. Anyway, Qinger can't be called anymore. I really can't stand it, har har. Then I will call you my Jing from now on. My name is Liang Chen and yours is my Jing. We are match made in heaven. Har har, get out of here, stop being so conceited, I think you just want to take advantage of me. If you dare to call me my Jing, I will call you Xiaoliangzi from now on. Then I will call you Lord Buddha, har 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 har. Get out, you damn eunuch, har har har." The two of them laughed for a long time because of the issue of address. I found that she was actually very easy to get along with. At this moment, I really didn't notice how arrogant she was. Seeing her laughing so happily, I thought this should be the happiest day since I joined the company. I patted her and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. It's almost 2 o'clock now. If you don't sleep, it will be dawn soon." She sat there, smoothed her long hair and said, "From now on, don't talk. You always make me laugh when you talk." I nodded and said, "Okay, Qinger." She slapped me hard and said, "Get out of here. Why are you so persistent? If you yell again, I will beat you to death. Har har." I pulled the quilt for her and said, "Stop making trouble and go to sleep." This time when she lay down, she didn't turn her face inward, but kept facing me. She rested her head on her arms and looked at me like that, which made me feel a little embarrassed. I smiled and said, "Why are you looking at me with such admiring eyes? I feel proud when you look at me like this." She smiled and said, "Liang Chen, I find that you are really not a bad person. I suddenly have a good impression of you, hee hee. I've told you before that I'm not a bad person. It's you who always looks at me with discrimination." "What do you mean by liking me?" "I mean the affection. At least we can be friends and get along slowly," she said with a shy smile and turned over, leaving me with her back and also leaving me with infinite space for imagination. What does she mean? Does she want to be my girlfriend? Impossible, a manager and a driver, two completely different classes. This time she fell asleep directly, and I sat in the room for a while, then walked out of the room and came to the living room. I suddenly couldn't sleep at all. I went to the balcony, lit a cigarette, and looked at the heavy rain outside, which was as chaotic as my thoughts. I took out my cell phone and wanted to say sorry to Sister Chen, but when I looked at the time, it was already 2:30. If I woke her up, she might not be able to sleep like me. I might as well go to her house tomorrow to apologize and tell her not to be too attentive to me. I am not worthy of her efforts for me, and I also know what I really want. After smoking a few cigarettes, I returned to the sofa. Only then did I realize that there was nothing on the sofa. How could I sleep? There was not even a blanket to cover myself with. Forget it, I'll just curl up here for the night. It's not winter now, so I shouldn't be frozen to death. I slept well the next morning and looked at the sunlight shining into the living room. It was clear up. I got up and found myself covered with a blanket. Was it the blanket she covered me with last night? How come I didn't feel anything? I picked it up and smelled a fragrant scent, the same as the one in her room. No wonder I wasn't woken up by the cold last night. It seems she is very thoughtful. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile to myself. I looked at the time, it was already 9:15, it seemed that we both slept very soundly. I looked at her tightly closed door, wondering if she was still asleep. I quickly got up and tidied up the sofa. She might have heard the sound of footsteps outside, and then I heard the sound of her door opening. She must have just woken up, her hair was still messy behind her. We smiled at each other and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I smiled and said, "Did you cover me with the blanket last night?" "Thank you." She lowered her head shyly and said, "No need to thank me. I'm just worried that you'd freeze to death on the sofa outside." Then she walked into the bedroom with a smile. Chapter 28. One breakfast, one love, one beautiful girl, sharing a room is not okay. Alas, she never said a single nice word to me. I thought to myself, I am really freezing to death, and you must be heartbroken. After a while, she came out of the room. This time, she leaned against the corner of the bedroom. She looked at me and said, Liang Chen, are you going to buy breakfast this morning? I'm a little hungry. I nodded and said, if you want to eat, I'll go. If you don't want to eat, I won't go. Anyway, it doesn't matter to me whether I eat or not. She thought for a moment and said, Liang Chen, how about I go with you today? I want to see where you buy them. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home, so I will go by myself next time. I feel embarrassed to keep spending your money. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not, as long as you are happy. TSK, what are you talking about? It feels like I'm eating your food for free. You're eating for free anyway. When have I ever asked you for money? After saying that, I covered my mouth and laughed. It took her a long time to react. She ran over and hit me hard. You are such a bad person, you are the idiot. If you set a trap for me again next time, I will beat you to death. After saying that, she laughed. Har har, it's mainly because Chinese characters are so profound. You just don't have to deliberately interpret them. Aren't you going with us? Hurry up and pack up. If you're late, breakfast will become lunch. Okay, wait for me, I'll go change my clothes. After a while, she finished dressing up and changed her clothes. When I saw her outfit, I thought it was so avant-garde. A pair of casual white shoes, a pair of straight casual pants, a tight long-sleeved top, and a shawl-like garment draped over the shoulders. If you go shopping, there is definitely nothing wrong with this outfit, but if you go to the vegetable market for breakfast, it is really too eye-catching. I looked at her and said, Sister, let's go out for breakfast. Do you really need to dress up so beautifully? She also looked herself up and down and said, Really? I think this is a normal outfit. Is there any problem? It's not that there's a problem, it just feels weird. How about this, leave the shawl at home and just wear a long-sleeved shirt when you go out? She rolled her eyes at me and said, TSK, it's really troublesome to go out with you, let's go, let's go. Today is Saturday, and the streets are obviously not as crowded as they are on weekdays this morning. Plus, it's already past 9 o'clock, so some breakfast shops have started to close. As she walked, she asked, Liang Chen, this street isn't very busy. Don't you see what time it is? Who would come out to eat breakfast at 9 o'clock? Look at several stores, they are all closed. Let's go quickly, otherwise there will be nothing to eat if we are late. Fortunately, the breakfast shop that I often visit has not closed. This breakfast shop should be relatively high-end in our area. It looks very clean from the outside, and its decoration style is a bit like Su Qing. I got her favorite mushroom and vegetable buns, and his signature scallion pancakes. Between the two of us, we got a full small basket. She saw me bringing it over and said with a smile, You bought so much, can we finish it? It's not much. If you can't finish it, take it home. Liang Chen, where are the pickles you always bring? Why don't I see them? I pointed to the table at the door and said, It's right there, go get it yourself. After a while, I saw her coming over with a big bowl. I was shocked when I saw it. Sister, why are you carrying so many pickles? She said disapprovingly, What's the matter, are you charging for these pickles? I looked at the boss at the door and said with a smile, The pickles are free, but the point is that they are so salty, can we finish them? She looked at it and said a little embarrassedly, Har har, it's a bit too much. I saw that old lady just now took more than me. Okay, just take it and eat it. We'll talk about it later if you can't finish it. What if I can't finish the food? Will it be like a buffet, where I will be charged if I can't finish the food? I smiled and said, Don't worry, the boss here won't deduct money. I come here often. Hee, that's good, that's good. The boss will just call a few guys over, pry open your mouth, and force the stuff into you, I said and burst out laughing. She looked at the people around her, then looked at me. I felt a sharp pain in my calf. It turned out that she had kicked me. Har har, I'm just kidding you, stop touching me and eat quickly. Seeing her eating with gusto, I couldn't help but ask, Don't you usually come to the breakfast shop to eat? No, I used to just buy it and leave. Actually, the company's executive restaurant also has breakfast, but I was just too lazy to go there, so I asked you to bring it over every day, hee. You've caught someone who doesn't spend money, otherwise you would have gone to the company cafeteria to eat. Go away, am I that stingy? Hey, Liang Chen, what are you going to do after breakfast? Are you talking about me? I have nowhere to go. I want to look for a house today to see if I can find a suitable one. It's not good to stay at your place every day. After listening to me, she nodded meaningfully and said, Is that so? Didn't you say it's hard to find a house? It's hard to find, but I have to. I've been staying at my buddy's place these days. His girlfriend has moved back to school. I feel embarrassed to bother him any further. As soon as I mentioned looking for a house, I felt her mood suddenly drop a lot. What did she mean? Didn't she want me to move out? At this time she said happily, How about I go with you later? I have nothing to do at home during the day anyway, maybe I can help you arrange things. I thought about it and said, Okay, let's go to the neighborhood next door and see if there are any landlords who rent out their properties themselves. This residential complex is a new property developed by Vank near us. I heard that all the houses are delivered fully furnished, but there are also some unfinished houses. However, you have to rely on your luck to find them. Not long after I walked through the gate, I saw an advertisement for a shared apartment. It said that a south bedroom was for rent. The monthly rent was 1,000 yuan, and you could move in with just your luggage. I thought to myself that this room was not bad, and 1,500 yuan was not expensive, so I made a phone call. A very sweet voice answered the phone. I thought to myself how lucky I was. Could it be that my roommate was a beauty? Thinking of this, I started to laugh and completely forgot that manager Su was still next to me. She touched me with her hand and said, Why are you grinning? Is this house okay? Nothing, the house is available for rent, it's on the 11th floor, you can go up and take a look now. She looked at me and said, You are smiling so lasciviously, you must be the landlady. Come on, I'll go up with you. When I got to the 11th floor, I took a look around. It was quite spacious, with 2 elevators and 3 households, and the corridor inside was quite spacious. I pressed the doorbell, and soon a girl in her 20s came out. She had a very sweet look and looked very well proportioned in her home clothes. When she saw us, she smiled and said, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Let's go inside and take a look, and then she led us into the room. I looked around the room. It was also a simply decorated room, but it was fully furnished with furniture and appliances. This is a south-facing bedroom. It's quite spacious. It's big enough for the 2 of you. We have all the appliances here. I used to share the house with my friend, but she's back in Suzhou now. I can't afford the high rent by myself, so I rent it out. I smiled and said, She doesn't live here, so I live here alone. The girl was also a little surprised when she heard it. Oh, really? You can live by yourself, I live alone too. At this time, Manager Su came over and said, I think this house is not good. There is not even a bathroom in the bedroom. How troublesome it is to go to the bathroom. And look at the balcony of this bedroom. It is connected to the living room. Isn't it a bit of privacy that is exposed? Sister, I live in this house by myself, not you. How can a grown man like me have any privacy? She twisted my arm hard and said, Who is your elder sister? Har, sorry, Manager Su, is that okay? Anyway, I don't like this room, otherwise I won't come back with you in the future. No, you must be mistaken. I came back alone. I just heard her say angrily, If I say no, it means no, and then she walked out of the room angrily. The girl was probably confused by what I said, and looked at me with a bewildered face. Brother, why don't you go look somewhere else? I think the sister just now was angry. Why don't you discuss it and come back later? TSK, what does this woman mean? She doesn't care about what she should care about. Why do you care where I live? I walked out of the room and saw her standing on the windowsill looking outside. I walked over, rolled my eyes at her and said, Well now, the girl doesn't want to rent it anymore. Let's go downstairs and take a look. She doesn't want to rent it to you anymore? That's great, I'll go with you to have a look, hee. When I see her smiling face, she looks like a psychopath. I went downstairs and looked at a few rental ads and made 2 phone calls in a row. Either the owners were not at home and it was inconvenient to view their house, or their house had already been rented out. At this time, I happened to meet an aunt from Shanghai. She must have heard me making the call. She walked up to me and said, Young man, are you looking for a house? I have several properties. How about I take you to see them? I thought it was a good idea because I hadn't found one yet anyway. Well, Auntie, why don't you show us around? When the aunt heard this, she said happily, young man, let me tell you, this house of mine is really good. The landlord has hardly lived in it since it was renovated. The price is 3,000 yuan, which is just right for you two young couples to live in, har 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 har. Auntie, we are not husband and wife. Har har, that means we're not married yet. Now we should call each other girlfriend, right? It's all the same. I tell you, you will definitely like this house when you see it. The lighting and everything are so good. I looked at Manager Su. She had a half smile on her face, and I didn't know what she was thinking. The aunt said that we were husband and wife, and she didn't seem to be in a hurry to refute it. I was too embarrassed to explain to her that this was my manager. After a while, the aunt brought us to the door. When the elevator stopped, I saw that it was the 18th floor. This floor was quite high. I had never lived on such a high floor. I went in and took a look. The environment was indeed nice. The house was quite clean. I could vaguely see the Oriental Pearl Tower from a distance. Young man, how about this house? It's nice, isn't it? Paying 3 months' rent and depositing 1 month's rent is a good deal. I nodded and said, not bad, let's take this one. I'm too lazy to look at the others. At this time, Manager Su walked in from outside. Liang Chen, why is this the 18th floor? Who lives on the 18th floor? The 18th floor is hell. Look at your neighbor across the street. His door has never been opened. This house is not good. It is too unlucky. As soon as I got out of the elevator, I felt that this house was too depressing. When the aunt heard this, she rolled her eyes at her and said, little girl, what kind of society is this now? Why do you still care about this feudal superstition? There must be something wrong with your house. I see other floors are rented for more than 4,000 yuan, why are you renting it for 3,000 yuan? There must be something fishy here. Is their house next door a casket room? I was also stunned when I heard it, and asked hurriedly, what nonsense are you talking about? What is an urn room? You don't even know this. Some rich people can't buy a cemetery, so they buy a house and put their family's ashes in it. Look at the anti-theft door opposite, it's black. Don't you think it's strange? When I heard her say that, it seemed like I had heard of it on the internet, but I had never encountered it in real life. However, when I looked at the black door opposite, I felt more and more uncomfortable. The aunt saw us chattering non-stop and said angrily, get out, get out. I rented this house to you at a low price out of kindness, but you are still talking nonsense here. Go, go, and then she pushed us out. Auntie, don't be angry. Didn't you say you have other houses? Why don't you take me to see them? The aunt sighed and said, okay, I still have a first floor, the price is not bad. The first floor won't work. Look at the small distance between the buildings. There's no sunlight at all on the first floor. It's just like living in a basement, Manager Su added. The aunt rolled her eyes and continued, well, I have a third floor facing the street. There's nothing blocking the front, so the lighting is great. There's a restaurant downstairs. When I want to eat, I just call the boss and get a rope to go up. I don't even have to pay for delivery. There's a restaurant downstairs. Didn't you see the video online? The restaurant downstairs caught fire and exploded. The people on the third floor would be shot even if they were lying down. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to. At this time the elevator arrived at the first floor. The aunt walked out of the elevator directly. This time she could no longer tolerate it. She pointed at the two of us and said, are you two making fun of me, an old woman? It won't work if it's too cheap, or if it's too low a floor, or too high a floor. If you have the ability, just buy one by yourselves. Why are you renting a house? After saying that, she waved her hand and walked out angrily. Looking at Manager Su again, he covered his mouth and laughed. I couldn't help but say, what do you mean? You are deliberately causing trouble for me, right? I live in the house, not you. You are really bored and have nothing to do. Now you are angry and leave. She's gone, so what are you getting so anxious about? I didn't ask her to leave. Oh my god, when did I get angry with you? I was just telling you that what you did just now was wrong. The first house we looked at was so good. The price was cheap and the layout was good. Why did you insist on saying no? What did I do wrong? Did I ruin your life? Yes, I admit that the house is nice and the girl is pretty. Did you go there just to rent a house? You scumbag. At this time, I couldn't help but said loudly, I find that you are really unreasonable. I rent a house, how can I be a scumbag? I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't tease girls. Why are you speaking so loudly? Can't you just speak properly? You just know how to be mean to me, and now you blame me for not being able to find the house, she said, squatting on the ground and starting to cry. Oh, I'm really convinced. Why do I feel like I'm wrong again? It was obviously her who made the mistake first. I walked over, patted her shoulder and said, okay, why are you crying? I didn't do anything to you. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? She stood up, wiped her tears, turned and walked out the door. What do you mean? I rented a house and I made you angry. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to watch it now. I ran towards her quickly. Chapter 29. A strange trip to Suzhou. A beautiful woman set a trap. I saw her walking forward, so I quickly followed her. When I got in front of her, I saw her cute angry look and couldn't help but say, are you angry? Wasn't my voice just a little loud? Wasn't your voice just as loud when you scolded me? She stopped and looked at me, said nothing, and walked forward again. Hey, wait for me, don't go away. I ran to her again and blocked her way. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I was wrong just now, okay. She crossed her hands over her chest, looked at me and said, so what did you do wrong? Where did I go wrong? So where do you think I went wrong? I think I did nothing wrong, right? You. Okay, I know I was wrong. My mistake was that I shouldn't have lost my temper with you. What else? Also, I shouldn't share a house with a girl. Is that it? After hearing this, she burst out laughing. Sister, I'm afraid that you will be deceived by that girl and it will affect your work. Oh my god, what kind of reason is this? Why do I feel like she is a little jealous? Just then my cell phone suddenly rang, and I saw it was Lao Zhao calling. On Saturdays, Lao Zhao would call me for two things, either to play cards or to go on a business trip, so every time I answered his call, I felt like I was in two completely different situations. I really didn't know whether I should answer it or not, and every time it was like a gamble. She saw me looking at my phone for a long time without answering it, so I picked up the phone and showed it to her. She then asked, why did Lao Zhao call you? Is there something wrong? Hey, why do I feel like it's not a good thing? Forget it, I'll just take it. If it's a blessing, it won't be a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Liang Chen, Mr. Wang just asked you to drive her to Suzhou on a business trip. We will leave at 2 p.m. Please get ready. Why are you on a business trip again? Can't others go? Boss Wang specifically asked you to go, so what can I do? Just remember, you just need to go directly to Boss Wang's house to pick her up at 2 p.m. After hanging up the phone, I shook my head helplessly. Seeing my dejected look, she said, what's wrong? Are you going on a business trip again? Yes, Lao Zhao said that Ms. Wang is going to Suzhou and asked me to take her there. Well, I'm going to buy a contactor and fix the electricity in your house later. You don't need to use the water heater for the next 2 days. I'll install one for you when I come back. Oh, okay, I understand. I saw that she was obviously in a much lower mood. When I got home, I cleaned the house and asked someone to replace the broken glass. But I guess my quilt could not be used anymore, so I just threw it away. At this time Su Qing came over and said, I'm sorry, I'll buy you a new set this afternoon. I smiled and said, no rush, when I move, I can just buy it myself, it's not worth the money. So you really plan to move out? She said, lowering her head shyly. I'll move out as soon as I find one. I'll stay at my friend's place for the next few days, she nodded without saying anything else. At 2 p.m., I parked my car at the gate of Mr. Wang's villa on time. About 5 minutes later, I saw Mr. Wang walking out of the villa with a woman. The woman was probably around 40 years old and was dressed very decently. Her figure and appearance show no signs of aging, and she and Mr. Wang look like a pair of sisters. Mr. Wang walked up to me and said with a smile, Liang Chen, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look pretty good, don't you? You look more energetic, har har. Boss Wang, no, I just haven't been staying up late lately, and I feel a lot more relaxed. Har, you should thank me. By the way, how is Su Qing? How is her management level in your department? What do the people below think of her? You see, this is the advantage of being a driver. Although drivers don't have much power, department managers are usually very polite to me when they see me. As long as I visit their department, they will give me good cigarettes and tea. At this moment, perhaps a word from me can influence the future of our manager Su. Of course, I must say good things about her now, and I can't set a trap for her behind her back. Boss Wang, Manager Su is a very nice person. He is very careful in his work and very polite to us subordinates. Mr. Wang nodded and said, "That's good. She just came here recently and is not very familiar with this place. Please help her with both her life and work, and don't make her angry." No, she's my leader. If I make her angry, won't I be scolded? TSK, haven't I scolded you enough? Oh, we were just talking and I forgot to introduce you. This is Ms. Liu, an important customer of our company. She came from Beijing to visit our company. She wants to visit Suzhou Gardens. I happen to have time today, so I'll go with her. I quickly extended my hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Liu, hello, welcome to Shanghai." She smiled and said, "Sister Wang, where do you find the drivers for your company? They are all young guys, but why are there only old men in our company?" Mr. Wang said with some pride, "Of course, I interviewed Liang Chen myself, how could his qualifications be bad?" Har. After hearing what they said, I felt a little shy. After all, it was a bit uncomfortable to be evaluated by two older women. The car drove north along the Beijing-Shanghai expressway towards Suzhou. Along the way, the two of them talked about their children, their families, and their husbands' performance in bed. They completely ignored my existence. Maybe they all knew that drivers have to keep their mouths shut. According to the address given by Mr. Wang, the car drove directly to Suzhou Jinji Lake Shopping Center. This should be a new landmark in Suzhou that has become popular in recent years. The famous Long John's building is located on the side of Jinji Lake. I often see the night view here on the internet and it is quite good, but this is the first time I have been here in person. I parked the car, and Mr. Wang and his friends got out. I was thinking about going out for a walk, but Mr. Wang said, "Liang Chen, why don't you go shopping with us? You won't be bored sitting in the car alone." When I heard that, I thought it was inappropriate for me to accompany them shopping. They are big bosses. I can drive a car, but this is my first time to accompany my boss shopping. I said with some reluctance, "Boss Wang, this is not a good idea. Now that Boss Liu is here, shouldn't you two have a good chat? It's not appropriate for me to follow along." "Oh, what's inappropriate? Your general manager Wang has already said it, so let's go." Unexpectedly, General Manager Liu took my hand and walked inside. This shopping mall is really big, much bigger than the one near us. It has many international first-line brands and luxury stores. This is a place where rich people come. I just took a look at the inconspicuous clothes and saw that they cost thousands of dollars. I really don't understand what rich people wear. Are they talking about taste or clothes? At this time, we came to a Cheongsam specialty store. When I saw the young ladies inside, they were all wearing Cheongsam. Walking in here was like entering another world. They all had beautiful features, slender figures, and the temperament of a Jiangnan beauty. At this time, Mr. Wang and the other two tried on a Cheongsam each. The Cheongsam looked good when they were worn, but I felt that it was a little short, with the snow-white thighs directly exposed. "Liang Chen, come here and help me check if my back is a bit tight." I heard it was Mr. Liu calling me. I walked up to her and looked at her. The Cheongsam she wore made her look so graceful and charming, and her figure was perfectly outlined. I smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, this dress suits you very well. You will look at least 10 years younger in it." "Hey, don't call me Mr. Liu outside. Just call me Sister Liu. If you say it looks good, I'll take it. Then help me pick another one. Which one do you think looks good? Bring it to me. I'll go change first." At this time, I felt that the shopping guide looked at me strangely, as if she thought I was a gigolo. Fortunately, General Wang was with me, otherwise I would be really embarrassed to go in and out of the store with her. So I accompanied them both for an entire afternoon of shopping. After dinner in the evening, I followed Mr. Wang's suggestion to take her to get a SPA. Finally, I was alone and could go out to see the night view of Suzhou. I walked around for about 2 hours. When I looked at the time, it was almost 10 o'clock. Suddenly, Mr. Wang called me and said, "Liang Chen, where are you? I have booked a room for you in this building. Please come up." When I heard that she wasn't drunk again and was not going to seduce me like last time, I thought that she probably wouldn't do that today. After all, Mr. Liu was still with her. But what if they were together? That's even more impossible. She is a senior manager of the company, not a street prostitute. How could I have such an idea? I followed the address given by Mr. Wang and arrived at the 88th floor of a 5-star hotel. When I got out of the elevator, I saw Mr. Wang waiting for me in the corridor. She pushed open the door and pulled me into a presidential suite. She looked at me and started laughing. That laughter made me break out in a cold sweat. At this time she said, "Liang Chen, tell me how I have treated you since you joined the company. Of course you are nice to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to the convoy, right? Then I've never asked you to do anything for me before." I couldn't help laughing when I heard it. "Mr. Wang, what on earth do you want to say? Why are you asking me this?" She smiled charmingly and continued, "So do you have a girlfriend now? Your crush counts, and the one who lied is a puppy." "Mr. Wang, to tell you the truth, there was one before, but then we separated." She smiled again and said, "I don't care if we break up. You are single now anyway. You could say that." At this time, she leaned towards me and said, "Liang Chen, please do me a favor tonight and make a little sacrifice for our company." At this point I think I should be able to guess roughly, I just can't explain it clearly. "Boss Wang, just tell me what you want me to do." "Mr. Liu, I want to invite you to her room for tea tonight. She thinks you are a nice person." I won't say the rest directly. It seems to be similar to what I guessed. I was wondering why they let me come to Suzhou with so many drivers. It turns out that this was a trap from the beginning. At this time, Mr. Wang stretched out his hand, stroked my face and said, "I can't get the person myself, but I gave him to someone else. If it weren't for the company's future contract, I really wouldn't be willing to bring you out." "Boss Wang, this is not good. I'm a driver, not a male escort." "Oh, it's no big deal. You're a single guy anyway, so just treat it as satisfying your physiological needs. Do you think Ms. Liu is older than you?" "Actually, she's not that old. She's only 38 this year, the golden age for women. You know, go ahead, har har har." Since Mr. Wang said so, I can't refuse her anymore. I will just adapt to the situation when the time comes. Maybe I can escape the trap. Chapter 30. There is something fishy about the shared rental agreement and a happy life will begin. At this time, Mr. Wang took out a room card and said, "Here's the room card. She's next door. Go ahead. Take it easy at night. A woman in her 30s will kill you." Har har har. I made up my mind. What's the use of male or female PRS? I'm a single guy anyway. Besides, I'm not doing this for money. There's no such thing as being kept as a sugar daddy. I'll just go. What's more, she's so graceful and charming. She can be considered a young lady. No matter how I calculate, I won't lose out. So I took the room card and went to Ms. Liu's room. The moment I opened the door, I saw her sitting on the sofa and browsing her mobile phone. She was only wearing a white bathrobe. When she saw me come in, she quickly pulled her bathrobe inwards. She was surprised and said, "Liang Chen, why are you here so late?" I smiled and said, "Didn't you say you would treat me to tea?" She said in surprise, "Drink tea? What kind of tea?" When I heard this, I thought she was pretending to be confused or she was just too embarrassed to say it directly. When she asked me this, I didn't know how to continue. "Didn't you tell Mr. Wang to let me come over in the evening? I was worried that you would be lonely at night." When I said that, she smiled and patted her head with her hand. She couldn't help laughing. This damn girl is really something. I was joking with her, but she took it seriously. "What did she tell you?" Har har har. Seeing her smiling so happily, I was even more confused. What on earth did these two women mean? What did they think of me? "Our President Wang asked me to come over and have some tea with you, or provide you with some service." I couldn't help laughing when I said this. Har har har, I understand, don't say any more, I understand, har har har. I waited for her to finish laughing. She wiped away the tears from her laughter, looked at me and said, "Your President Wang is so interesting. I really admire her. I just told her that Liang Chen is a good guy and handsome, but I don't know if he has a girlfriend. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, it would be a waste to keep such a young man alone. Why did she call you here? I have to go find her." After she said that, she started laughing again. As soon as I heard her, I understood what she meant. Ms. Wang was being too suspicious. I really admire her for blocking all the good jobs for me. "Mr. Liu, please don't go look for her. I'll go back and tell her later that it's a misunderstanding, har ha har har." She smoothed her long hair back and said, "How about this, since you're here, let's add each other on WeChat and chat when we have nothing to do. I think we should just skip it tonight. I'm really not that kind of loose girl. No, I have to call her and ask her to come over. I'll see what she says." Soon, General Manager Wang pushed the door open and walked in. General Manager Liu saw her and pulled her into the room. I don't know what they talked about. Finally, when they walked out of the room, General Manager Wang saw me and couldn't help laughing. "Hey, Liang Chen, it seems that you are not charming enough. General Manager Liu doesn't like you. You dead girl, get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart," the two women said as they laughed and started wrestling with each other. At this time, I smiled and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. When I came up just now, I saw a barbecue restaurant by the lake. I'll take you there for a midnight snack." Mr. Wang smiled and said, "That's a good idea. I'll go back and change my clothes, and then we'll go have a barbecue." Fortunately, it was a false alarm. I am not a sexually hungry person. I think if this happens for the first time, there will be a second time. I will never go out with Mr. Wang in this situation again in the future. The next day, I took them to Suzhou Gardens, Tiger Hill, and Hanshan Temple. We played there until after 5 o'clock in the evening. When we returned from Suzhou, it was 8 o'clock in the evening when we got back to Shanghai. I had just sent Mr. Wang and the others back home when I saw Wangshan calling me, "Liang Chen, where are you now? Wangshan, didn't you go back to Hangzhou? Come and look for me." I only heard her say happily, "I'm going back to Hangzhou, but I can't come back." I asked you where you are now, hurry home. Go home? Which home should I go back to? I have 3 homes now. One is Sister Chen's home, one is Chen Yarng's home, and the other is the home of the manager I refuse to leave. At this time, Wangshan continued, "Did you hear what I said? Manager Su said that he wanted you to come back quickly." "Oh, okay, we'll be there in about half an hour." After I hung up the phone, I was thinking, what happened that made me go back so urgently? Judging from Wangshan's tone, it should be nothing. When I arrived at the community garage, I parked the car and ran upstairs in one breath. I opened the door and saw Manager Su and Wangshan busy in the kitchen. Wangshan saw me and said with a smile, "You are finally back. I am almost starving. Hurry up and wash your hands and eat." At this time, Manager Su winked at Wangshan, and Wangshan immediately changed his tone and said, "There is still something to do before dinner. You should go back to your room first." "My room? What happened to my room?" I still walked in with a nervous mood. When I opened the door, I saw that the quilt on my bed yesterday was gone. Instead, there was a brand new quilt and a 4-piece set. Even the things in the box I originally packed were taken out and placed on the table for me. The other things in the room were also tidied up neatly. In addition, it seemed that perfume was sprayed on it, and the smell was similar to that of Manager Su's room. Wangshan clapped my hands from behind and said, "How is it? Do you like it?" I pointed at the new quilt on the bed and said, "Where's my old quilt? Who asked you to change it for me? Do you know that my old quilt, although it is dirty, witnessed my growth and my youth? Who asked you to throw it away?" Wangshan smiled shyly and said, "Liang Chen, your words are really disgusting. I will ignore you. I will go find Manager Su." After a while, Wangshan walked in with Manager Su. "What are you yelling about? I was the one who threw away the quilt, and I also changed it. Do you have any objection?" I pretended to be surprised and said, You changed it, good change. Actually, I just want to ask how much this quilt cost, so that I can give you the money, hee." "Hey, bullshit, I'll put the money into your rent first, and I'll give it to you next time." By this time I had guessed that they were planning to keep me here, and they had even prepared a room for me. I smiled and said, "What do you two mean by this? Do you think I will live here from now on?" Manager Su smiled and nodded. Wengshin took her to the living room to sign the co-renting agreement. A co-tenancy agreement. This is the first time I've heard of it. What kind of agreement do you need to sign for co-tenancy? Is it about how to share the water and electricity bills? Wengshin pushed me to the sofa in the living room, and I saw a form on the coffee table. There was even a box of ink on the table, making it seem like a real thing. Manager Su looked at me and said, "Take a good look at it. If there is no problem, put your fingerprint on it." I picked up the rental agreement and read it carefully. 1. You are not allowed to enter or leave Su Qing and Wengshin's room at will during the period of sharing the house. 2. When you get home from get off work, you must dress appropriately and are not allowed to wear shorts or go shirtless. 3. Smoking is not allowed in the room including balcony and bathroom. 4. You are not allowed to bring other women or colleagues into this room at will. 5. You must be home before 10 p.m. every day, otherwise the door will be locked and will not be opened unless there are special circumstances. 6. No staying out overnight. 7. Do housework regularly every week including washing clothes, mopping the floor, cooking, and picking up express deliveries downstairs. 8. The rent is 1,000 yuan per month, utilities are extra. After reading it, I slammed the paper on the table and said, "No, I don't agree with this agreement. You are obviously interfering with my freedom. I really can't agree with it. Why can't I come in after 10 o'clock? And why can't I stay out all night? It's my freedom to go wherever I want after work. What does it have to do with you?" Manager Su looked at me and said, "You are wrong. If you live with us, I will be your guardian. If you stay out all night and something happens to you, how can I explain it to your parents? Get out of my way, who are you, my guardian? Don't try to take advantage of me." Har har, sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. I'm your colleague, okay? Wengshin smiled and said, "Okay, just be content. Both of us beauties don't dislike you, but you dislike us. If it weren't for our pity for you, our manager wouldn't have let you live here." I saw them just smiling at each other, and before I could react, they took my arms and put their fingerprints on the agreement. Har har, Wengshin, put this away. Anyway, he can live in this house or not. The rent will be deducted from her salary every month. Remember to also pay for water and electricity, har har har. I'm telling you too, even though you have kept my body, you will never have my heart. I am the man you will never have in this life. After saying this, I couldn't help but laugh. Har har har, go to hell, who cares about your fat body? Come on, Wengshin, let's eat and ignore him. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the room happily. I thought to myself, if they don't want to leave, then don't leave. You're not afraid with two beauties accompanying you, so why should I be afraid? It's just like what that old pervert said, one dragon stands for two phoenixes. Bar, what am I thinking about? When I walked into the restaurant, I saw that the dishes were already on the table. At first I thought they had prepared them in the kitchen, but I didn't expect that they were all bought ready-made. I say, sisters, you two have been busy in the kitchen for so long, I really thought you were cooking some delicious food, but aren't these all bought from outside? Yes, didn't you see me pouring it from the bag into the plate? Then this has nothing to do with you. Hey, Liang Chen, you talk too much nonsense. It's good enough that manager Su bought something for you to eat. You're still picky. If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it. I glared at her and said, "Get out of the way, little girl. Don't interrupt when adults are talking." Wengshin was so angry that she pointed at me with chopsticks and said, "Manager Su, look, Liang Chen is bullying people." Okay, stop arguing, both of you. Let me summarize. From today on, the three of us will live under the same roof. We will be good sisters from now on. We will share the good and the bad together. Hey, wait, I'm a man, okay? I'm not a sister to you guys. Wengshin hit me and said, "We don't treat you as a man. Just listen to what Manager Su has to say first." Manager Su glanced at me and said, "Liang Chen, you are the only man among the three of us, so you will have to take on more roles in the future, such as washing clothes, mopping the floor, picking up parcels, running errands, etc. You are indispensable for all these, so you must not let us down." When I heard that, I quickly said, "Okay, don't flatter me. I will do everything I can." As long as you don't bully me, let's drink, and then the three of them raised their glasses and drank them all. At this time, Wangshan stood up and said, Manager Su, I will be more diligent at home in the future. I can wash some clothes for everyone, but I won't wash your stinky socks, Liang Chen. TSK, I don't need you to wash for me, just serve your Manager Su well. Oh, I feel so uncomfortable when you call me Manager Su at home. So, Wangshan, from now on, you can call me sister after work. What about me? Do I call you sister too? Manager Su glared at me and said, How old are you? Why are you still calling me sister? Do you think I'm old? Just call me Su Qing from now on. I smiled and said, Su Qing, this sounds too strange, I'd better call you Qinger. Go away, you little Liangzi. When Wangshan heard how intimately we addressed each other, he lowered his head and smiled. Okay, it's up to you. You can call me whatever you want, but all the names are limited to home. And Liang Chen, you can't tell others in the company that you live with me, otherwise you will die miserably. I know that keeping my mouth shut is my greatest strength. Wangshan must have sensed some subtle changes in our relationship. She ate a little and said she was full, then found an excuse and went back to her room. Su Qing drank a lot today and was obviously a little drunk. When she saw Wangshan went back, she suddenly asked me, Liang Chen, tell me the truth, are you willing to live here? I. What do you mean by I? Stop wasting time and tell me. Of course I am willing. Living here with you, at least I can sleep 10 more minutes every morning, and I don't have to drive over here to pick you up. What else? I thought about it and said, no more. She rolled her eyes at me and said, You're so stupid, then she stood up to leave. Maybe she was a little dizzy, and she almost fell down before she took 2 steps. I saw it and ran over and hugged her in my arms. Chapter 31 Childhood sweethearts come to meet and a rice dumpling causes trouble. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and took a step forward, otherwise she would have really fallen to the ground. I held her waist, and our faces were facing each other. I could even feel the breath coming out of her nostrils. Our eyes met, and she immediately turned away and said shyly, You scumbag, let me go. You said so. If I let go and hurt you, I won't care. When I said this, she immediately put her arms around my neck, as if she was afraid of falling. She patted me and said, Why don't you help me up quickly, or Wangshan won't see it. When I heard that, I quickly helped her up. She stood up and tidied her hair. She pointed at the food on the table and said, Clean it up yourself. Don't go to bed until you've finished. Otherwise, I'll come out and beat you to death. After saying that, she smiled and walked into the bedroom. When I saw so many plates, I wondered how I was going to wash them. Cooking was okay for me, but I hated washing dishes the most. My hands got covered in grease. So I took out my phone and quietly sent a WeChat message to Wangshan, Wangshan, your sister asked you to clean up the table outside. As soon as I sent the message, Wangshan opened the door and walked out. You guys are done eating. I'll clean up. Oh, Wangshan, I'm so sorry. It wasn't me who said that. It was your sister who asked you to clean it up. She was afraid that I couldn't clean it well, so she asked me to call you. Brother Liang Chen, it's okay, go play some games, I'll be done in a moment. Hee. I didn't expect this girl to be so diligent. She cleaned the kitchen in a short while and washed a plate of fruit when she came out. I took an apple and said, I'll just eat one. Give it to your sister. She drank a little too much tonight. Please take care of her tonight. I saw Wangshan carrying some fruits and walking into Su Qing's room, so I went back to my room. I used this room to store sundries before, but I didn't expect that it would become my bed today. Oh, things change over time. But it's not bad to think about it, sharing a house with 2 beautiful girls. Where can I find such a good thing? The next morning, I was afraid of having a conflict with them in the bathroom, so I deliberately finished washing up before them. It was not until 7 o'clock that they both came out of their rooms. At first I thought they would come downstairs soon, so I went to the garage and waited for them in advance. I completely forgot how much time a woman needs to put on makeup. It was already 7:40 when 2 people hurried down from upstairs. It seemed that there was no time to buy breakfast this morning. If I had known that I would have to wait for half an hour, I would have bought it in advance. Su Qing was a little special today. She came to the car, opened the passenger door and sat in. She and Wangshan always sat in the back seat in the past, but why did she suddenly sit in the front seat today? I still kindly reminded him, Manager Su, weren't you sitting in the back seat? Why are you suddenly sitting in the front seat today? She was startled, as if she realized she was sitting in the wrong seat, but she reacted quickly and immediately flipped down the makeup mirror in front of her. Oh, I sat in the front mainly to touch up my makeup. I didn't put on my lipstick well just now. I glanced at Wang Xin in the rearview mirror and saw her lowering her head and laughing. She seemed to sense our giggling, so she turned around and said, Why are you two laughing? Can't I just put on some makeup in the front? Besides, I'm the manager, and I can sit wherever I want. Along the way, I saw her staring at the makeup mirror. I didn't know if she was really putting on makeup or just trying to ease her embarrassment, because every time I changed lanes, I would look at the right rearview mirror, and every time I looked, she would stare at me and then look at me, as if to say, Why are you always looking at me? At this time, the car arrived at the company gate. I looked and saw a familiar figure standing next to me. Isn't that Taozi? Is this girl back from a business trip? At this time, Taozi saw me, waved to me and walked towards me. Liang Chen, why are you here just now? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Oh, there was a traffic jam on the road just now. When did you come back? Taozi smiled and said, I came back last night. I brought you some rice dumplings from Jiaxing. I heated them up and brought them for you to try. At this time, Taozi bent down and saw Su Qing sitting in the passenger seat, who is Liang Chen. Oh, this is our manager Su, and behind him is Secretary Wang. Taozi smiled and said, Hello, Manager Su. I hope I didn't bother you. I didn't see you sitting in the car. Sorry to bother you. Su Qing smiled and said, It's okay, it's still early for work. When I saw Taozi, I remembered that I brought her a down quilt from Suzhou yesterday. I saw that Ms. Wang and her boyfriend both bought one, so I specially brought one for Taozi. I quickly got out of the car, opened the trunk and took it out. Taozi, this is the down quilt I bought yesterday when I was on a business trip. It's a specialty of Suzhou. You can take it back. Taozi smiled and said, It's rare that you're so thoughtful. I'll take them away. Remember to eat them while they are hot. After that, Taozi got into her car and drove away. I quickly got into the car again, fearing that I would be stuck in traffic at the company gate in the morning and affecting traffic. At this time Su Qing said, Liang Chen, who was that girl just now? I smiled and said, You are talking about her, my good brother Taozi. She said with a puzzled look, Good brother? Isn't she a girl? How can she be your good brother? She and I grew up together, and I have always regarded her as a brother. Oh, really? So you two are childhood sweethearts. Hey, what childhood sweetheart? At best, they are just best friends. TSK, best friend. Manager Su rolled her eyes at me and turned away. As soon as I parked the car, Manager Su opened the door and walked out. I looked at the rice dumplings that Taozi brought me. There were exactly 6 of them, so I said to them, Hey, don't leave yet. I didn't buy breakfast today. You can eat the rice dumplings. Here are 6 of them. We can have 2 each. Manager Su turned around and said, Who cares about your rice dumplings? Wang Xin, if she doesn't want to eat it, then you can. This is from Wufang Jai. Wang Xin turned around and was about to take it when Su Qing said, Wang Xin, I have a meeting at 8:30. Have you prepared the meeting materials? When Wang Xin heard this, she quickly said, There are some biscuits on my table. Liang Chen, you can keep them for yourself. After that, the 2 of them quickly walked into the office building. TSK, you're crazy. You don't eat it yourself and you don't let others eat it. I looked at the packaging and it was from Wufang Jai. I opened one and took a bite. It tasted pretty good, even better than the one sold in breakfast shops outside. I brought the rice dumplings to the office. I was afraid that Lao Zhao and the others would see them and take some away from me. I looked and it was already 9 o'clock. Manager Su's meeting should have ended. So I brought the dumplings to the 2nd floor again. Seeing that everyone was busy, I walked to Wang Xin and handed her the 2 dumplings that I had divided in advance. When she saw it was me, she smiled and said, Brother Liang Chen, thank you. These 2 belong to Manager Su. You can give them to her later. Wang Xin waved her hand and said, You should go by yourself. Didn't you see that Manager Su is in a bad mood today? I don't want to be scolded. She is in there, so go by yourself. I saw that her office door was not closed, so I walked over with the rice dumplings. I saw that she had just filled a glass of water from the tea machine. When he saw me standing at the door, he pretended not to see me and sat back at his desk. I walked in carrying a rice dumpling. You can be full by just drinking water without eating breakfast. She rolled her eyes at me and said, "None of your business." At this time she stood up again, stretched out her hand and said, "Give me money." "What money? What money?" "Of course it's for the quilt. You have the money to buy a silk quilt for the little girl, but you still want me to spend money to buy you a quilt. How shameless of you. Har har, didn't you say yesterday that you would give it together with the rent? I regret it now. I want the money for the quilt, 5,000 yuan. Hurry up, or I will deduct it from your salary." I smiled and said, 5,000 yuan. If you had told me 500 yuan earlier, I would have frozen to death on the street yesterday rather than cover myself with your blanket. Then let you freeze to death. I will take it back for you when I go back tonight. After saying that, he sat there angrily again. I looked at her and said, "This morning, that girl is really a very good friend of mine. We are from the same place and grew up together. When we were young, my grandfather and her grandfather arranged a marriage for us. But when we grew up, we were really not suitable for each other. You know, we were too familiar with each other. In Taz's words, we couldn't even kiss each other. Besides, she has a boyfriend now, so I have no chance." After she heard me say that, she burst out laughing and said, "Who asked you this? What is your relationship? It has nothing to do with me." As soon as I saw her mood improved, I immediately said, "I'm not explaining to you, I just want to tell you that this is my relative, my sister, better than my real sister." She smiled and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense in front of me. Do you have anything else to do? If you don't have anything, just go out." I shook the zonzer in my hand and said, "Do you want to eat this zonzer? It's still hot." She said shyly, "How can I eat it if you don't open it?" Okay, I'll peel it for you. This is candied dates. It's very sweet." She took it, tasted it and said, "It's quite sweet. Isn't it sweeter than your smile? Do you have anything else to do? If not, just go away." He then laughed. When I walked out of the office, I saw Secretary Wen smiling at me, then making a face. I couldn't guess what she meant. When I came down from upstairs, before I found the office, I saw that old pervert walking towards me. Oh my God, I completely forgot what he asked me to do. How am I going to tell her later? Chapter 32, Borrowing Flowers to Offer to Buddha with a Guilty Heart. It is difficult to keep the couple. I saw that the old pervert was already in front of me. I couldn't run away. He walked up to me and said breathlessly, "You little bastard, why did you run when you saw me?" Did I run away? I just needed to go to the toilet urgently. What do you want me to do? He looked around and said, "Aren't you going to the bathroom? Let's go and talk somewhere with fewer people." He walked into the bathroom and looked inside to see if there was anyone else there, then he continued, "How is the matter going for me?" What did she say? This old guy got straight to the point. I couldn't bring up this kind of thing. I could only drag him along like this. I smiled and said, "Hey, don't mention it." On the rainy Saturday night, she called me and said there was a power outage at home. She asked me to come over to help. I thought she wanted my help, so I took this opportunity to tell her about it. Guess what happened when I got there? He looked at me in bewilderment and said, "What happened? You went up and saw her taking a shower. TSK, can you please not be so dirty?" When I got there, I found out that her water heater was broken, which caused the circuit breaker to trip. I turned on the power and fixed the water heater at home. I worked on it for more than 2 hours but it didn't work. I saw it was so late, so I came back. He glared and said, "Damn, you haven't said anything for a long time. What are you doing?" Suddenly, I had an idea. Well, it's not like I didn't tell her. I did tell her some things. Isn't her water heater broken now? I'm going to fix it for her today, and I'll tell her about it while I'm at it. It's just that the water heater is leaking electricity. It would be bad if it shocked Manager Su. What? It's still leaking electricity. Why are you fixing it? Just replace it with a new one. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I thought if I bought her one with my own money, she would definitely remember my favor in the future. When he heard this, he rolled his eyes and said, "How much do you earn a month? I'll pay for it. I'll buy it." Boss Ju, this is not good. If I tell her that this is a gift from your brother Ju Liang, what if she refuses? Yeah, how about this? I'll pay for it, and then you can say it was bought by you. I'll mention it to him when I have a chance, har har. So the old man immediately took out his phone and placed the most expensive order online. Tell me her house number and I'll find someone to come and install it for her. Oh, I really can't remember her house number. So, you can just write the name of the neighborhood and leave me your phone number. I'll find someone to install it when the time comes. I'll definitely count the favor as yours later. Har har, okay, but Liang Chen, you have to hurry up. I recently found an old Chinese doctor to treat me. I'm in good condition these days. You can't make me wait too long. It's uncomfortable. You know this, right? I know. Don't worry, I'll give you an answer in 2 days. Lao Jiao called me, so I have to go out first. So I pretended to run away. Oh my god, this old guy took it seriously. I tricked him into giving me a water heater today, so he will keep a closer eye on me in the future. I thought to myself, just wait and see, you old pervert, you will get your comeuppance sooner or later. The ordering online is so fast. The courier called me in the afternoon and said that the water heater had arrived. I had just signed for it when the installation master came over. The whole installation cost more than 300 yuan. But this old man is really willing to spend money. He spent more than 3,000 yuan to buy a water heater. When Su Qing got home in the evening, she saw that the water heater in the bathroom had been installed, and she said happily, Liang Chen, did you really buy this? How much did it cost? Alas, a few $1,000s is just a small amount of money. I live here anyway, so I'll just consider it as my contribution to everyone. She smiled and said, that's fine, then you can give me 2 months less rent from now on, hee hee. Oh, if this matter is exposed one day, and Su Qing knows that I installed the water heater in her name, she will scold me to death. For now, let's just ignore it and take it one step at a time. That afternoon, Sister Chen sent me a message, Liang Chen, are you free tonight? My period is over, can you come and keep me company tonight? I was driving at the time, so I replied without thinking, when did this happen? I left this morning. Can you come over in the evening? I thought about it and said, I'll try my best. Don't be too sad. As people get older, accidents are bound to happen. Please accept my condolences. I just heard her say with a smile, Liang Chen, you are playing dumb, aren't you? Your period just left. I thought about it and said, har har, I was so busy driving that I didn't think much about it. Can you explain it more clearly next time? If you say that, your aunt will scold you to death if she finds out. How can you curse her like that? Har har, get out of here. I don't have my period, okay? Well, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you. As long as I can see you, I don't care what I eat. Hate it, I know. Then drive carefully and remember to come. After work that night, I sent Su Qing and the others downstairs. When they saw that I didn't get out of the car, Su Qing walked over and said, let's go. Why are you still sitting in the car? I'm going out for a bit tonight. My friend asked me out for dinner. She walked over to me, looked at me and said, boyfriend or girlfriend? It can't be your childhood sweetheart, right? My childhood sweetheart is now married, so I haven't gotten together with a few of my friends for a long time. We just chatted. She nodded and said, go ahead, but remember to come back before 10 o'clock. Don't drive after drinking at night. After she said this, I saw Wengshan turned around and made a face at me. What does this girl mean? When I arrived at Sister Chen's house, she had dressed up specially today and was wearing a newly bought sexy long skirt. I saw her smiling and said, Sister, can you please not dress so sexy in the future? How can I still have the heart to eat if you do this? You are such a disgusting person. Can you please stop calling me big sister? I'm not old to begin with, but now you call me that. Look at my crow's feet, they are obviously more and more. After saying that, she deliberately put her face in front of me, and I took the opportunity to kiss her on the face. She said shyly, bad boy, you only know how to take advantage of others, wash your hands and eat. I picked her up and said, why are you in such a hurry to eat? Let me eat you first. She patted my shoulder and said, you're disgusting. Can you be gentler? Because of the agreement with Su Qing and the others, I don't dare to spend the night here now. After all, it would not be good to let them know. I looked at the time and it was almost 9:30. If I didn't go back, I might not be able to get home by 10 o'clock. Sister Chen saw me getting up and getting dressed. She pulled my arm and said, "Why are you going back home tonight?" "Yes, I have to go on a business trip early tomorrow morning, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get up here with you." She sighed and said, "Hey, do you think you should stop doing that job? It's so tiring all day. How about I invest in you and you start a small business?" "Forget it, big sister. My family runs a supermarket. What I hate most is buying and selling goods. It makes me anxious all day long. I won't tell you anymore. I'm leaving now." She stood up and straightened my collar and said, "Well, as long as you are happy, then drive carefully." I kissed her and said, "Okay, don't worry." After leaving her house, I looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. It seemed that my day was ruined and I would not be able to get back no matter how hard I hurried. After parking the car, I ran upstairs in one breath. I took out the key and opened the door. Fortunately, it was not locked. I opened the door and saw that the lights in the living room were still on. They should have gone to bed. Just as I was tiptoeing towards the room, someone suddenly shouted from behind me, "Stop."